Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang. Oh, whoa. Back-to-back belt for Katrina? What's up?
What's up with that?
That's 2 in a row.
Trying to make Ramsey look bad.
Wow. Glad to see everybody pulled up to the game last night. That's cool. Hey, the game wasn't great, but
Nope.
we have 45 seconds until the legal identification.
Oh.
Let's pause 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves on the Insiders Radio Network. What's up, Zabo? Oh, what's up, Warren?
Hi, friends.
What's up, Bryce? What's up, Steven? Oh, we're talking about it. We're about to talk about it. Oof. All right, 10 seconds. Let's party. I am so tired of doing this, man. Not this. I love doing this. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're the Insiders, and we're here every day from 10 a.m. to noon. And this is one of my favorite things to do. I am so tired of getting on here and having to talk about another Kings game where they threw their jerseys on the court and lost by 30.
Kyle.
It's frustrating, man.
It's
really,
weird.
really frustrating.
It's just weird. Like the whole vibe of this team, it's really high or it's just non-existent.
Yeah.
I don't know how to like put it another way. Like they take 2 steps forward and 1 step back every time. The good thing is they're taking 2, not 1 step forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but it just doesn't feel good.
It was last night 1 step back though. Last night felt and I think that's the problem with all these blowout losses. It's not the quantity of the loss, it's the quality of the loss. They're not like, oh man, they just hung in there. You know what? They get a couple more shots to fall and they're winning that game. It's not a lot of those this year.
No, it's really tough for us to break down what it is that happens. I mean, look, it was like kids and family night at Golden One Center. The whole building is packed with kids. A lot of the kids that it was their first game ever. You know, I had a buddy hit me up right in the middle of the game, and like I spent $700 on this game, bringing his family.
Oh.
And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. You have a team that was down 50 at home. 50. God.
That's I hate saying unacceptable because I mean they're playing a game.
Yeah,
and that's unacceptable.
It is.
Bottom line. You can't be down 50 at home. If you are the Detroit Pistons and you're down 50 at home, okay, you're going to hear the boos, but you know what? This is a playoff team, man. And this is not overreaction Monday, okay? This is just plain reacting.
Yeah.
Because if the Kings were, what are they now, 21-14?
Something like that. 7 games over.
So they're 7 games over, okay? If they were 7 games over, and like I said, a couple of, okay, close loss here, close loss there. Okay, you know what? Last night they had a bad night. A bad night is fine. That happens sometimes. The Boston Celtics are going to have some bad nights this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Denver Nuggets last year won the NBA title. The Golden State Warriors during their run had bad nights. The Kings, it's way too often. And it's at the point, well, it's been at the point, frankly, and last night underscored it. This is beyond just, oh, hey, you know what? It was an off night. It was a bad night. If it happens with this level of frequency, there's something fun. There's a fundamental issue. But to the point you just made, you flip the other side of the coin and they are record-wise better than they were last year. You have De'Aaron Fox having an MVP type season.
Yeah.
You have Domantas Sabonis playing as well as he ever has. You have Malik Monk playing as well as he ever has. And then it's just not the juice isn't there this year, it feels like.
10 of their 14 losses are by double figures, and more than one of those, like a whole bunch of them, are by like 20 plus.
Yeah, it's not down 6 with 2 minutes to go and they play the fouling game and they lose by 10.
Yeah.
No.
It's bizarre. I don't know like how to put a finger on what it is that's going on, but it's 3 wins, 1 loss. 1 loss, 1 win, 2 losses, 2 wins, 1 loss, 2 wins, 1 loss. And the losses, when you have like the Pelicans, Charlotte, and Portland, like, those aren't good teams. It's okay to lose to Boston.
The Pelicans can play.
The Pelicans can play, but the Pelicans were without Zion.
The Pelicans are not they are 4-0 against the Kings this year.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe they're a tough matchup, and we'll dive into all of this. But the Pelicans are not 30 plus points better than the Kings twice.
Yeah,
like that.
At least twice.
Like I said, I think that I do think they present a little bit of a matchup problem for the Kings, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But that second game they played in New Orleans earlier this year, they lost by, what was it, 37?
Something like that.
They lost by a ton. And then a couple nights later came back and lost by 5. That loss by 5 is like, okay.
36. The first one was 36.
36.
Yeah.
And then they lose the next one by 5. Okay, that makes more sense. This doesn't make sense. Losing to the Blazers as badly as they did losing to the Hornets flat out
without 4 starters.
Before their starters.
A bad team missing 4 starters.
And so I don't know if it's, and again, we'll dive into this as the show goes on, but I don't know if it is all the trade talk. I don't know if it is, hey, you know what? They're already looking ahead to the playoffs and they just don't have the same regular season fight because they're worried about April and May. Maybe it's that. Whatever it is, though, it does not instill a ton of confidence. And again, I almost verbatim said this exact same thing after their loss to Charlotte.
Yeah.
This doesn't instill a ton of confidence, despite the fact that record-wise they are better at this point than they were last year. It does not instill a ton of confidence that they are going to go in and win 4 out of 7 games in a playoff series because, hey, out of those 7 games, they might drop 2 just like this, where they are not competitive. And that's not a good spot to be in.
No, it's really strange. I don't think I've covered a lot of bad teams in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And I can like remember somebody asked Tyrese Haliburton, is this the worst loss? He goes, no, last year we lost by 43 one night.
Sure.
He's like, so no, this is not the lowest of the lows.
Yeah.
That was the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like a team that just can't figure out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a switch that gets shut off. I don't know what it is. Like it's just something weird that happens where they're not there on certain nights. And, again, I feel for people who spent a lot of money to go to a game last night.
Yeah.
And were treated to a team that did not take the game like that serious at all, like for whatever reason.
Yeah, man. And that's the whole thing is players don't owe fans much.
Yeah.
But like trying as hard as you can. And it just, like I said, 82 games. I know that some nights you're just not going to have it. And I am sensitive to that and I understand it. But at this point, it's something more than that.
Yeah.
And we'll listen to this a couple times. I think Domantas Sabonis in the locker room after the game kind of summed it up. Here's Domantas Sabonis via James Ham. That's you.
No, it just sucks because, like you said, we're having a great season, better than last year. It's just the losses we do have are usually really high, so they definitely hurt more and they're definitely concerning, but I don't know how to answer that yet.
I don't know how to answer that yet. It's January 8th.
Yeah.
And the team doesn't have answers?
We're approaching the midway point of the season, Kyle.
It's hard for me because I don't know what I'm expecting him to say there. He's not, even if Domantas Sabonis knows, you know what? player X, I don't even want to name a player,
Yeah.
player X, I can tell when he walks in that he's not going to have it that night. And he's not going to say that in the media. He's not. But you can tell the way he answers that question. It's not like they're going in the locker room like, all right, we know how to fix this.
Yeah.
That's a tough spot to be in.
Kyle, he had 17 points, 10 rebounds, like 6 assists,
Mhm.
right? So his 10 rebounds.
Mhm.
The Kings got out rebounded 29-9 in the first half to 9.
9.
He had 10 rebounds on the night. No one else on the team, and a lot of people played. No one else on the team had more than 2 on the game.
Oh,
So you went into halftime 29-9, and you didn't make an adjustment even then. Like the second half looks very similar. Like just the rebounding alone showed that they, people are saying, well, the Pelicans, and Damana says it too in part of his postgame. Well, the Pelicans hit most of their shots, so there weren't a lot of rebounds. It's like, but you didn't hit any of your shots, so there was a ton of offensive rebounds. At some point, you should have said, hey, he's probably going to miss this. We should probably go get the rebound.
The Pelicans hit their shots isn't good, by the way.
No.
That's not a solution. You got to play better defense.
Yeah, there were a lot of things. And again, I thought Domantas Sabonis came out and played hard. I
Sure.
did. I thought
he does on almost every night.
Like every night, I would say. He came out, he played hard, and he was ready to go. But one guy can't drag along the other 14 guys on the roster.
It felt like the last 2 games, because the Kings got a nice win over the Raptors on Friday, albeit probably a little bit closer than they wanted it to be.
Mhm.
The Raptors made a couple of nice adjustments in that game, but I think that the last 2 games highlight why this team's so frustrating.
Mhm.
You get a lengthy, athletic team like the Raptors. It's playing well after their trade, and then they come into Golden One, and you kind of put the screws to them early. And like I said, they made a couple adjustments and made a run in the second half, but you hold them off, and you beat a team that is built like a team that you've struggled against this year.
Yeah.
And that's great. But then you come back 2 nights later and have all the same problems with that type of team.
I agree. The one little caveat I'm going to say is this was the third game in 4 nights for the Kings. And the back-to-back was pretty brutal. And so I'm going to, like, there is a little bit of me that says, hey, it was an early game coming off of, again, the third game in 4 nights, but you can't, like, that's not an excuse for trailing by 50 at home.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. So we'll have plenty of that. The Kings and Pascal Siakam deal, I guess, fell through like right before the game started the other night.
Yeah.
And we will talk about that with any updates that you have there, James. The 49ers also played this weekend. They lost to the Rams 21-20 in a game that didn't mean anything for San Francisco in the standings. The Rams clinched the number 6 seed. For the 49ers, it snapped a 12-game NFC West win streak. It snapped a 9-game regular season win streak against the Rams. But the NFL playoffs are now set. The 49ers got out of the game mostly healthy. We'll talk a little bit about that today, but we have plenty of Sacramento Kings from over the weekend. Like I said, they beat the Raptors 135-130. Then they lose to the Pelicans 133-0. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the phone number if you want to jump in on this conversation. What the heck is wrong with the Kings, man?
I don't know.
Because I asked you before the show, because we were talking about it. It's like this year's team has a better record than last year's.
Mm-hmm.
But what team are you taking in a 7-game series?
Last year's team.
I am too.
I've said it all season long.
No question.
That team last year had an identity.
Had some dog.
This team, I don't know what it is still.
I
don't know what it is. I don't know if it's even the no dog. It's that this team, they're not an offensive juggernaut. That's what last year's team was. That was their identity. I don't know what their identity is this year. And that to me is a little alarming at this point. My friend Doug Christie always says, what is Kings basketball? What is this team's basketball? What is their brand of basketball? What is it? Because I can't tell you what they are today. I don't know who they are and what they are.
Their offense is demonstrably worse, and their defense is the same at best.
Yeah, it's around the same. Maybe it's a little bit better, but
yeah. It is not. The scale is not the same.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Lots to get into, but let's get into James' 6 quick thoughts. Of course, James covers the Kings for the Kings Beat, thekingsbeat.com. Go ahead and subscribe for a deeper dive on what's going on with Sacramento or you can listen to the show, of course. But 6 quick thoughts with James Ham coming up next. From 6 quick thoughts from the loss to the Pelicans. Not over the weekend.
Nope.
6 quick thoughts from the loss to the Pelicans. What's up with the Kings? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320.
What's going on, everybody?
Yikes.
Yes, indeed. I know a lot of people here, Fox's, we'll get into this.
Yeah, we will.
In 6 quick thoughts. It's, he might need a day off. And this week is not great for getting a break. He looks like he's hit a little bit of a wall. And I thought that before. I thought it in the Charlotte game. Like, oh, he hit a wall. And then he's played 3 games. So, yeah, but they play Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday on the road.
Yeah, and that road trip is tough.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Detroit, then Charlotte, but then it's like Philly, Boston.
Philly, Milwaukee, Phoenix.
Oh, Philly, Milwaukee, Phoenix.
Yeah. No, it's not easy.
Oh, they don't go to Boston until April. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Knicks, Celtics, Nets, Thunder is a tough road trip. Jeez. No, what is it? A leap year? It is, right?
Oh, I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, it is. We get a February 29th. Okay. Because if not, in a normal year, they would have had Nuggets, Timberwolves road back to back.
Oh, yeah, that would be weird.
It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
No, but they get a February 29th in between there. Right.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, at Nuggets, home Spurs, at Clippers, home Heat, at Denver, at Timberwolves. Home Bulls, at Lakers.
It's cold in here today, Kyle.
It is very chilly.
Yeah.
I'm not totally certain this building has a heater.
I know. I always am concerned that I'll turn up the heater and then Damian and Kenny will come in.
It'll be like boiling.
And there'll be 2 of them and it'll warm up, faster.
Yeah.
Plus, they both wear fancy jackets and
hoodies,
stuff.
Things like that. Yeah.
But then I see them adjusting it and they're like, oh no, we need the heater turned up.
I went to a little thrift shop. I guess it's a consignment store right down the street from my house to look at. They got just a stack of old vinyl.
Oh, yeah.
A couple bucks a piece. And so I was digging through them. First of all, some weirdo stuff in there, but a World War II era vinyl that I would not be comfortable having in a store.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. I will send you the photo I took of it.
Propaganda stuff?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
but
no.
not for the
not U.S.
the Allied
propaganda
powers.
No. Are you serious?
Yeah, dude. I just sent you a photo. Absolutely bananas.
Kyle.
Yeah. So anyways, crazy store. Freezing cold in there. They do not have a heater, it turns out.
They don't at all.
No.
Wow. Well, it's because they have Satan festering in
Correct.
there, trying to heat the building. What?
Dude, that is an actual thing.
What?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Yeah. Just for sale, right alongside Charlie Pride. Okay, hang over back. Yeah. Careful what you find in a thrift store. That's all.
Kyle, my goodness. I'm going to make a really strange statement here, Kyle. I would have considered like purchasing a few vinyls there and hiding that in the stack and taking it home and burning it and making sure that it was not circulated any longer. That is wild.
That's a good
man.
idea.
That is wild.
I just didn't want
to be that guy. No.
I feel weird having a photo of it in my phone.
Oh no, totally.
But like I have to show it to everyone I know because oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Kyle. I'll tweet a photo of it later.
What in the world?
Yeah. I might tweet. I feel very uncomfortable tweeting
if you tweet it, you're gonna have somebody go buy that. You know it. They're gonna be like, "Hey, where's that shop
like,
at?"
What? That's
wink,
crazy.
wink. Like, oh, sheesh.
Yeah. Chatty house. I'll show you at the break.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Kyle.
We have that boy that really derailed everything. All right, that's fine. All right, let's get it back on track. The Kings. Before we get to 6 quick thoughts, no, let's do 6 quick thoughts first. All right, 6 quick thoughts with James Ham from the Kings 133-100 loss to the Pelicans.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
I love that, Kyle. I feel like I'm in an 80s movie and someone's running and like getting in shape.
Oh yeah, no, it's an incredible like montage music.
Oh yeah, totally. Total montage music.
Drago!
Quick thoughts. Number 1, Kyle. What was that? De'Aaron Fox is the team's leading scorer. And this one, he finished with 3 points on 1 of 10 from the field. It's never a good thing when your star has more turnovers than points. That's a few suspect games in a row. Does De'Aaron Fox need to rest?
That's a great question that we will pin for a little bit later in the show.
Okay.
I went and looked this up. Last time De'Aaron Fox scored 3 or fewer points in a game he played 25 or more minutes in, October 29th, 2017, his 6th NBA game.
Oof.
He scored 2 points.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, he's a little beat up.
I mean, look here. Like you said, it's not the one bat because he has been so good. He is a superstar in the National Basketball Association. All right. He is going to be a perennial all-star, likely a perennial all-NBA guy, and to me, a 1A on a title team. Okay. He's checked all those boxes. You're going to have a bad night here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I mean, you're going to legit have those nights where you're 1 for 10. But on the other hand, this is a couple games now out of the last. There was the other, what do you have, 15 points? Was that against Charlotte?
Yeah, I think it's 14 points. He definitely has shown a little bit of wear and tear. Like he came to the podium the other night. You're right. He did score 15. He was 6 of 22 and 0 for 5.
Oh,
that was against Orlando. Orlando.
Yeah, that's right.
And he came to the podium one of those games, and you could tell it was tough getting up the stairs. And we even asked him about it. Like, you look a little beat up. And he said, yeah, like at some point in every season,
mm-hmm.
You're fighting through some things, but yeah, I'm a little beat up. So yeah, not great.
Yeah, I'm very much on the De'Aaron Fox needs a game off train, but we can talk about that a little bit later on in the show. Number 2.
Forget the double-double. Domantas Sabonis was a lone Kings player to put up stats, finishing with 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. He also posted a team worst -32. At least he rebounded. The rest of the team were allergic to the glass.
A -30. Oops, that's premature. A -32 plus minus is rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least 17, 10, and 6. If that's going to be a bad game for you, then great.
I thought he was battling. I just thought like no one else had it. And like he's on the court while to post a -32, you're playing with 4 other dudes and probably more like 8 other dudes over the course of like your 2 stints.
Yeah. And
it was tough. It was tough sledding for our guy.
Yeah. All right. Number 3.
Speaking of rebounding, the Kings were out hustled on the boards 29-9 in the first half and 51-25 for the game. It's the most basic of hustle stats, and they failed. Outside of Sabonis, no other player had more than 2 rebounds. Eesh.
Do you know how hard that is to do in an NBA game? to go out there and have not more than 2 rebounds. And again, I understand the Pelicans shot 50 of 82, which is bananas by itself. It's 61% from the field. But that means there's 32 shots that you can go get.
Yeah.
And not a single player had more than 2 boards.
Well, the other problem is the Kings missed so many shots themselves. And the fact that you're going and getting offensive rebounds, like sometimes that's what you got to do. I mean, if you don't think the shot's going down, I mean, if everyone is struggling, then get on the offensive glass.
They had 8 offensive rebounds. Okay. One of them, Alex Len, who played 10 minutes. One of them, Kevin Huerter, who is a shooting guard. One of them, Harrison Barnes, who doesn't rebound anymore, apparently. Keegan Murray got one. Okay, fine. Kessler Edwards, who plays 8 minutes, got one. Sasha Vezenkov, who came off the bench, got one. And he played 21 minutes. And Keon Ellis, 12 minutes. He's a point guard, 2 offensive boards. Like, that can't happen, man.
No, and Keegan, that offensive rebound was his only rebound. And Harrison Barnes, that offensive rebound you mentioned,
oh my God,
that was his only rebound. And Chris Duarte, he won up both of them. He had 0 rebounds for Chris Duarte.
Kevin Huerter, that was also his lone rebound. Same thing with Alex Len. Like you said, that's a basic hustle stat.
It is super basic.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Number 4.
The fill-in. Trey Lyles missed a game with an ankle injury, opening the door for Sasha Vezenkov to see the court. EuroLeague star showed no hesitation in his game, hitting the Pelicans for 11 points and 2 rebounds. I thought Sasha played well. He moved without the ball. He was active. He was one of the few players that was active. He took some haphazard 3-point shots that had no shot of going in. But overall, I at least like the energy and the fact that he continued playing when a bunch of other people did not.
Yeah. It bodes well that his place in the rotation has been so herky-jerky this year, but he's still willing to let it fly when he does get on the court.
Yeah.
And he still hustles. He still rebounds. He's still in the right places.
Yeah.
I like Sasha. All right. Number 5.
Find your game. One of the advantages of a game like this is players who are struggling can try to find a rhythm. Whether it translates when the Kings hit the road or not, Kevin Huerter played well, hitting 2 of 5 from deep for 17 points and 3 assists. Like, look, there's a silver lining in every game, and maybe this is one of the few. But Kevin Huerter actually started to look like he was trying to shoot out of his slump, and that's all you can ask for at this point.
Do you know the last time he made multiple 3-pointers?
No.
December 22nd. He also went 2 for 6 against Phoenix in that one. The last time he shot better than 33% on 6+ attempts was December 2nd against Denver.
Oh,
when he went 4 of 6.
Yeah.
Oof.
He's struggling, man. But
it's been a rough stretch for him.
But you can see a way that he can pull out of his skid if he just starts hitting some shots. And I mean, that's what shooters do. Yep.
26.2% over his last 17 games. Like there's got to be an ascension to the mean coming.
Yeah.
It's really, that's what I'm going to keep leaning on. All right. Last one.
Bravo. Keon Ellis has been out of the rotation while Mike Brown gives Davion Mitchell another shot. Like every other game this season, the two-way guard played with energy and pride. He finished with 13 points, 2 rebounds, and a steal. Kessler Edwards earns an honorable mention as well for his play. Keon Ellis is coming for your minutes. He should be in the rotation.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I'm wondering if Mike Brown, knowing how these games have sort of gone, starts going to those guys a little bit earlier in these games where, you know what, early on, looks like they don't have it. I know they're not rotation players, and I know that they're not players you're going to rely on to help you climb back in games, but maybe an influx of energy with Kessler Edwards or Keon Ellis, if he's not in the regular rotation, maybe that helps some of these games keep from getting out of hand. I don't know.
Yeah. And
you got to try anything at this point.
And look, I think sometimes you need to acknowledge that a player not playing and another player that might be playing, not because he gives you the best opportunity to win, but because you have trade deadline coming up and you need to make sure a player is playing. So some of these decisions that they're not always 100% a coaching decision. Sometimes they are a franchise decision, and you have to understand that it's a business. And but Keon Ellis probably needs to find his way back into the rotation.
Does De'Aaron Fox need a night off? And if he does, when should he get it? We'll talk about that next. If you have thoughts on what the heck's going on with the Kings and why they keep losing games like this, please let us know. 916-909-1320. That's 906-9. Nope. Here we go. We'll fix it in post. Reset 321. That's 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. We're talking Kings next on ESPN 1320.
What's up, everybody? Kyle, are you going to show your photo? Yeesh.
I'll figure out how to host a radio show someday, guys.
You're doing just fine. Just fine.
All right.
Hey, David. It's nice to see you at the game, too.
So this is... Okay, now keep in mind, I'm going through a stack of... They probably have, I don't know, 500 vinyls.
Okay.
600 just in like a bookshelf, and then 2 crates on top of the bookshelf. And I'm flipping through them, and it's a lot. Hang on, somebody's been calling and they keep hanging up. I'm gonna figure out who the hell it is. Hang on.
Just a bit outside. Hi, Spencer. Oh, Dave Garcia says, show us a photo or I'll take back my thumbs up. That's brutal.
No, it's totally fair. I said I would do it. I can't wait to take this caller. I'm so excited for this. So they have this stack of vinyls, and I'm flipping through it, and there's a lot of like foreign language stuff in there, and it's a lot of like country, and there's some rock stuff. I found like old Disney records in there. So I'm flipping through, and your boy comes across this just right there front, not like no warning, no, hey, this is the forbidden section of the thrift store. Nope. Just, It was like I said, it was like Dolly Parton, Charlie Pride, some Christmas,
Chris Christopherson Christmas.
No, I wish I would have bought that. No, just like some Christmas jingle bells thing, and then bam,
wow,
Nazi propaganda. Like, oh my god,
Nazi propaganda,
like real life.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know it's tough. I would have considered purchasing it so it could be destroyed. But then, like, what do you do with it? Like, what? Like, that's tough, man.
I was not
Yeah.
going to be the person who was going to.
Yeah. No, you don't want
like
that.
I said, I felt weird. Yeah,
it's
gross.
I mean, like, look, I have a degree in U.S. history, modern U.S. history. Like, I'm well versed in the propaganda machine from both sides, and that stuff right there is wild that it's still in existence, and that someone just turned it into a thrift store, and that the thrift store didn't just like, oh man, we got to get rid of this.
Like,
we can't do this.
Like, oh boy,
will it go through the paper shredder?
The thing is, it's a consignment store, so somebody would profit off of that purchase. I need to get in. Like, how do you? All right,
Kyle,
come back. We're back. All right, we back. Tough night for De'Aaron Fox last night. Oof. 1 of 10, 3 points, his fewest points in a game where he played 25 or more minutes since October 29th of 2017.
He was 19 years old then, Kyle.
Golly.
Well,
honestly,
time.
that by itself, hang on, before we get into what De'Aaron Fox needs or doesn't need. Also, we have CJ on the line. And I'm a little bit afraid that CJ's call might derail us.
Oh.
But not all the way, because we might just be in lockstep and it'll be good to go. But CJ, we'll get to you here in a second. It's honestly super impressive that it had been that long since De'Aaron Fox had done that. had 3 or fewer points in 25 or more minutes. He did it in his 6th NBA game and then just never again.
Yeah.
Never had a night where just nothing was working for him, and he did not just one time that happened. And that's that's pretty amazing to me.
I think it's
To be
also
totally honest with you, especially because those teams are so bad early on.
Yeah. It's also crazy to think that De'Aaron Fox has now been in the league 7 years. And that, it won't be that long until he surpasses Jason Thompson as the all-time leader in games played in the Sacramento era.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jason is at. Oh no!
Uh-oh. What happened?
Oh, did we miss De'Aaron Fox? I think we did.
Oh, do I need sounds? What do we got?
I think he surpassed Jason Thompson oh no, 541. My bad. No. We still do good work.
Thanks.
Yeah, but game started 405 for Thompson. 541 is the number for Jason Thompson.
That's the most games played?
Yeah, in the Sacramento era. And De'Aaron Fox is at 424. So
next year?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll be the all-time leader in games.
Gosh.
He's already the all-time leader in assists. He passed Mike Bibby.
He's got to be getting up there in points.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Mitch Richmond's 8 years straight of 21.5 plus. I think it'll take a while for him to get to the points total.
Really? How many points does De'Aaron Fox have with the Kings?
87.95.
87.95. And
I'm gonna guess Mitch is around 12.
Oh yeah, no, he's at 12,000.
Yeah,
12,070.
Yeah, as a member of the Kings. Yeah, he's got a long ways to go to have all these records. But yeah, you have to remember, he walked in the door and was dropping 21.5 every single game and every single season, and he topped out at 23.9, 25.9, and his second to last season in Sacramento.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
A different era.
A couple years until then.
Yeah.
He's going to hold every Sacramento record, though.
I believe that's true.
That's why it's so jarring that he goes 1 for 10 in a game with 3 points.
Yeah, and I mean, look, even when he was young, when he's exhausted, you can see it. First of all, it used to be we'd be in the locker room, you'd see his feet in ice buckets. Mm-hmm. But when he is hurting, he walks straight-legged. You can see him gingerly walking. Mm-hmm. And right now he's walking that way.
Yeah.
And he also took a shot in the hip in this game and didn't get a foul call, which he was upset about. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is he's just beat up, and that happens during a season, especially for a player who up until a week ago was averaging 30 points a game. He's down to 28.3. Mm-hmm. But that's going to happen when you have a bunch of off nights like this. So mm-hmm. he'll be all right. I just think that, eventually you're going to have to find a way to get him some rest. And this road trip is not easy to go get that. Mm-hmm. Maybe you have him take a break and not play the Detroit game or the Charlotte game, mm-hmm. one of the back-to-back to start it. But the Kings need wins, and he's your best option to win games.
Yeah.
And without him, you take a step backwards. And
mm-hmm.
so, yeah, I don't see a way to get him a real break mm-hmm. coming up.
Yeah, if it is as easy as one night off, I would punt either the Detroit or Charlotte game and just say, okay, if you lose this game, so be it.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won games that they beat Oklahoma City without him. So it's not impossible to win without De'Aaron Fox. And maybe that's the kick in the rear end that the entire team needs.
Mm-hmm.
Is, hey, midseason, Fox getting a night off, everybody's got to step up. Maybe that gets Kevin Huerter going. Maybe that helps Keon Ellis carve out a permanent spot in the rotation. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think there could be more benefits. Or I think the benefits could potentially outweigh, losing one in mid-January. The sign to me, if he had gone 3 for 19,
yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily buy into the rest thing. The fact that he only shot it 10 times in 25 minutes, 26 minutes.
Oh yeah.
That is the biggest, because when have we ever seen De'Aaron Fox at any point this year go, I'm struggling, team's struggling, I'm taking a back seat tonight. No, he's the guy that's going to go claw you back into a game.
Yeah, I would assume that it's his fewest field goal attempts by a lot. Yeah, his previous fewest field goal attempts, 16 and 16, and those were both in losses, one to the Clippers, one to Boston. So to drop all the way down to 10,
that's
10 attempts, and even one of those where he took 16 shots, he was 9 of 16 and 6 of 8 from 3 and still finished with 29 points.
Jesus.
Yeah. So that's not a bad night. The other is one of those bad games, the Clippers game where he had 14 points. He's only scored in like below. Well, that's the first game he's had in single digits, but he's only scored under 25 times on the season. 18, 15, 14, 14, and now 3.
When do we think the last time he took 10 shots in 25 or more minutes was? I'm looking it up right now.
I don't know. That's it. You use the old stat finder.
That's 100% what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, it's happened more often than I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, there was a point where he wasn't just a huge scorer all the time. So, like 12 points a game, 17 points a game, his first 2 years in the league.
November 30th of 2021 in a home loss to the Lakers. They lost by 25. He shot it 9 times in 36 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Oof.
That's a strange stat.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's happened 41 times now in his career, but 40, let's see, how many is that? 36 of them came before the turn of the calendar to 2020.
Okay.
So in his first 3 seasons.
Yeah, when he was young and inconsistent and trying to find his way in the league.
Yeah. The Kings don't win a lot when he does that, by the way. Just
No.
FYI.
No. Well, I mean, even this year, the worst games of the year are him scoring few points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anytime he scores under 15, they haven't won the 3 games he's
and
done
just
that.
I think that's more nights where it gets out of hand because the Kings haven't had a ton of really close losses.
Yeah.
I think that's games getting out of hand and Fox not playing a ton of minutes or,
Yeah, like going to the bench early.
Yeah, taking the opportunity to get a rest. Yeah, I would sit him, whether it's against Detroit or Charlotte or Milwaukee. I don't care. If you think you're gonna punt a game, then just do it if it means getting De'Aaron Fox right.
Yeah, it's funny too. The Kings track everything. So they're seeing whatever his decline is. And you know what they do? He goes out, before he warms up, he jumps on the plates and they get like acceleration, deceleration, is, like sort of the power that his body is putting out. And then when he gets done with warmups, he comes back and he does it again. And they track these things like throughout the year. I guarantee you that those stats are showing a rough stretch where they may need to pull back a little bit, whether it's minutes, whether it's him sitting out a couple of practices or something. But you can start to see him fade a little bit, and that happens. I mean, the weight of the world's been on that guy all season long.
Yeah,
he's a guy backpacking this team half the time.
Is there a player who could help take some of the load off of De'Aaron Fox? CJ in Sacramento has an idea. CJ, you're on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. What's up?
Hey, I appreciate the time, guys. I just had a question for you. I know yesterday Domantas Sabonis said that they weren't getting a lot of looks because their offense starts from the defense, getting out on the other end. What do you guys think about Ben Simmons? I know he's been hurt for the past 2 years, but just defensively, even when he's bad, he's good on defense. And this team is never that good on defense. And I'm thinking you really wouldn't have to give much up, like the OG deal in New York. Look at how good Brunson and Randall are right now. They're averaging 30 plus points a game, and OG's only having 4 or 5, but his plus minus is plus 12, plus 15. We could, if that was Ben Simmons, just plug that in here next to Sabonis. You move Keegan to the 3. You may have to give up Herter at most. I don't even know what they would ask for. He hasn't played in 2 years, but I mean, what do you guys think?
Thanks, CJ.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Yeah, the problem, first of all, Ben Simmons makes $37.9 million this year.
Barnes, Herter, and Mitchell straight across works.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It cost you 3 for 1, and next year you're on the hook for 40.3.
I want 0 parts of Ben Simmons, bro.
No, he's broken.
What CJ said, and this is what I want to make this distinction. What CJ said is not wrong.
Yeah.
Of Ben Simmons, the on-court product. but I want no part of whatever Ben Simmons has going on with his basketball career. That's not something I think the Kings need to deal with.
Yeah.
I understand that Ben Simmons is a terrific defender, and I understand all the different things that you might be able to do with him as a small ball 5, although he's like 6'11", so really just a 5. Like there's all these different things you can do, and he can pass and he can handle the ball. I'm with it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not the player like that you're envisioning.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to give up, like you said, it's a 3-for-1 deal. Okay. A 3-for-1 deal, but it's not Pascal Siakam.
No.
Who's going to go get you 20 a night, and he's going to pass, and he's going to do all these things defensively. It's this guy who may or may not even play. And okay, he's a good defender, and then doesn't give you a ton else. So I am fully out on Ben Simmons.
Yeah, Ben is averaging 6.5 points, 6.7 assists, and 10.8 rebounds. Like, that sounds great. He's played 6 games this season. And last year he played 42. The year before that, he missed the entire year with his partial holdout and then a back injury.
Mm-hmm.
He's a player that, even though he's 27,
mm-hmm.
he's had major back surgery,
mm-hmm.
Or at least a back surgery. And anytime you're talking about an NBA player, that's not good. Like the idea of Ben Simmons at one point, I was all in. I think he could have been a difference maker. The second you traded for Domantas Sabonis, you can't have a guy who not only doesn't hit threes, but he doesn't take them. Over the last 2 years, he has a total of 2 attempts, and he hasn't hit one, but it's more than that. On his career, he's 5 of 36 from 3.
God.
5 of 36. De'Aaron Fox had a stretch like a week and a half ago where he had like 36 attempts in 2 games.
Right. 36 is not. It's crazy.
For his entire career, he's at like.
He hasn't hit a 3 since the 2020-21 season.
Yeah, that's wild.
He played 8. He missed his rookie year with the foot injury, remember?
Played
81 games and then 79. And then 57 out of 73 games. And then 58 out of 72 games. And then 42 games last year. And like you said, 6 this year. I want like in theory, sure. But in practice, the Ben Simmons thing doesn't work.
No.
And what you'd have to give up, what you'd have to pay is just not. I understand the idea of, hey, offense doesn't necessarily need to matter with whatever player the Kings acquire.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't need necessarily a high level offensive player if they're going to be a lockdown defender at multiple positions. I rock with that logic, and I think that's right. But Ben Simmons is not the player that I think is the solution to that.
Yeah, especially when, I mean, you're looking over the market and you're looking at players like Pascal Siakam, which, according to reports, the Kings were relatively close on getting. I have heard some things that, like, I'm not going to bring up on the air because I haven't been able to, get to the bottom of it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But like players that Toronto may have asked for that were not Keegan Murray, that the Kings were not willing to give up. So I think there is something there. But I also like that deal could come back around. I think that there's none.
So let's get to the Pascal Siakam thing since we're here. So we talked about this on the show before the Raptors game. Like, hey, this is a big chance to, showcase Sacramento, and Toronto brass are in Sacramento. And I don't know if it's the whole front office or just Masai Ujiri. I don't know, but hey, they're in the building. And then right before tip off, the notification from Shams comes down, or the tweet from Shams comes down. It's like, yeah, hey, the deal's done. The deal's or not done, but deal's off. Nothing's happening. The Kings are out.
Yeah.
What do you have that you can, comfortably say went down there, if anything?
Yeah, I would say this, like the murmur around the team, and this is not coming from the murmur around the room, is that
the buzz.
Is it, of course, Keegan Murray was not on the table. And so everyone just assumed that the deal died because Keegan wasn't on the table.
That was my assumption.
Yes. But there may have been an ask for one of the other core players of the Kings that was not De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. And again, I don't have it. Like I have I've heard it in circles. I haven't heard it from my sources, but there's a murmur that they may have asked for Malik Monk, which again is like whether that's true or not. I have no idea, but I can honestly tell you that that's a difficult thing because Monk is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, and he only has early bird rights, and it doesn't matter if he's with the Sacramento Kings or he's going and he gets traded to a team like Toronto. He would still only have early bird rights, which means the most he can get paid by that team unless they somehow clear out a whole bunch of cap space, which is possible. Maybe Toronto does have a bunch of cap space this year, but the only way they can really sign him is either to a standard free agent deal or an early bird deal. And so standard free agent deal would mean they would have to clear a bunch of cap space in order to sign him.
Right.
Early bird deal is the same deal the Kings can sign him to. His bird rights, whatever his rights are now, they go with him.
Right.
And so, but they would be broken up. His bird rights would also get broken up if he was traded like moving forward, because it's only a 2-year deal. So like he would not, if he signed a 1-year deal with them, he would not all of a sudden have his bird rights. I'm almost positive, because it can't be with 2 different teams.
So now I'm thinking, because we've had so many discussions about Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
And hey, is there a trade out there that you would, a realistic trade out there that you would put Keegan Murray on the table? And the answer was like, no. Because if the Celtics call and say, hey, do you want Jason Tatum? Then yeah, sure. But like, that's not going to happen. So realistically, now I'm wondering if there's a realistic deal out there that I'd be willing to give up Malik Monk.
Yeah, that's not something I thought we would discuss.
I've literally, this is the first time I'm thinking about it. And off the dome, it's no, because I'm in he's their most important player camp. And if you're trading Malik Monk, you were completely readjusting the chemistry of what your team is.
Yeah.
So I think that's a no for me.
I think the idea too of Malik Monk right now is so powerful for fans because they've seen how much impact he has on this team and how he is this lightning rod for, of energy and everything else. He changes so many things, but he is a free agent. And if he walks at the end of the season, like, there's nothing the Kings can do.
Right.
If he goes out and gets a bigger contract, or he just wants to go start somewhere, there is realistically nothing the Kings can do to stop that.
I feel like that's something the Kings would have at least like a small idea on, though, right?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if Malik, so the Raptors come to the table and say, hey, yeah, Pascal Siakam, is indeed available. We want Malik Monk, though. If the Kings have been hearing from Monk and his camp, like, I don't know. Like,
he's going to get a lot more than the 17.4 you can offer.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm hearing that he's going to get an offer to start. Then that's the priority for him. Then I think that it makes it easier to pull the trigger on that move. But if they're not getting that sense, or they don't know, or if they've heard the opposite, like, hey, he wants to be here in Sacramento, then 100% it's not. It's not even on the table for me.
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not hearing that from my sources. It was something that was thrown around in a setting where I don't know where somebody got their information and whether that was 100% or not, or whether either they were 100%, but it's something that has been like
strictly rumored and speculated.
Okay. Yeah. So right. I'm not putting my name on that and saying, hey, the Kings turned down a deal. I'm not.
Don't aggregate that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, exactly, because I'm fully not.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where it's coming from. Yeah. So it's an interesting thing though, because again, you're talking about a guy who's a free agent at the end of the year. I think everyone knows how much he means to the Kings and how much he means to De'Aaron Fox, but he doesn't have to consider that stuff when he goes into free agency this summer. He has to do what's best for him. And
100%.
So at the same, we always talk about, how Toronto let Fred VanVleet go, and they might let Pascal Siakam go at the end of the season and get nothing in return, all these things, right? Well, the Kings could also lose Malik Monk for nothing. Yeah. And it's not something that people want to talk about, but it's a reality that, it just depends on what's out there and what kind of offer comes his way and what kind of opportunity comes his way.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
And the Kings, unfortunately, I laid out that scenario where they know 100% he's coming back or he doesn't. The fact of the matter is they're not. Like, they are very much not going to know.
No.
Well, he's not. I'm sure they're not going to know by February 8th.
Well, yeah, and I
whenever
always
the trade deadline is.
go back to like the Carlos Boozer thing years ago, where Carlos Boozer had an option year, a team option year when he was coming out of his rookie scale deal, and he was a second round pick, so it was nothing. It was a couple of $100,000, and it was Cleveland, right? Cleveland had the opportunity to just pick up the option, and then he would hit free agency the next year. They said, we'll work out. He said, well, we'll work out a long-term deal if you let me opt out. If you opt out, and then we can work on a long-term deal. Okay. He opts out, and then Utah throws a ridiculous amount of money at him, and there's nothing they could do to match. They didn't have the ability to match, and he went to Utah.
Oof.
And you're like, oh, okay.
Yikes.
I mean, it was dirty play for sure,
Man.
but
Crazy.
yeah, the Boozer deal is like a cautionary tale. So yeah.
Dang. Yeah.
Anyway,
I just don't. I'm having a hard time reconciling I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around how I would feel if they didn't have Malik Monk anymore.
Oh yeah.
Even if it was for Pascal Siakam, like I like Pascal Siakam a lot, but I don't know if I like him that much. And apparently the Kings may or may not. We haven't confirmed that, but
yeah, but at the same time, like the Siakam deal it's tough because you like Siakam, but do you like him at 40, 45,
Sure.
44, whatever
he's going to sign for?
Do you want him at 192 million over the next 4 years? And how much you have to give up? And what if you trade for him and he doesn't re-sign?
Well, and that's okay. And that's the whole thing is like, let's take the Raptors. They trade for Kawhi Leonard. They get their title and then he leaves. But that is all worth it because they won that title. You risk losing Kawhi because he made you a championship contender the day he stepped foot in the Six. And is Pascal Siakam doing that for the Kings?
Yeah.
Like I said, I like Pascal Siakam a lot, but I don't think I'm there with him.
Yeah.
And you possibly throw away a long-term core for a half-year rental.
No.
I'm not.
No. That's tough.
You'd need that full-blown guarantee. And even then, man, like you said, are you happy paying Pascal Siakam north of $40 million for the next 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
I'm down to take the risk if it's the Herter, Barnes, Mitchell, and a pick deal. That to me is a risk that I'm willing to take, but I get why, if it was indeed the case that Malik Monk was the player the Raptors put on the table, I get why the Kings would back out there. And certainly if the Raptors also sat down and said, it's Keegan Murray is the end all and be all here. If he's off the table, then we're out. I also see why the Kings did that.
Yeah.
Because it's been very public knowledge that they don't want to do Keegan
This
Murray.
really, it feels just like the Ben Simmons situation a couple of years ago, where there were so many rumors about the Kings being intrigued by Ben Simmons. And, this tie between Monty McNair and Daryl Morey. And then the Kings roll into Philadelphia right as trade talks are like super hot. And you think, oh, they're going to get him. Or they're going to sit down in a room. They're going to negotiate this thing. They did. No deal. Kings walked out of the room and it was over. That's what it feels like. It feels like the exact same thing where you had the meeting, the personal in-person meeting where you actually had a conversation, and the understanding coming out of that conversation was, no, we're not going to do what you're asking. It's too much. And the Kings walked away. I don't know for sure that it happened 100% that way this time, but like their entire front office was sitting there courtside, like literally.
It wasn't a secret. Yeah.
And Bobby Wagner, Bobby, it'll come to me, but their assistant, they were all right there. Like it's like if they wanted the deal done, they could have not come out on the floor. They could have just all sat in a room and worked something out.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. Maybe they wanted to go to Golden State and have that same exact opportunity and see if they can get a deal done there. And maybe that goes through or doesn't. And then they go to the next city and try to figure it out with whether the Clippers or the Lakers can can offer something.
Mm-hmm.
Like this could be like a long game that we're seeing here with them, and then we could see them come back around and say, okay, we got the best deal while we were at people like face to face, and this is what we'll do.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. I can't wait to get the TikTok on that from somebody, because I'm fascinated by the entire thing. All right.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to jump in on this conversation, we're talking Kings trades. We're talking Kings loss to the Pelicans. If you want to talk Kings win over the Raptors, we can. By the way, we have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for both games. We'll give you the first one coming up next. The arena vibe was a little bit weird on Friday. And I want to talk about why coming up, because I don't know that there's a rock solid answer, but maybe somebody has one. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320.
We haven't done a Jiffy Lube player of the game.
Oh.
The baby daddy, does Ham, does Coach Brown have to get more aggressive with the officials? Actually, a lot of times, I think some of these guys want the Kings to be less aggressive. They want their coaching staff to be less aggressive and for the players to handle it on the court. That's kind of been something that Malik has pushed quite a few times. There's even been a time where Malik was yelling at Mike Brown and the coaching staff to stop courtside, while the play is going on. And they're like, hey, this is too much. You guys have to take a step back. So, but Malik also isn't a bark at the officials guy. Like De'Aaron is, and Domas wants a foul called every time he gets hit in the head, which isn't, he's just not going to get those foul calls for some reason, because, I don't know.
There was one the other night against Toronto where Domas got a pretty clean drive to the rim, and I think it was Chris Boucher tried to foul him, like purposely, like hacked him, trying to purposely foul to not give him a bucket, and Domas still gets the bucket and no foul. It's like, dude, he had a player like openly trying to foul a guy.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's okay to whistle that.
I'm gonna Jim, the Kings have, realistically, they can offer their 2026 with like an asterisk, 2028, 2030. They have an extra 2025 second round pick, and then most of their own seconds, except for I think 2030. They can, if they lose their pick this year, then they have their 2026 to trade. Actually, this is kind of weird. The Stepien rule is kind of weird. If you lose your pick this year, the 2024, the day after the draft, they can trade their 2025. So they could trade 2025 and then every other year going forward. I don't know who RP is, but he says his sources say the Kings have shifted to Zach LaVine since pulling out of the trade talks. That to me would be the worst of all possible scenarios.
That'd be nuts.
No, I mean, like, Zach LaVine isn't a bad player, but there's some holes to his game. And he makes too much money.
I also don't know how much he helps.
Okay, so
we have 10 seconds.
Okay.
Here we go. Second hour. Our numero dos. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Taking you right up to noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. Talking a ton of Kings today. And while we're here, I want to remind everybody to subscribe to the Kings Beat, thekingsbeat.com. Get in there, subscribe, and get everything from James. You get game recaps, weekly recaps, breaking news stuff.
All kinds of things.
A podcast.
Yeah.
It's great. And it's not, my favorite thing about it is it doesn't flood my inbox, but it's also not like, hey, I haven't seen anything from the Kings Beat in a long time.
Yeah.
It's just every couple days.
Good flow.
Yeah. Really, really, really nice. Shout out to the Kings Beat. Shout out to you, James. Before we get to our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday, we're going to bring the vibes up a little bit. We're going to talk about the win over the Raptors. Mm-hmm. Before we do that, let's kick off the strong vibes by telling you about the International Sportsman's Expo. The International Sportsman's Exposition, the ISE, is coming to Sacramento from Thursday, January 18th through Sunday, January 21st at Cal Expo. For over 50 years, sportsmen and adventure seekers alike, that's James and I, sportsmen and adventure seekers, have come to explore the hundreds of hunting, fishing, shooting sports, and camping products. Listeners will have a chance to win tickets with us, ESPN 1320 AM. To check out the International Sportsman's Expo, all you have to do is head to ESPN1320.com and fill out the online entry form to enter for a chance to win 4 weekend passes to the event. 4 weekend passes. You and 3 friends cruising around, checking out all the latest in hunting, fishing, shooting sports, and camping products. As somebody who loves to camp, you'll find me there.
As someone who now has flannel, you might find me there.
Dude, you're halfway there already.
I am. I'm halfway there.
We love the ISE. All right, Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday. Our friends at Jiffy Lube said, hey, here's 80 to $100 gift certificates. Give one out after every single Kings game.
That's right.
And we said, okay, Jiffy Lube, we got you. So our first one for Friday's game, here's how you're going to enter. ESPN1320.com. There's a Jiffy Lube sign right at the front, a logo. You click on that. You're going to enter a code word that I'm about to give you, and that will enter you to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. The first code word for Friday, Kings Player of the Game, Keegan Murray. Your code word is Keegan.
Keegan
Murray. Keegan is the code word. You enter that at ESPN1320.com. Click that Jiffy Lube logo. Enter the code word Keegan, Keegan, to enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We will have another one of these coming up. You can enter again. Nobody's going to be like, hey, you entered twice. No. Double your chances to win that $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And that is, that's what I would do anyways.
Yeah. Enter.
ESPN1320.com.
See it.
All right. We'll have that second one for you from the loss to the Pelicans. Spoiler alert, it's not a Kings player.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
I made the executive decision on this one. I didn't consult you first. Sorry, James, but
it's okay.
It's
I'm in agreement.
Okay. All right. So you and I were sitting there at the game on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings are rolling.
Yep. Against
the Toronto Raptors. And you mentioned to me, you're like, vibe in here is kind of weird tonight.
Mm-hmm.
A little strange vibe. And I felt it as well. And part of me thought, I think it's because of the trade deadline. I think it's because people know, like Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, these are guys who, like, they're not going to be here much longer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're probably not going to be here much longer. They're being shopped in the trade market. And so part of me thought, yeah, this is people, wondering, oh, it's Pascal Siakam, and is that deal going to happen? And, oh, can you really get behind like the Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter thing? The season doesn't quite feel real yet because this is a team that wants to contend, and it feels like they're going to make a move before they do that. So not really fully bought in yet because you're kind of waiting for that move. But then you said something that stuck in my head, and then Sunday's game, I think, highlighted, bolded, and underlined it. And you said, like, people don't know what to make of this team.
Yeah.
And that was the weird energy, because I think there are people who watch this team game in and game out who go, okay, up 15 on the Raptors, that's great, but how long until it's tied again? Can this team actually hang on against a good, young, rangy, good defensive team? Can they actually hang on to this lead? And that's what, because every Raptors bucket, every time the Raptors cut it to 9, it got tight. It felt like the energy got a little weird.
Mhm.
And I think that's what it is, because this team has been so inconsistent and so up and down that even when they're playing really, really well, it feels like there might be another shoe that's going to drop.
Yeah, it's a bummer that fans feel that way. Like,
I get it though.
yeah, no, I do too. But I still would say it's concerning, right? So the Kings right now, they're 13-7 at home on the season. And we talked about like one of the true ways outside of improving defensively is to take care of home court,
Yes.
right? And the Kings right now, they're on pace to basically go like 26-14. So that's an improvement, but it's a 3-game improvement. In order for the Kings to take that next step, they need to be a team that wins 30 games at home.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really close to already not being that team. You got 4 more losses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to be a 30-win team at home. And I think a lot of people, like, you just feel it. I think also having like a big potential trade, enough people in the building had kind of started to see what was happening. We can't act like everybody in the world like follows Shams Charania on Twitter and knows that there's a potential trade that had just fallen through or may not, like what might happen, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a different world that we live in where like information is right there at your fingertips, but only if you're actually looking for information at your fingertips. And there are a lot of people who don't do that. So I don't know. To me, it like Kings fans want to get behind this team, but they're also apprehensive. They don't know that, you know, again, a buddy hit me up, spent $700 for his family to go to the game last night. Zion Williamson didn't play. And the Kings got throttled by, at one point, we're down 50 on their home court. And every night's a sellout. Like 17,800 people were there last night.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel for fans who like want to get fully behind this team, but keep feeling like they're just not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you want success after 16 years of failure. And last year you had some success and everyone's so excited, but there's something about the second year. There are now expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And this team right now is not always living up to those expectations.
Mm-hmm.
It's a blue collar town.
Yeah.
The Kings fans expect their team to play hard each and every night, whether they win or they lose. They're used to losing.
Mm-hmm.
Now they get a little taste of the good stuff. And they're like, hey, how come we're not winning consistently? How come the losses feel so bad?
That's just it.
Yeah.
It's like you said, they're winning more often this year than they did last year. Like fact. That is just empirical data.
Yeah.
That will tell you that. But I don't think they're better. And I think that people understand it. Like, this is a good sports town. It's a good basketball town. People understand what they're watching.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it's not that they're losing. It's not that, you know what, the Pelicans just really have their number. And, you know, if they get a couple more shots to fall and they swing a couple of those games, you still feel it's not that. It's the nights like last night where, man, this team is just clearly not there.
Yeah.
And that's a bummer because the fans are there every single night. You hear them, you see them.
Yeah.
That the team doesn't reciprocate that every single night. Like I said, you're going to have your off games, but this is way too often for the Kings.
It's way too often. And it's way too often where the game isn't competitive.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Where you go to a game
and
and you're like, you walk out going, oh, I just wasted my money.
Mm-hmm.
Like last night, my 6 quick thoughts. So like I opened with refunds needed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I at some point, like that's not like a competitive game. That's not okay.
The Kings scored 39 points in the fourth quarter. This just highlights how bad last night was. The Kings had a 39-point fourth quarter, which is excellent. Score 39 every quarter, you're never going to lose a game.
Yep.
They scored 39. If they held the Pelicans to 0, they still would have lost.
Mm.
If they went on a 39-0 run in the fourth quarter, they still would have lost the game.
And it wouldn't even been close, I don't think.
No, it would have been they would have lost by 3.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, just
all right.
Like you said, just not competitive, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So
no, it's something they need to.
I hope that
they need to answer for.
If somebody happens to be listening who went to their first ever Kings game the other night, and you're thinking, you know what, I'm never doing that again, I give it another shot. I promise.
That's one of the problems. It was like there was a bunch of kids that were there for the first time.
Yeah, give it another shot. Like the Kings do such a good job with their in-arena stuff. It's such a fun environment.
Oh yeah, it's
Just
great.
give it another go.
Yeah.
I promise they're not all like that, and more often than not, they are not. Let's revisit MadProps when we come back, and then I want to do a couple of things from the 49er game. I got a couple little takeaways. Also, a Warriors player has threatened to retire. Clown. We'll talk about it next.
Oh, I did star something. Kyle, the pick. Okay, so the Kings can trade their 2026 pick this offseason, but they can trade it at the deadline. They can trade the 26, 28, and 30, or they can trade the 27 and 29, whatever it might be. Like you can't trade back-to-back years some picks. But whatever pick they do trade, it comes with a little asterisk. It says you only get the 2026 pick if the 2024 pick is relayed to Atlanta as part of the Kevin Huerter trade. So that's how you just have to write it in. And then the pick would become a 2025 pick. If not, that kind of stuff. Like you'd have to just push back that trade, that pick. And either way, I don't think the Kings are giving up a 2026 first round pick that's completely unprotected. Like, so even that pick would be like, okay, it's lottery protected, and then the next year it's top 12 protected, next year is top 10. So it's tough to trade a whole bunch of picks unless you're just really willing to make them fully unprotected picks.
I need to listen to something. Hang on.
Go for it. What's going on, everybody? What? Tiger Woods and Nike parted ways after 27 years?
I feel like sometimes Shams uses a lot of words to not say very much.
Oh, he gives himself escape clauses. Like,
yeah, and I don't doubt that he's like extremely plugged in and all that. But no, I just on this FanDuel TV thing, he was talking about Siakam and the Kings, and he just didn't
today?
Yeah. I'm told the Raptors and Kings were in active conversations about a Pascal Siakam trade revolving around Harrison Barnes. And that basically that's the kind of framework the Kings were looking to work around. But then he's like, the Raptors have other offers, but he never just like explicitly says,
yeah,
like what. So it's a lot of assuming. And
yeah,
I know there's probably things he can't say or hasn't confirmed or whatever, but
yeah,
it just,
well, you have to understand.
It's a minute and a half long clip, and it doesn't definitively say anything other than like,
yeah,
Toronto has to come back to Sacramento for trade talks to ignite again.
We always know more than we can say.
Oh, dude. being friends with 49ers beat writers opened my eyes to that.
Oh yeah.
It is crazy how much stuff people hear or beat writers hear that they don't report. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, you're dang right it is. Tough weekend for the Kings. The 49ers played, though. They lost 2.
Yeah. Why did they lose, Kyle?
Boy, great question. Well, neither team played anyone.
Yeah.
The Rams played Puka Nacua into the third quarter because they were trying to get him some records. George Kittle and Dre Greenlaw wound up sitting out for the 49ers. Kittle had some back spasms before the game. Greenlaw had what Kyle Shanahan classified as Achilles tendonitis. Both precautionary that they sat. It was weird because they were active, but then in street closed the whole game. A couple of takeaways real quick. Big picture takeaways for me before we get to MadProps.
Yeah.
The 49ers kicking game is a massive question mark going into the playoffs.
Horrible.
There was some hope, and Jake Moody just hasn't gotten a ton of opportunities this year. He's been, really money since missing the game-winning kick against Cleveland and then missing the next week against Minnesota. He's been really good. He finally missed an extra point yesterday after starting 60 of 60. That was really impressive. But we talked about it on Candlestick Chronicles on my podcast. Like, man, the Niners might just try and run him out there just to get him a couple field goal attempts, just to get him comfortable.
We talked about it. We said, why don't they
do
just
it on this show too?
Why don't they just kick it on first down?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right.
Just line it up from 38 yards, line it up from 43 yards, just kick it.
So he did line it up from 38 yards and he missed. And then later he missed an extra point. And so now this thing that was already like, man, how is Jake Moody going to look going into the playoffs? How's he misses 2 of his 4 kicks. You don't love that.
No,
you don't love that for him going into the postseason.
It adds the element of question that the Niners didn't need, and to be honest, a rookie kicker didn't need. You're too good of a team to potentially lose a Super Bowl bid because your kicker isn't good enough.
Yeah, and they've gone from having Robbie Gould, the most accurate postseason kicker of all time, to a massive question mark. And maybe Jake Moody gets under the brightest lights and he's just nails.
Yeah.
In which case, great. You know what? Home run pick if he's never going to miss a kick in the postseason. But right now, going into the playoffs, that's not something you feel good about if you're the 49ers.
Yeah.
It's a testament to how loaded they are that you're like, yeah, but the kicker. But man, in playoff games, when the games get close, that stuff matters. The other thing, real quick, team got out mostly healthy. Cleveland Ferrell had a knee injury, no ACL, no MCL, though. Shanahan will talk to reporters today and have a little more info on that. But he said there's definitely a possibility he misses a playoff game. Cleveland Ferrell has started every game at defensive end for the 49ers. Sam Darnold's still Sam Darnold, it turns out. He was fine. He was pretty good. He made a couple of really, really nice throws. But that fumble at the end of the game on the last drive was just peak. Like peak Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Not taking care of the ball, scrambling, turning it over in a big spot. Like, man.
Yeah.
But made some incredible throws and some really nice plays. And there were a couple of drops in there that did not help his stat line.
The touchdown pass to, was it
Ronnie Bell?
Ronnie Bell was
dot.
That was spectacular. I mean, just like threw it to his back shoulder on a line.
Yeah. In between 2 defenders.
While he's getting beat on, like total PI all over the place. It's just like fitted into like a really small window that wasn't even there.
And then the throw to Ray McLeod where he's running left and then threw it back across his body to McLeod down the field, and McLeod just couldn't handle it. He got hit and ball comes out.
Even the
that should have been a long completion
where he scrambled and he threw to the back of the end zone. Was it Chris Connolly?
Yeah.
And Connolly didn't catch the ball.
That's another one.
Yeah, that was a really, really
that was
nice
right before.
play.
Yeah, that was I think the play before the Ronnie Bell touchdown. Back to back, really nice play. So yeah, overall pretty good day, but Sam Darnold being physically talented was not in question. We all knew that.
Yeah.
Say when the game's on the line, can he scramble and take care of the football while he does it? And he didn't. All right. Those are my big 49ers takeaways from a game that didn't matter. That was a tough watch. It was a tough watch for your boy.
Luckily, I had a Kings game to cover.
Good. I'm very, very jealous. All right, let's
They were down by 50 at home, Kyle. Spoiler alert.
let's recap Mad Props.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Yeah, tough week for us, James.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we did not do great in Mad Props this week. Our first prop was Sam Darnold passing yards or Kings Raptors total. You went Kings Raptors total. I went Sam Darnold passing yards. 265 on the total.
Oh.
Which, if I had known that, I might have gone different. But 189 on the passing yards for Sam Darnold. I will say, though, a couple of long completions got dropped and impacted his stat line greatly. But 189 to 265. You took the Kings number. I took the 49ers number. You get the win there. George Kittle snaps or Keegan Murray field goal attempts. We both went Kittle.
Oh.
And he didn't play.
Oh.
So it's 0-11. We both took a loss on that one. I think if George Kittle had played, I think we both would have been right. And I think that because we go next to Deebo Samuel. We had Deebo Samuel snaps or Domantas Sabonis points. We both had Sabonis points, and we both won. He had 24 points. It was 20 snaps for Deebo Samuel.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was close. So I think George Kittle would have played in probably that same range.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that Deebo played as much as he did.
I agree. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, and that they fed him. He needed to get like 7 rushing yards to get to 1,000 for his career and be like the second player ever to have 5,000 receiving yards or 4,000 receiving yards and 1,000 rushing yards in his first X amount of years. I don't know.
Oh.
Weird thing. Feels like you could have taken care of that on the first drive and gotten him out of there, but alas, they didn't. He played 20 snaps. Still did not do Domantas Sabonis' 24 points. The 49ers total or Kings Raptors first quarter total. You took 49ers Rams. I took Kings Raptors. 41 points for the 49ers Rams, 63 for Kings Raptors in the first quarter.
Oh.
Yeah, they had a big first quarter for Kings and Raps. Jake Moody field goal attempts or Harrison Barnes rebounds. We both went Moody field goal attempts. He had just 4 boards for Harrison Barnes against the Raptors. Love that for Harrison Barnes. He needs to get on the glass a little more often, I think. And then this last one, bang on the number. Sam Darnold touchdown passes or Kevin Huerter made 3s. You went Huerter, I went Darnold. They both finished with 1. So that is a tie. You go 2-3-1. I go 2-3-1, and we tie in the final regular season edition of Mad Props.
Oh,
Look at us.
all right.
Who would have thought?
Huh?
That was honestly like, because if you don't know how we do this with Mad Props, I just pick things and try and match them up as best I can. I don't go through like a betting site. I don't go to BetQL and roll through to find the props and find the ones that are close. I just make this up on the fly.
Well, that and I have no idea what you're going to ask.
We do no preview of this at all. You are figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, they're not written in our rundown.
No,
Kyle hides them from me.
Oh yeah, and I don't even give you access to the doc.
No,
I probably should.
no, it's okay. I don't need access to the doc. I don't need access.
I want to try and devise a way to make Mad Props like a public doc that listeners, because I see people in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 like playing along. And I would like to be able to like note those, but I can't because we have too much going on.
Yeah.
So I would like to try and make a document where people can enter and then we can have some fun with it that way.
And then they'll go in and change their answers like during the game.
No. Like a submission doc, like submit a document to me. And that way it's in my email. So I know what your picks are.
Okay. That makes sense.
I'm going to mess with that for next football season.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm in.
I'm going to see if Jiffy Lube will give us prizes to give people who win.
Oh.
I don't know. We'll work it out. We'll work that out in a meeting that's not on air.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that makes sense. All of it.
I told you a Warriors player has threatened to retire. We'll talk about that. And the Kings did a no-no last night. And I'm so happy that James Ham was in the building to ensure that this was brought to light because people noticed. And you force somebody to answer for it, and I appreciate you doing that. That's what journalism's all about. We'll tell you what it was next on ESPN 1320.
Hello, friends. How we doing? Interceptions. Yeah, I have not. I'm looking at. I don't know why I went to this site to see the box score. It's not great.
It's Jiffy Lube. And they're fixing up my car. 'Cause it's super old. It's driven really far.
How many miles do we have to, Kyle?
248 something.
Oh,
I'm pushing 249.
oh, that's big.
Yeah, man.
I put a ton of miles on cars. Like, it doesn't matter what car it is. Like, all of our cars have always had a ton of miles. So, yeah, I'm probably, I don't even know. The new car, it probably already has a ton of miles for like a 4-month-old car.
I get my car into Jiffy Lube.
Yeah. I'm at 9,000 miles. And I bought the car in September. That tells anybody what my life is like.
Hang on. I'm going to talk to just you for a second.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
A long break today. We still got 2.5 minutes.
What?
Yeah. That's my bad. I didn't look, and I probably should have adjusted our out times, but that's fine. I actually think I totally nailed this one, but just on accident. No, it's a little late. Chatty House, what's good? I'm back in. I'm back in here. Dang. Yeah, I have a 2012 Civic, and I'm almost to 300K. Or I'm sorry, almost to 250K.
Oh.
Yeah.
2014 Accord. So I have a 2014 Corolla with like 180, but I gave it to my son like a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't drive nearly as much as it used to be.
Yeah, when my car got a big time break when I lived in Arizona, because I lived, I think it was 2.3 miles from my office.
Oh, wow.
And for a long time, I didn't have any friends there. So it was just, I was driving less than 5 miles a day.
I can't imagine Kyle with no friends.
I mean, it didn't take long to one of my buddy Randy, who was in my wedding, I met in Arizona, and through him I met my buddy Brandon, or Sharp, who's the homie. He jumps in the chat sometimes.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
He watches from down there in the desert.
I don't know if I have any friends that jump in the chat. I don't know.
Dude, forever, Mikey. I wound up being on D'Lo and Casey until like 1 o'clock. Not to brag.
Oh no, that wasn't bad.
It was a whole bit.
Yeah.
About how I was making you wait by hanging out on D'Lo and Casey for longer.
Oh, got it. No, I think I was working.
Shut up, Bennett.
Oh yeah, we did have a good lunch.
All right, here we go. All right, you want to do which one do you want to do first?
I don't know.
We have Kings podium and we have Warriors player threatening to retire. Let's do Kings podium first.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because I want to bring in whichever of D'Lo and Casey comes in for the handoff. I want to bring them in on the Warriors retiring thing because it's honestly, to me, it's a little bit funny.
Yeah.
But first, before we do that, Kevin in Sacramento wants to jump in here. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
I'm gonna channel my inner Will Z here. I got some stats that kind of emphasize just how up and down this Kings team has been this year. So out of 35 games, they have trailed by 15 or more in 15 games, which is 42% of the games, and they are 3-12 in those games. And actually, if they trail by 25 or more, which has been done 6 times, they just lose.
Yeah.
So you can turn the TV off right then when they go by 25. And then on the flip side, out of 35 games, they have led by 15 or more 18 times, which is a 51% clip, and they are 17-1 in those games. So just, they're either hot or cold.
Dang, that's wild.
And I don't know how to fix it, and don't know what's going on, but it's just kind of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing that they got going on this year, and it's been super frustrating. But they do have a winning record, so I guess we have that.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks,
That's right.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, that's it. And that's I think why we've talked so intently about the trade deadline, because I think it's really clear like there needs to be some kind of shakeup here. Because hey, that's great that you go and you beat Minnesota in Minnesota, you beat Denver or whatever. You have this 23-point comeback against the Hawks in Atlanta, and that's all great. And you blow out Memphis in Memphis. That's awesome. But then you have nights like Charlotte and Portland and this latest one against New Orleans, where when you're that good and then that bad, you fall in the middle.
Yeah.
And this is not to set the expectation that they were supposed to win a championship this year, but they were supposed to be better. And record-wise they are, but I don't think basketball-wise they are.
Yeah, it's very debatable whether they're a better team. And I think we've seen some improvements on the defensive end.
Sure.
But it's just this weird letting go of the rope thing that, I don't think I've ever seen a team that has a winning record that the losses are so egregious.
Yeah, certainly not a good team.
No. Yeah.
It's
very confusing. I don't know what to make of it. And when I'm watching it, I don't know how to process what I'm watching. It's a bunch of when it starts to snowball and get out of control, it's bad shots, it's no rebounding, it's other teams getting confidence and hitting shots that maybe they shouldn't hit. But then it just really starts to snowball.
Yeah, it's kind of and I'm not saying this is exactly what happens because I don't know, and frankly, I don't know if the Kings know. It feels like when a game starts to get out of hand, everybody starts looking around for. It's like I know everybody here has worked at a place where there's some task that needs to be done. And it can be done by anybody in your office or your class or whatever it is. There's this task that needs to get done. And it never gets done because everybody else is looking at somebody else to do that thing.
Yeah.
And it's always, someone else will do it. Someone else will do it. That's a little bit what it feels like to me in these games is, hey, someone else will take over. Someone else will go. We need a rebound. Someone else will grab it.
Yeah.
We need a big spark on defense. Someone else will step up. I'm going to take this possession off.
Here, I know we have 2 coffee makers that are really nice and they have these little pouches.
Yeah.
And it's some good coffee, right? But the pouches fall into a little drawer underneath and the thing gets full all the time. And there was Rich Ripley, our friend here in the outside. He was
Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's right. He would be the only one who would empty the little tray of pouches every time.
You got to do it.
And it'd be all right. And, on occasion now I do it. But then we also have who empties the dishwasher? And a lot of times it's not it. Someone else expects that there is here at the office somebody who just does dishes.
Yeah.
Even though we don't have a cleaning person that just does dishes.
Correct.
They believe that those dishes.
It's a group activity.
So sometimes you got to put the dishes away. It is what it is.
Yeah. And sometimes it's got to be Keegan Murray that goes and lights a spark. Sometimes it's Malik Monk. Sometimes it's De'Aaron Fox. It can't just all be Domas and Fox.
Yeah, totally.
And just everybody looking at those two to go do stuff. It's got to be a collective effort.
Yeah.
So The Kings last night, speaking of collective efforts,
Mm.
they've done this once before, and we talked about it on the radio.
Yes.
They did it again, and you asked Mike Brown about it. It was great. So the Kings, after getting shellacked last night by the Pelicans again, roll out one player to the post-game podium, and that player was Keon Ellis, who played 12 minutes.
A two-way player.
A two-way player who played 12 minutes.
And played his butt off.
Played his rear end off.
Yeah.
Played 12 minutes. Not even in a starter, not in the regular rotation. Got plugged in this game.
Yep.
A two-way player. The only person who went to the podium to answer for whatever the hell that was.
For a team being down 50 at home.
At home.
Losing by 33, but being down 50.
A team that was down 42 going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They sent out Keon Ellis. This is the second time this has happened now. And I appreciate that you, James, now granted Keon Ellis comes out first and then Mike Brown comes out. And I appreciate that you said to Mike Brown, like, hey, how do you feel about Keon Ellis being the only person that has to come out here and speak about this?
Yeah.
And I think that needed to happen because I think, frankly, the fact that I know that Domantas Sabonis talked in the locker room after, but that like the podium's a thing. Having a podium game is a thing. So going out and being the one who sits in a press conference and talks to the media matters. And the fact that it's not Harrison Barnes, it's not Kevin Huerter, it's not Keegan Murray, it's surely not Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, that it's Keon Ellis of all the players. That's really, really frustrating for, multiple reasons. Most notably for me, that sucks for Keon.
Yeah.
Why's he got to go do this?
Well,
yeah.
That's
Anyways.
what, like, my thing would be, like, Keon must be the worst at drawing straws that there ever was. Like, every single time he draws a short straw, like, hey, Keon, maybe you need to figure out the straw game better, right? But here's a couple of, like, semantic things I'll point out.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, it's league mandated that two players come to the podium and then the head coach, right? It's a league rule.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, number one, is a problem, that you're not abiding by the basics. And some people will say, well, Sabonis talked in the locker room after the game. So did Chris Duarte. Like, he did talk. And
Sure.
It's like, okay, but here's the other problem. The podium is set up because it's part of post game, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So those people are going on TV when they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a percentage of the media that's in the room that does not have locker room access. So the podium is for all of the media. And then there's a group of media that doesn't get to go to the locker room afterwards to go get that secondary content.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another piece to this. But then I'll also say, like, look, De'Aaron Fox has been here 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone to the podium so many times after a bad loss that
Sure.
it's like dizzying. Like, we used to wait during the pandemic for him, and we'd wait like an hour and 15 minutes for him every single night and wait for him. But like, I can't even tell you like how many times Buddy Hield came to the podium
Mm-hmm.
after a bad loss. And, I know because he used to say it all the time. Yeah, we tricked that one off. He'd say it all the time. So for me, it's not that Domas and De'Aaron don't talk, because they do. They are actually really good about doing this. But during a bad loss, when this is a series of bad losses like this, somebody who's in the rotation needs to step up and go to the podium. It's okay for Keon Ellis to come out because he actually played really well in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
It's not okay for the rest of the rotation that, again, if Kevin Huerter doesn't want to go to the podium right now, I think that's okay. Everyone knows. They've all seen the reports that Kevin Huerter could be traded.
Yeah.
Right. So it's okay for that player not to have to go and deal with that question, as well as why'd you lose by 33?
Yeah.
But somebody else has to say, hey, look, I'll take it for the team tonight. And also the team has to say, hey, somebody needs to go to the podium. Who is it tonight? And so I expect that this won't be a problem moving forward, because, that's why you asked that question. And I felt bad about like throwing Mike under the bus. And I actually had a conversation with Mike afterwards. But at some point, like, somebody has to, it's an accountability issue.
Yeah.
If you're going to get clubbed, somebody has to be accountable for that and not just like in the locker room saying, hey, my bad, I had a bad shooting night. Somebody has to go out and explain to the fans why it happened.
Mhm.
And it should not be Keon Ellis, because Keon Ellis is, again, he makes half of what a minimum scale salary player makes.
Mhm.
Like, there are people in that locker room that make 37, 38, $40 million, guys that make 18 million. And then Keon Ellis makes 550,000.
Mhm.
What are we supposed to ask Keon? Like, hey man, how come you guys got clubbed by 50? I don't know. Like, I wasn't in the game when that happened.
Yeah. Right.
I wasn't part of what
Yeah.
and like, hey, we got to get a better start. Oh, is Keon Ellis calling out his teammates? No, he's not calling out his teammates. He watched the same thing we did.
Right.
Like, you feel for somebody who, like, realistically, it's okay for him to be out there, but he can't be the only one. Somebody who
Totally
is in the rotation needs to step up and take that. And they
Yeah.
didn't. And it's twice they've done it this year. And that's why you have to call it out when it happens.
Right. And someone in the rotation needs to say, hey, Keon, this one's not on you. Sit down. I got it.
Yeah. And
Like
then, the other thing I want to add, Kyle, like, one of us in the media, we have to do that. We have to ask that question.
Mhm.
It's the same thing as them. There
Mhm.
has to be accountability for us as well. Why won't you guys ask the hard question? It's like, oh no, we do.
Mhm.
And it doesn't always feel good to ask that question, but it is an accountability issue too. Somebody within our group, and it doesn't have to be me. It could be Sean. It could be Jason Anderson. Like, it could be somebody else. But somebody has to ask the question.
Yeah.
Because it's the question that everybody else is going to ask after the game. Like, how come only one player went out to the podium?
Yeah.
And so we answered it.
Mhm.
Mike Brown, I thought, gave a good answer. I do. I think Mike Brown gave a good answer. Like,
No, because the goal of your question, at least, and maybe I'm wrong here, so please
Yeah.
correct me. The goal is not to get an answer out of Mike Brown, because Mike Brown doesn't know. Mike Brown doesn't say, okay, guys, hey, tough loss tonight, practice tomorrow. Here's who's going up on the podium. Like, it's not, he doesn't, he even says, like,
that's not his job.
He's like, I have never once thought about it.
Yeah.
And as he shouldn't.
No.
But it has to get brought up somehow. And so I'm thankful that it did, because honestly, like you said, people need to be held accountable.
Yeah. And
Players
again,
need to be held accountable.
and I think, like, again, media, like, on occasion, we have to be held accountable. Like,
Sure,
if we're
1000%.
not willing to ask a tough question, then, get somebody else in there that will.
Mhm.
And that's it.
Yeah. And it's about, honestly, and Domantas Sabonis said this in the post-game locker room, like, it's about the players holding themselves accountable, like, within their locker room. And that's one thing I do wonder with the Kings is, like, where is that? Like,
Oh yeah.
Who is it?
Hey, Mike Brown was clear in his post game. Like, this is not an X's and O's problem.
Mm.
This is not an X's and O's problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is straight up a bringing it or not bringing it problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you here tonight? Or are you not? Are you engaged? Or are you not?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready to rumble? Or are we going to get walloped?
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to figure that out with this team, just like Domantas Sabonis said. I don't have an answer yet. Like, they're trying to figure it out. And look, at the end of the day, I would much rather cover a team that's 21-14 with some bad losses than a team that's 14-21 with a couple of good wins, and for the most part is bad.
Sure.
So
sure.
it's not that they're bad, it's that they have a problem they got to figure out.
Yeah.
And this plays into a larger conversation about accountability.
Right. The reason we have spent so much time harping on the 33-point loss to the Pelicans and not the win over the Raptors, because they played that Friday. One, the Pelicans game was more recent, but two, they're better than this.
Yeah.
And they're better than having this happen a dozen times or whatever it's been this year, where they're just not competitive in a game.
Yeah.
That can't, if this was the 2009, 2010 Kings, we're going, oh, well, they lost to the Pelicans.
Yeah.
Anyways, 49ers this weekend, huh?
Yeah.
Like that would be but the expectation is higher now, and they should be better. They are more talented than this. You said, I don't think it's an X's and O's problem. That does not appear to be the case.
No.
And
I agree with
that's
Mike
the most
about
frustrating part.
Yeah.
Is if it was, hey, what offensive adjustments? Hey, this little defensive adjustment. No, it's none of that, man. It's just like,
yeah.
Can someone go grab a board? Can someone foul somebody? But can someone do something?
I think when you say when somebody, like you can't have, what was it? Did 15 players play last night? I think 15 players played last night. One of them had 10 rebounds. No one else had more than 2.
Yeah.
Like that's not okay. That's on every single player who stepped on the court. And sure, one guy might have scored some points.
14. They only have 14 players on the roster right now. But yes, every
14.
every available player played at least 6 minutes.
Well, they had two-way players, like Keon played. Yeah, they have 14 rostered players, which again, in case that was missed, the Kings they haven't officially press released it, but Juan Toscano Anderson is being waived, but once he clears waivers, there's expectation that he will sign a 10-day contract with the Kings.
All right. So hopefully. All right. Kenny Caraway is here of D-Lo and KC fame. D-Lo and KC coming up here at noon. KC, any quick thoughts on that loss last night before we get to a Warriors player threatening to retire? Oh, my bad. Hang on. Your mic's not on. That's my fault. While you're getting ready, I turned your mic off. Go ahead, Kenny.
Nah, man. I mean, that's just that was embarrassing last night. If I was the Sacramento Kings player, I'd be embarrassed. Now,
would you go to the podium?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I for one, I don't know why talking to the media is such a chore for these guys. Like, I know people ask weird questions and people take quotes out of context and all this other stuff. Sometimes I get all that, but you're talking to these guys for like 5 minutes max. Nobody is gonna ever really press you about giving random responses. Like, so if somebody asks James, you go to the podium, James asks you what happened last night, and I'm De'Aaron Fox, I could simply say, man, we got beaten every facet of the game, and
just didn't have it.
We didn't have it tonight, and it's one of those things where we can't let that happen again. We gotta work to be better.
Yeah,
and that's it. Like, you don't even need to really answer the whole thing. Like, just I don't understand why that's always such a chore.
Yeah.
For these professional athletes, I don't get it.
Yeah,
it's part of their job, and I do know that like a lot of these guys, they talk a lot. Domantas Sabonis talks after almost every single game. You got to wait him out, but he'll talk.
Also, there's also this, like, Kenny, you talk for a living. We all talk for a living.
No, that's true.
If you're not a fan of public speaking, I can imagine that's probably pretty exhausting.
Yeah, but once again, I talk for a living for 4 hours a day. They could talk for 4 minutes. Like, they could literally talk for 4 minutes and be like, I'm done. And say the same. And say the same. Yeah, shout out KSFM. Big ups 1025. You know what it is. Check in today. We got deals coming back. But like you and like sometimes we get on here and we gotta I'm not saying anything about them, but we gotta say something profound, right? Like, we gotta have something like new and refreshing. And so you can literally damn near give the Rasheed Wallace both teams played hard.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you can do every time. Like, for the most part, they all speak in like these cliches all the time. That's all you got to do is get the cliche answer.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for yesterday's game while we're here. ESPN1320.com. Click the Jiffy Lube logo. Enter the keyword CJM. CJ McCollum. He dropped 30 on the Kings last night. He is our player of the game because, frankly, there wasn't a Kings player that we wanted to give it to. So it goes to CJ McCollum. CJM. Just his initials. CJM. Make it nice and easy for you. ESPN1320.com. Click the Jiffy Lube logo. It's front and center. You can't miss it. And enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Keegan was the first keyword. CJM is the second one. Enter both those keywords. You'll be entered twice to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube. I did take CJM the less than 29.5 last night. He had 30 at half. 30 points, rebounds, assists combined. I took less than 29.5 for the game. Yeah.
That game was over early. Like, it
was real
over. Like, I'm the type where they get down 20 in today's NBA and stuff like that. Like, oh man, make a couple threes.
Yeah.
And I think there was a point at the 3 minute mark of the second quarter. I said, it's a big 3 minutes here. Like, I think they might have been down 18. It's like, if you can get it to 12, maybe you're alive. I think it ended up getting as high as 24 in those 3 minutes. I was like, this is literally done. Like, it's over. I don't have to pay attention to this game anymore. Tweeted it out yesterday. It might have been the worst sporting event I ever attended.
Dang.
That's bad.
It was bad.
Yeah, when you got to say that.
I went to Buccaneers 49ers in 2010, and I think the Bucks won 17-0.
Oh,
That was the worst game I ever attended. It was
I
really
once
bad.
watched Rick Russell throw a 2-hitter against the Mets,
Oh,
and
hell
both were ground balls up the middle. One that he kicked by Wally Backman. That was the
Nice.
I
two
remember
hits.
Wally Backman.
Those
That's
were the
great.
2 hits he gave up, and it was miserable to watch a 1-0 game.
Well, no, that's usually not the case.
Eh.
Usually it goes by pretty fast. There's some intrigue to it. It's a close game. You get to see masterful pitching performances. That sounds like a good time, man.
All
Did the
right.
Giants win?
I think.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
you're not a
yeah,
Giants fan either.
yeah.
That's the
They
other
did win. Yeah.
Hey, can I play this Draymond Green sound real quick before we
let's
get
hear
out of
it.
here?
Yeah.
Here's what Draymond Green said on the precipice of his return to the NBA.
I had a conversation with Adam Silver, commissioner of our league.
Thank
I just told him, Adam, it's too much for me. Like, this is too much. It's all becoming too much for me. And I'm going to retire. And Adam said, you're making a very rash decision. And I won't let you do that. You know, we had a long, great conversation, very helpful to me. Very thankful to play in a league with a commissioner like Adam, who's more about helping you than hurting you, or helping you than punishing you, or, you know, he's more about the players.
Totally. Hey, here's my thing real quick, because we got to go here. Draymond Green found the person that he needed to talk to at work, found the right things to say to that person, said those things to that person, got himself reinstated. You can book it that Draymond Green is going to be suspended for the season for some on-court incident this year. Nothing has changed. Draymond Green is being manipulative. Draymond Green is the guy that does things wrong. Oh, hang on. What do I got to do to fix this? Not actually fix it. He's going to, hang on. How do I patch this back together to get back in as fast as I possibly can and to make everything right just in words? That's what he's done here. And that's what this says to me. That he goes, because clearly things weren't progressing. And so he just went, you know what? All right, drastic option. Adam, I'm retiring. I'm just done.
He wanted to be the villain. Then he became the villain of his own story.
Yeah.
And now he's a victim. Straight up.
He is not a victim. I know what you guys are saying. He is not a victim or a
In no
sympathetic
way.
figure. And why is he doing his
Ridiculous.
podcast like it's a casting call? Like he's auditioning for a what background is that? What the hell is that?
Hey, do you know why? Do you know why? Because that's what he thinks is going to hit in the documentary about himself. Like, that's going to look nice in the doc.
This guy look like he's auditioning for the Avengers or something. Like, what? Just sit at your desk. What are you doing here with this black background?
Ridiculous.
Wild.
We have to go now. D-Lo and Casey are next. Thank you, James. Thank you, Casey. We've been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Did you guys see that? I retweeted it. That guy who did the thing on Jalen Hurts and how he answers questions.
I hope you're joking.
He
I think
is.
he is.
Check this out.
Ridiculous. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Jalen. Jalen, it's been a rough few weeks, but coming off of a win, what's your game plan for Arizona? Yeah, that's a good question for sure. You know, we're a resilient team, and resiliency is not a sign of weakness, but the power to endure. And in the arena of life, be a gladiator, not a spectator. That's kind of the mindset we've been sharing this week going into Arizona. Thank you, Jalen, for the gibberish, but like, what are some key things that you guys want to fix going into this game, you know? Yeah. I mean, we know turnovers have been a huge issue, but we're not afraid of the storm. We learned to dance in the rain. And the symphony of existence, dance to your heartbeat. So we're ready for this challenge for sure. Does anyone know what the hell this guy is saying? I mean, what the No, what are like some specific things you want to fix going into this game, dude? Like, answer. What I'd say to that is, I mean, it may not mean nothing to y'all, but understand nothing was done for me. And that's a straight clear. Yo, get this guy the hell off the podium. How am I supposed to write a story with this?
He said, what are some of the things you want to do against Arizona? Well, you have to be able to withstand the rain. That's all these guys ever have to do. That's all they have to do. Why is it so hard? Wow. I don't get it.
Wow. Everything good?
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Here today goes. The Kings didn't send out an email about potential practice before they took off. At least not that I saw.
They probably said, we don't want to see you,
They
motherfucker.
probably took James off the email.
James pissed off Mike, so
We didn't harp on it. We didn't play the audio.
it's not the audio, it's the look on Mike's face when you're asking, when he realizes what question is coming. And he's like, what the hell is going on?
I was
here?
like this. Focus, because over here there were laser beams being shot at me. I was like,
Well, look, they need the laser beam shot, or they need those type of heat. Like, cause that's just not good enough. Like, go get that guy to go talk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know who it is. Go give me somebody, and I don't care who it is.
man,
Just like that.
they need to feel that heat. They gotta be better at that, man.
All right. See you guys.
Good job, James.
All right, James.
Have fun.
Can Kyle hear me? Hey, let me know if there's anything I need to deal with at 4:00.
And the guy keeps talking to me. Like, bro.
Okay.
I say, bro. I say two things to you every time you speak. Stop talking to me. Stop.
Who?
You know.
Oh, yeah.
We're not cool.
Yeah, we're not. We'll knock that stuff out today. The 5:00 stuff for Complex. We'll do that like right at 4.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
When I say the vibes are ass today, boy, I mean the vibes are bad. Jesse's in a bad mood. Kings fans are in a bad mood. Twitter's ablaze because Shams won't stop talking about the Sacramento Kings. Oh, there's a lot to discuss.
I feel like LeBron on Friday night.
We suck. What do you want me to say?
I wonder if Kings fans were like me, just drove home in silence yesterday. Just the vibes were just.
Well, I was at the arena. It wasn't silent.
No,
they let that team know. Hey, it was funny in the fourth quarter. I was trying to figure out. Oh, they hit a 3, and the crowd sarcastically like applauded. I was like, that's actually kind of funny. It's demeaning. And then I realized, oh, no, they're actually cheering the group that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
They know the team is trash, and this performance was unacceptable. But Keon is out there busting his ass. Kevin Huerter is desperately trying to find his shot. And those that stayed, because a lot of people left with about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. A lot of people left with 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter. But, man, that was That was shout out to those that stayed and cheered that crew on, man. But what a debacle. Here's what we'll do. We'll start with yesterday, and then we'll work our way backwards to Friday. Nothing really to talk about with the Toronto game. Great win for Sacramento. It was completely washed away yesterday. Obviously, everything regarding Sacramento from Friday night and even over the weekend centers around Pascal Siakam. A 50-point deficit on your home floor, man. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Like 50. You've lost by like a combined 69 points to the New Orleans Pelicans in 2 games. You have 2 30-plus point defeats this season, both by the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans think you're funny. Like, it's like a little kid trying to play with the big boys. Like, they made fools out of you. CJ was talking trash on the Pelicans postgame show. And why shouldn't he? He scored 30 and beat you by 50. And you missed me with the minus 17. I don't care nothing about that. That team was down by 50. In my eyes, they lost by 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I know, people talk about, you play professionally and the pros look at it differently. And fans and people who aren't pros, don't understand or see it the different, whatever they want to say about it. I mean, I have no problem saying if I was in that locker room, I'd be absolutely embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. For me personally, there would be no, I leave this here, and you just move on to the next game and all this other stuff. Now that would stick with me a little bit.
So
that was embarrassing.
Let me ask you then. Do you think they are?
I don't know. I don't want to disrespect them and be like, oh, they didn't care. They're just moving on. Because I mean, these guys are professionals. They're competitors. So I don't want to sit up here and say they don't care. I think that would be in this particular instance with this group, they've shown too many times that they do care about winning. It'd be unfair for me to say they don't care. But yeah, I to answer your question, I can't really speak on that. I just know how I would feel in that situation. That'd be an embarrassing performance. Embarrassing. And not only to lose like that again, but like you mentioned, the Pelicans are out here laughing at you, thinking this is a joke, going up against you. It's something that you should take personal, that you should be offended by. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I don't know how many of them are feeling that way.
I don't know. We didn't get to hear from him. Got to hear from Domas. By the way, I'll explain that for a second. The locker room media versus the podium media. They're very, very different. And I actually forgot about this until having a conversation with someone yesterday. The locker room media is essentially it's like James, Sean, and Matt. Maybe when Jake or Sarah are there, maybe they're in there too. But it's a far, far smaller group of people. I'm sure when the big boys are here, like the Mark Spears and the Sam Amics, I'm sure they're in there too. But for a Sunday afternoon game against the Pelicans, you're not drawing a large national contingent. You're talking about a handful of guys versus a room full of media. And that's a big difference between, Domas talking to a couple of guys, Kevin Huerter talking to just Sean, and, sitting at the podium like Keon Ellis did yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like that they don't speak. They don't come to the podium. I will stall out De'Aaron just a little bit. Because the last embarrassing loss, I think he did come to the podium. He came way later, but he ended up coming to the podium.
That was Charlotte?
That was Charlotte. He didn't come for Boston because that's the one where he came the next day.
I think that was Keon.
And yeah, it was Keon. And Fox came the next day, and it was his birthday. He said, I got up out of there, and nobody asked me to come talk, so I kept it moving. So it's not like he doesn't ever talk in those situations. But yeah, man, like, come to the podium. I talked about it on the handoff. I'll never understand why these guys are so reluctant to just do this little media obligation.
Mm.
You can literally go to that podium for 4 or 5 minutes, say a bunch of cliche stuff,
Huh?
and that'll suffice for most of us. Like we wouldn't even be having this conversation if Fox, Domas, Monk, Keegan, anybody came up there and was like, yeah, like we could do it right. It's real simple. Go ahead. Ask me a question. Ask me a question like you're James Ham.
KC, talk about being down 50. Like, where are you with that? That's James's line. Where are you with that? You guys are down 50. Where are you at with that?
Yeah, man, it's not good. It's not good. Nobody wants to get there, and we've got to be better than that because it's just unacceptable in our eyes, and we just can't let those things happen. Things snowball, and it gets out of control, and we just got to make sure we stay focused so those things don't happen.
How did you guys feel? Like, did you notice the home crowd booing you?
A little bit. I heard some things, and hey, they were well within their rights. They paid a lot of money. We didn't play well, and I guess we deserved it tonight.
That's all you got to do.
That's it. That's it.
The art of saying something without saying anything. No one's asking for what Mike's game plan was and why it went wrong.
Right.
Though, I think Jill Adge, Mike said something yesterday, and I read the quote and was like, as we were shivering out at the ice rink last night.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, oh boy, that's a tough line. And I didn't connect. I'm just like reading it like, I feel bad for the fans that paid money to see this. Damn, and it wasn't until I saw Jill Adge tweet. It was like, oh yeah. That feels like an Alvin Gentry line from a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That was straight out of the Alvin Gentry. We're not going to quit playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a tough look.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough look. Because this team's been beaten by Charlotte. They've played poorly before, got blown out against Boston. That man had to say, I'm sorry to anyone who spent their money to see this team.
It's tough.
It's like family night at the Golden One Center or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's something.
Saw
like
Matt tweet something about that. I was like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's tough.
I don't know why the Kings hate families.
The thing that I come away thinking about with this team is they just are who they are. They don't suck. They're not a championship contender. But sometimes they're gonna have nights like last night. Sometimes they're gonna have nights like Orlando and Toronto, and really, who knows when that's gonna happen? Because like we can sit up here and say, "Well, that's not gonna get it done in the playoffs." Well, they might have 2 games like Toronto and Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a game like Charlotte, so they might win a round. They might get swept. The unknown. And not being able to rely on anything with this team is really the frustration. It's not that they're not good. It's not being able to rely on them showing up from night to night. That's the thing that pisses people off and has people frustrated with how to even embrace this team, this particular team. It's kind of who they are. You don't, more than anything, like I know a lot of people are talking about they're worried about Tuesday. I'm not at all. They'll probably cook on Tuesday because we talked about the pattern 3 cycles ago. We said they get their ass beat, they come play well for 2 or 3 games, everything looks to be good, and they get their ass beat again, then they play well for 2 games, then they get their ass beat again, and now it's time to play well for about 2 games.
Yeah.
It's a cycle that's going on all year.
I got a question. I'll ask you in a few minutes because it could be too lengthy of an answer to ask right now. So we'll come back with that. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox, and it was wild. I didn't, again, another thing that I didn't compute as the game was going along, that De'Aaron hit that 3 to get the big crowd pop at the very beginning of the game, and then that was it.
That was crazy.
Like, that's insane. That's actually insane. The man hit the first basket of the game for the Kings and didn't score again.
That was crazy.
We'll talk about that, and we'll try to dissect what went wrong. We'll also dive into. You'll hear from Domas. We'll play that sound. We'll play, what we have available for you. And then we'll go back to Friday and what happened with the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors. There's a lot of talk about Siakam and the Kings and Harrison Barnes and man, there's a lot out there, and we will do our best to dissect and weed our way through all of it. We're just getting started. We're happy that you're here with us. It's Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, sky's the limit at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Rory, welcome back. I hadn't seen Rory in a long time.
Yeah,
I see him on Twitter, but I hadn't seen him in the chat in a long time. Welcome back. I'm sure you'll be here long enough to piss off Ham again.
Oh, probably. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go, baby. First time since your bitch ass up. The first time since 1997. The national championship will come home to Ann Arbor.
Sports is dumb, bro. This is all dumb.
It is. It
This
is.
all
It is
stupid.
stupid.
Should have went to trade school.
It is stupid. Extra white chocolate, you shut up too. Michigan Wolverines pipe down for the next 4 hours. All of this, and I said they were going to win. I just don't want to hear from y'all. I know they're going to win. I know they're the best team in college football, but still, like my man said,
shut your bitch ass up. I think I might go to Ann Arbor for the parade. Might go.
Okay.
Do the show live in Ann Arbor.
Bye. Walk around like on FaceTime with your phone.
Doing the show or something.
Or I'll just tweet out. I'll just be out there the whole time. Just tweet out. Go to a different game. It's go good. That, look, I'm not even gonna lie. Nagel being out there when we don't know what the hell's going on with the rail yards kind of pissed me off over the weekend. I'm not gonna lie to you. It kind of pissed me off. It's like, yo, tell me yay or nay. Is this happening or not? Are you doing it or not? And you out there with the Republic of Europe doing that. Like, what are you doing? We trying to get a stadium over here.
Did the insiders do side by side today?
I think.
Did they? Yeah.
Shout out my cousin Edwin in the chat. You got to watch that with me yesterday.
Shout out Edwin. What up?
We're all disappointed.
Sorry, Edwin. Penix is good, man. He's the truth. I just don't.
Penix worries me. He does. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I just don't see it.
He worries me.
You see Jim Harbaugh say the best night of sleep you can get is 2 nights before a game, not the night before. That's how you know if you got a good night of sleep.
He's wild.
Dude doesn't make a lick of sense ever.
He's wild. Although he had a very good quote over the weekend on like the availability for the media. So everybody was there, and he was like, "We got to do something about this money thing. Like the players need to be making money." And I don't know if it's take money. It is take money from the schools, from the coaches, myself included. 5-10%. We about to make $17 million more next year. 5-10%. Give it to these kids. Now, I believe Harbaugh. He's genuine when he says that. But it's also easy to say when you're about to leave. When you know they can't take your check anymore. So yeah, let's talk about it. But no, I think he's genuine about it too. Rumor has it, you won't care about this, Damien. Rumor has it, the release date for college football 2024.
That'll be the first game in probably 5 years I pre-order.
Oh, man. That's going to be fire. Oh my gosh.
See, I got that EA pass for the PS4 or whatever. I just play like year-old FIFAs and stuff like that. But I'll get NCAA.
Really? I don't have an EA pass. I probably should get that. Although I only play Madden.
Yeah, but you won't get like the new Maddens until like a year later, a few months later.
Got you. Oh, so but you could do that for free.
Yeah, it's like
Not part of
$5.99 or
your-
something like that. Yeah, subscription.
Okay.
Hey, I just sent you a TikTok, a tweet with your coach on it. Can you explain your coach's behavior?
I think I know what you're talking about. No,
Yeah.
Hey, that ain't my coach.
No, that's
bro.
your coach.
That ain't my coach. I disowned that bum after
He don't
what
see
said.
color.
Yeah, man.
That's your coach, though.
Ain't my
That
coach.
man has coached half of your games. You know how crazy this is?
I don't think he coached the first three.
Who the hell
I
did?
think it was. I don't think he coached the first three.
How
I
did
could be
they
wrong.
decide on this guy for the next three then?
I don't know. But the caption is hilarious.
Hey, that's your coach, bro.
That ain't my coach,
That's your
man.
coach, man.
I'll rock with dude.
Okay.
I'll rock with dude, man.
He's over here crying. Talk about you. Oh my gosh.
I'll rock
Idiot.
with dude.
Well, you can listen to Michigan win the national championship here on ESPN 1320 immediately following D'Lo and KC today.
Like you saying that. Just don't say anything about the game. I don't need no. I don't
Well,
need
tell
no-
me what to do. I'm doing my
only-
job.
Only just say the game
Tune
is
in.
coming on. You don't talk. You
Yeah.
ain't got to say Michigan
Michigan
win and all this other. Don't
I
say that. Don't say that.
In fact,
Don't say it.
tune in to hear Michigan beat the hell out of Washington
Chill.
immediately
chill.
following today's broadcast. In any event, don't make me play that sound again.
Shut your bitch ass up.
By the way, real quick, did you go back and listen and hear me say they, not you,
Nah,
on the end?
I just wanted to stay mad at you. I didn't want to believe that I misheard you. You looked me right in my eyes and said you played it at the end.
I said
I can't tell that.
that was a great
infuriated
segment.
me
I
so
watched the
much.
segment over again.
Yeah,
That was a
apparently,
great segment.
apparently everybody heard it.
Yeah, that was
'cause
good stuff. And I was like, did I say you?
I think you did.
No, I said they.
You went.
I said they twice.
That was almost the end of the show as we knew it.
Kyle and KC coming up next week here on.
In my head when we were going through, I was like, why is he such a defender of the end? I don't understand why he's so upset about me saying the end play.
KC was sitting there like, is this a work or is this a shoot?
We had a Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels moment. It was about to go down. I heard you might have played it on the end. That's what I heard. And it's like, bruh. I said there was a question I wanted to ask you before the break, and maybe the answer is nuanced. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's an easy no. Maybe it's an easy yes. Is this team soft? I feel like maybe I'll provide more context into my thinking here. If you punch the Sacramento Kings in the third quarter, I think they can respond. Like if they're in a fight, I think they'll fight back. If you punch them in the first quarter, that might be it. You might be able to AI Ty Lue step over them and just keep it moving.
Maybe we're playing with semantics here a little bit. I'll go with what I've been saying for. I just don't think they're mentally tough enough in games to withstand a run or somebody coming at them a certain way. And that's why I won't call them soft, because they bounce back. They do bounce back. We don't like it. We don't like that they have to bounce back. But they bounce back. And
So maybe soft isn't okay. Is the assessment correct though? If you punch them in the face, and maybe maybe the proper term for the discussion is mental toughness rather than softness. I don't know. You punch them in the face at the beginning of the game. You got them. They're not going to respond. There's one example, like there's a very obvious example of the Golden State Warriors, being down by 24 and coming back the way that they did this year. But outside of that, I feel like if you get into a fight with them, like They got punched against Orlando. They responded. You could probably argue they got punched against Toronto too when their 20-point something lead disappeared, and they're taking jabs to the jaw and a couple of left hooks. They had to respond late in that game. But I feel like if you throw them off early,
and
you might have them.
Like I said, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian or anything like that. I just like it's not more so if they get punched or not, because they can get punched and the game be close, right? Like somebody can come at you and you're able, all right, we fighting, like we getting after it.
Sure.
And at the end of the first quarter, it's 22-20. So you got punched and you were able to
but
stay
that's
in
just
that
a fight.
Yeah.
That's just a game, though.
But look at Atlanta. Look at Atlanta. They were able to bounce back from that. So I think.
But again, Atlanta. Let me go back and look. I want to speak out of turn. What was that Hawks game?
31-8 was that score at one point.
That's right. Okay.
But
right.
But even then, that flies in the face of what I'm saying about them, because usually in game
71-53. It looks like at halftime.
Usually in game they don't respond. They don't. Where their toughness comes from is after they've had a day to sit with their embarrassing performance, and they come out ready to go the next time. So to kind of what you're talking about, they usually don't respond in game. Like if it gets out of control in the middle of the game, they just done. Didn't have it tonight, guys.
Regroup tomorrow.
Yeah, didn't have it tonight. Let's draw straws for who's not going to go to the podium here on the bench. Like Keon, you're going. You're going. Like
if they're drawing straws, it's a rigged game because it's been Keon twice.
Yeah, they do the thing like. Have you seen the clip of the guy at the ice cream stand who has the fake ice cream, and he keeps popping it out of the cone?
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
That's Keon's the one that keeps.
Yeah.
Thinking he's getting ice cream, and nope, you lost, buddy. You got to go up to the podium.
Poor Keon.
So, yeah, in the middle of a game, if it gets too far away, they just feel like they fold up their tent. So, and that is a level of softness. That is a level of not being mentally tough, like we talked about. So, I absolutely understand what you're saying.
I feel like just for this game, you've got to point things like this out. Chris Duarte spoke in the locker room too yesterday, so I feel like you got to point these things out.
I don't have as big of a problem with speaking in the locker room, but not at the podium. I understand why you said there's more people when you're at the podium and stuff like that. But if you're making yourself available to answer questions in front of a camera, I'll take that.
It's probably less making yourself available and more that you got caught.
True.
But again, it's semantics. Like I'm not trying to.
In the locker room, you could be like, I'm not talking.
You could.
You know what
that
I mean?
May or may not have. Well, here's Domantas Sabonis from yesterday.
Domas Mike talked about how you guys have had kind of a lack of fight in some.
By the way, no one hates this more than Domas. They could have won by 33.
Yeah.
And Domas would hate this.
Don't want to talk.
Games like this, I mean, I think you feel like you're a good team, but on days like this, how do you generate that fight? Where does that have to come from?
I don't know. It's a team that beat us 3 times, so it sucks. I expected everyone to come out with more energy, and I mean, I don't even know how to answer that question. I mean, someone's beat you 3 times, you got to come out and just show some kind of fight.
Is that something you can demand? Does the coaching staff need to do?
I mean, we can talk about it all we want, but we got to show it on the court, and we just all got to find it. Basketball is a team game, and especially us when we're all locked in together, we're a really dangerous team. So we just got to generate that.
Unbelievable was it to see at halftime you guys only had like 9 boards. You yourself usually have way more than that, and as a team to have that few, what does that kind of say about what?
I mean, if you don't get stops, there's no boards. If the ball is going through the net, you can't really get it. So
does a lot of that have to do with their length, also just the way they kind of play?
Sometimes the simplest answer to a question is the correct one. I can't rebound a ball that doesn't come off the rim.
Right.
Playing out
for the rebounds, you think?
Yeah.
I mean, if the ball's going in, there's no rebound. So I mean, there's not. I don't know how to answer that.
trying to end it or change to a little bit of a positive note, but the group in the fourth quarter that you guys saw ended up getting to triple digits, but with Keon and Kessler and all them, just what did you see from your perspective?
It's great, they have opportunities to come out and get some minutes, get some experience out there, try things out, and it's great for them. They all came out, and I feel like they found a rhythm. So, like I said, these guys are professionals. They always stay ready.
Domas went to the school of Kenny Caraway for answering questions. This is perfect.
Oh, you got to do.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
If professional,
I mean, if you want to get more in depth, you can. We applaud that. But if you just want to go through the motions, like you could do that, but you got to do something. Like you can't not show up.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing about this. You can't not show up. We were talking about this last night, and we crack on the Warriors and for a number of different things. Every time, Steph is there, Clay is there, Dre was there when he was playing. Like
he's back.
He's back. Like these guys, they're top guys. Steph talked last night as they got their ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
Like it don't matter. You always see Steph Curry, or at least at the very least, the majority of the time, you see Steph Curry out there. And I'm just a believer of hell. LeBron talks.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron made waves the other day because he didn't talk, and they were like, "Oh man, LeBron left without speaking." He always speaks, good and bad.
You want to apologize to Darvin Ham?
Well,
you told me last night to write Darvin Ham fired as the Lakers head coach into our rundown, and lo and behold, the Lakers beat the Clippers last night.
No, you still could have wrote it in there. We just treat it like Russell Wilson or an NFL topic.
Move it 5 days. Yeah. Sorry, Russ.
Yeah.
Did I ever get that take off? It wasn't even a hot take. We did on
Yeah,
Friday.
we
That's
talked
right. That's right.
So yeah, those guys could talk that. Like I believe, if I look at it like this, if LeBron and Steph can talk, you can talk.
And you is
De'Aaron
Fox,
Sabonis. I throw Malik in there.
Let's
Keegan, you're a big boy now. You can go up there and speak. But somebody instead of waiting for somebody to tell you to come talk, somebody get in there and be like, I'm gonna go talk tonight, guys. I'm gonna go talk. Take initiative.
let's move away from the talking part of this, the accountability, the public accountability part of this. And I want to center on De'Aaron. De'Aaron made that first shot for the Kings, and that was it. He was 1 of 10 the rest of the night. I don't know what to make of games like this from De'Aaron. De'Aaron famously said, "I could get any shot I want to." Like De'Aaron has framed it in the past like I can score when I want. Getting any shot I want to and scoring when I want to, those aren't exactly the same thing. But it felt like for a lot of last night's game, he wasn't doing that. And I don't know if it's because, again, I'm trying to, I'm trying to factor in the Domas part of this. When you have, one shot possessions, when you don't have a lot of offensive rebounds, and this is the other thing I worry about them. When they play in a deficit, it feels like they just try to shoot their way back into it. Feels like they think they're only because like De'Aaron Fox, he made that he didn't score again. I'm not saying he didn't hit another field goal. I'm saying he didn't score. He didn't even go to the foul line. And like that's where, like, you talk about setting the tone, you talk about being the leader, you talk about your high school high analogy. When stuff like that happens, I have to start, when I examine this team, I have to start with De'Aaron.
It's perfectly fair. That is, he's the guy. He's the franchise. You know what I mean? And in situations like this, have to fall back on his shoulders. And especially when you talk about the mentality of a team and not giving up, not being passive. Nobody's saying he gave up, but it's like everything else. When we talk about him being one of the top players in the league, an MVP candidate, and this team can, achieve super heights because they have a guy like De'Aaron Fox. They got one of them ones. When it's not going good, and you have these embarrassing performances, he's got to wear that too.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't like wearing that, then don't have no embarrassing performances. How about that? You know what I'm saying? If they don't have embarrassing performances, we aren't having these discussions.
I think there's a certain level of learning to be a star. There's probably a certain level of learning for a lot of these guys in terms of winning with this, particularly De'Aaron and Harrison Barnes, because they've been here. But managing expectations, managing what you guys say in your locker room, managing what your coach is telling you, managing what you guys want to accomplish this year, there's probably a learning curve to that. Last year, last year a lot was quiet. It was, I think De'Aaron first said when we make the playoffs in like March, maybe late February. Mike was even later than that. And this is where my entitlement remark came last week, is they've been talking about this since training camp. They've been talking about being a playoff team. And the craziest part about all of this, they haven't moved in the standings. Yeah. They've lost to the Pelicans 4 times. The Pelicans are still behind them. They're still the 6th seed. Mm-hmm. Kings have been the 5th essentially since the Clippers went on that run. I don't even remember if they were the 4th. I'm sure they were, but they've been at best 4 or 5 for months now. Yeah. Like, so as maddening as these losses are, as maddening as these games are, it has had no effect on the standings. Now, the flip side to that is, RIP Kenny's friend, flip side, they haven't moved up either when they've had a few opportunities to move up. Mm-hmm. And I guess that's the good and the bad is you didn't move up, but you didn't move down. You've just stayed in the exact same spot, which goes to your point earlier. Maybe this is just, in fact, who the Kings are.
Yeah, it might be. Or, like what I don't see from this team is I don't see them like falling off a cliff. So I say that to say I think they're either this or something will happen or something will click and they'll take off in a positive space. Mm-hmm. But I see them, you do like the sitcoms, like Eddie Winslow in Family Matters when he gets his car. Hey, what's the worst that could happen? And then he drives into the garage, right? Like, I don't want to say that, but I feel like this team, worst case, is around a 4 to 7 games over 500 type team. Worst case scenario, that's who they are. Best case, if they figure some things out, they could take off. Or if they make moves or whatever the case may be, they could take off. But I think this is about who they are right now. And I won't say this is who they're going to be for the rest of the season, because these things could happen. You could be in a malaise for a little bit and, trying to figure out who you are. It could be, people
35 games in though.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but you could take off. You could take off. You could, and there's a number of different ways or reasons why you could take
Rams
off.
did it.
Rams did it. Rams won.
What did they won? 7 of the last 8?
Yeah.
Rams did it. I mean,
Clippers did it.
Yeah.
The Clippers also had a roster change.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a number of different reasons why that may happen. But it can happen. Right now, this group, though, they're just not. They're consistently inconsistent. That's the story of this team right now. And we'll see. We'll see if they're able to get out of this rut a little bit. And look, even with that rut, they're 7 games over 500. So you take solace in that. But they got to play. They got to play better consistently.
Do you think they shoot themselves out of games? Or man, I don't know if that was the right way to phrase it. But yeah, I guess it is. Like they try to, when they're down by 10, it feels like they try to hit a 10-point shot. Like they want a single shot that's going to swing everything, or they want to cut into the deficit as quickly as possible rather than, play basketball. Do what you do. Play your game. We saw that beautiful stretch of basketball against Toronto, against Orlando, against Atlanta in the second half. Moving the ball, running, pace, alley-oops, Keegan dunking, everybody dunk. Like, we saw that. Did anybody dunk last night? Doesn't matter if they did or not. No one cares. Like, it doesn't. Valanciunas did. I know that.
Yeah.
Even Valanciunas hit a three. It was like, well, let's go to the ice rink, because same for us. CJ McCollum and Jonas Valanciunas are hitting threes. It feels like they can't. Hey, let's just go. Let's just push. Let's get to the basket. Let's do this. There was some points last night or yesterday, excuse me. Like, it happened with Davion. I think it happened with Davion twice. It happened with Kevin Huerter at least once, where they tried to get to the basket, but they looked like me. Ball was like hitting their legs, off their foot, losing control of the ball. And I don't know if that's the size of the Pelicans. I don't know if that's the athleticism of the Pelicans. I don't know just what the Pelicans were doing, or if it was them. But maybe the Kings are intimidated by the Pelicans. The few times they attempted to get to the basket, it did not look good. It looked awful.
And I'll update the list of teams they cannot beat. I am going to join everybody else and put the Pelicans on that list. They can't beat that team. So it's Pelicans, Celtics, Clippers is the new updated list for KC. I don't know what happened yesterday. They were just off. They were just off. I don't know if it's 3:00 start.
Last game of a homestand can be really tough. I mean, it's kind of like a road game. Sarcasm.
James brought it up, and I'm not even like joking. I'm not even being a jerk when I say this. It was 3 games in 4 nights. One of those 3 games was that double overtime game against the Magic. So I don't know. Maybe
that's the best they could do with Peyton Manning, huh? Like, Peyton Manning's head is already pretty big. They got Peyton 2 inches from his camera. Sorry. Why does ESPN keep doing this? Like, why have they not figured this? It's been 4 years. Why have they not figured this out yet?
Peyton Manning is on their he's on their station regularly. They should send him the
actual camera.
Why don't they send him the same camera that you have?
This is fantastic camera.
Why do they have the Logitech that I have?
The Logitech that we have.
Why do they have that? Give the guy the $1,000 camera. He's on your station all the time.
Maybe just set it a little further back from his gigantic head. Like, between him, Windhurst, who'd they have? Schefter.
Schefter was in a hoodie like me.
Schefter was an all-timer. I'm sorry to interrupt you. That was just really distracting, looking up and seeing Peyton's head on the screen. Let's hear from you. We know a lot of you are frustrated, understandably so. Phone lines are open all day long, 916-909-1320. Let's start with our man, Tony. Tony, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? Happy New Year.
Oh, what? Come on. No, it's January 8th.
Come on, man.
Look,
come on.
Man. All right. This is the last one. Tony gets the last one.
Back to school, right? Okay.
We had 2 or 3 of them last night. They were touch and go.
Yeah, right. We had to tell a couple of our people, like, hey, stop it. Stop it.
I feel you. Hey, I'm going to stall the Kings out just a bit.
Okay.
Only because, hey, I feel like if it was just purely mental toughness thing, they would go on their runs of losing streaks that they've done in the past, even last year, where they dropped 3 in a row, 4 in a row. So I'm going to stall them out a little bit. At least they've got some fight in them that they don't go on these big losing streaks. I'm also going to give them that they listen to the noise too. They hear, oh, y'all can't beat the Pelicans. So something gets in your head. Kenny, you played way higher level than all of us. There are those teams that as soon as you start that game, hey, if we get behind it all, it's a wrap. We can't come back. This team just gives us fits. There's nothing we can do. And so, Kenny, I have a question for you. I want to know if at some point do they think, hey, it's a lot harder to expend all this energy to come back from that big of a deficit. Hey, not that we never tried, but we phoned the rest of it in because we still got games to play. The worst thing I think you can do as a coach, as a fan, is say, you need to try harder. Dude, everybody's going to try. It's like telling the pitcher to go out, hey, just throw strikes. Well, fool, you think I'm not trying to throw strikes? Of course I'm trying to throw strikes. That's not the answer. So I just wonder if it's not a try hard thing, if it's just, hey, at this point, it's the Pelicans. We get behind. We know, dang, we just can't get this team. What do you think, Kenny?
Appreciate you for the call, man. If they look at the Pelicans and they're listening to people saying they can't beat them and all this other stuff, then they need to get out of that, because it can't be, well, we just can't beat these guys and you fold up your tent every time that you play them. Like, no, you get after it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you try to fix the things that you need to fix, and you get after it. And it's not necessarily about trying harder, but I do believe it's about making sure your focus is locked in. You have to stay locked in on your assignments, on your fundamentals, on everything on your game plan, every single possession, and make sure you have maximum focus on that. And sometimes that'll fatigue you itself, staying focused for 48 minutes sometimes. But if that's what you got to do to change some things, that's what you got to do. You got to get a little more physical. You got to get in your stance. You got to talk a little bit more. Make sure everybody's on the same page every single time. So I don't know if they I don't know if I would say this. They shouldn't be like, we're down by 20 right now in the second quarter. We're not going to get these guys. We just can't beat them. If that's the case, they need a cleanse. They need a sage in that locker room to think about that about anybody. You know what I'm saying? So they got to do something to change. And they don't play New Orleans no more, do they? Or do they play them one more time?
I feel like they play them one more time just because one of those.
Well,
games,
I don't think they do because they got one more.
One more in April.
They play them 5 times.
Well, remember, one of them was a tournament game.
But usually, I thought if they're the only teams they play 4 times are the Pacific Division teams, but I guess not. I guess they play them again. So yeah, they've got to be. They got to find 11th. They got to find a way to change that energy. You know what I'm saying? They got to find.
I'm not sure that it's that simple though. I'm not sure it's as simple as, oh, we're down 20, we can't beat this team. I think there's a.
I don't think that happens either. I'm just referring to the caller.
I think it's a. But I do think there's a point where that kicks in though. Like I think there's a point, not that we can't beat this team, it's that we can't beat this team tonight. And there was this stretch last night. I think it was right before halftime. I can't remember. It's a blur. But the Kings they were consistently down 20, and they got it to lead down to 16. Just chip away at this just like a little bit. You go in 14, 15, 16. Okay, it's not the worst thing in the world. But like 90 seconds later, it was 30. And that's where I thought, okay, this is over. They're going to make that's where I thought this is over. This is where I think they thought it was over. And my thought was they're going to attempt to make a run at a halftime, see how they're playing out of the locker room. And if they can dig into this lead a little bit, then it's business as usual. That didn't happen, and the 30 became 40 and the 40 became 50. And obviously by the fourth quarter, it was over. No one was going to play anymore outside, Keon and the guys who were out there just trying to put out a respectable showing for this team. But I think there was a point last night where they were done. Yeah, like we don't have it. Let's get Sam in here, 916-909-1320. What's going on, Sam?
Hi, guys. Hey, I got a quick analogy and then another point. But the analogy is I play a lot of golf with a lot of partners. And as I'm carrying the load through 10, 11, 12, 14 holes, I start to thinking, where's my partner? When's he going to come through? Why does he keep you up in all these shots? And I think that's what De'Aaron Fox sometimes thinks is like yesterday. Why can't somebody else step up when I have one bad game out of the last 15? Is anybody going to help me? And I'm going to move that to Sabonis. Sabonis probably thinks the same thing. Who in the hell is going to go get 10 rebounds for me, or 6 or 8? I need somebody next to me that can take some of the pressure off of me and I'll play better and let them help me carry the load and carry the load with me. And I think this team will be a heck of a lot better. That means putting somebody next to Sabonis that's tough. That's going to get you 10 rebounds and 8-9 points a game. I don't know if we have the players to trade for that. I don't know much about all the exceptions on and on and on, but that is what's going to make the Kings better.
Yeah, I understand. Sam De'Aaron's previous worst game of the season, and it was last night by a long shot. But prior to that, Malik came through. Malik was the one who came through and saved that game. So it's not, last night obviously stands out because it feels like everyone was off. Domas just routinely had a double-double, but it couldn't have possibly been less impactful because it was just him. If a guy has 17, 10, and 6, but no one else can get anything, like, it doesn't matter what numbers he put up. Yeah. And Domas is never going to be the guy who takes a game over. Like, Malik can do that. De'Aaron obviously can do it. Hell, Keegan can. Yeah. Like, Domas, like, I don't think there's a point where Domas is going to go for 40 and 26 in the fourth quarter. I don't think the Kings play that way, and I don't think Domas plays that way. Right. Domas is going to be in the block, and if he's cooking, he knows they're leaving Keegan, and he's going to find Keegan, or they're leaving Malik, and he's going to find Malik, and he's going to take that 3 versus his, back against the basket trying to get a 2. He does it every game. Yeah. So I'll stall him out a little bit, though. I think Valanciunas
people get upset when Valanciunas like bullies the Kings or whatever. I think you guys dismiss Valanciunas a little too much. That's a good ball player. That's a good center. He's a problem.
Well, I don't think people. I mean, I'm not going to speak for anybody. I'll speak for me. I don't feel that way for Valanciunas because, like, I think he's a bad player. I feel that way. It's because, like, Valanciunas is a good center. So is Domas. But it looks like when it comes to a traditional battle of big men, like, Valanciunas is going to get you every time. Yeah, that's what it feels like, and it's not because Valanciunas is bad; it's because Domas is good.
Yeah, and I think Valanciunas in this situation, I think he's a bad matchup, a tough matchup, not a bad matchup. He's a tough matchup for Sabonis, simply because he can't be pushed around the way most centers can by Sabonis. Yeah, we completely blew out. We're 58. I didn't even realize there was like 12.
I didn't either. You good in there?
I threw the wrist up, but you guys were cooking.
I didn't even look at you.
We were already kind of like past it, but there's a lot of people in here. So
I looked down. It was 12:47. I was like, well,
look, that was 12:50. I was like, wait, and now I'm thinking in my head, did we go to commercial?
No, the King's talk is flowing, so it's all right. People are here.
We didn't go to commercial, did we?
To your point that you just talked about, before we talked to Sam, and because I thought the same thing at the time. I was sitting there, I was like, man, about 3 minutes left. It's a big time moment here for the Kings. Let's see what they could do going into the half. 3:03. It was 60-41. So it's big 3 minutes here. If you can get it to 13, 14 going into the half, you can salvage this game. In 2 minutes, it was 70-41.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was like, this is over. This is over. I'm not even
took the longest lap around the Golden One Center ever.
And I'm not even like, usually I'm like, yeah, if they just do this, I'm always finding ways to win, right? That's usually how I go about this thing. Right before the house, like, it's done. This is over. They have no shot.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Hey, hold on. Hey, can y'all hear me? Is it good?
Nah, you sound like crap.
Yeah, a little muffled again, a little muffled.
Is that better?
That's
Here we go. Whatever you do is always better. I think you come on with the Bluetooth, we can't hear you, and then you be like, is this better? Yes, every time.
That's what it is, too, Casey. You hit it on the nose. Hey, D-Lo, Casey, man, Jesse in the back. Man, I'm sick, man. That game was unacceptable. Like you saying, Kenny, I thought they was going to come back. And see, you know me, we all die hard. You know me, I watched the whole game, whether we get blew out or not, right? So I'm going back and forth. I said, you know what, the Niners going to lose by 1 point, right? I said, all right, I'm going to watch the Kings game. We're going to come back. We're going to make that fourth quarter comeback. Man, wasn't none of that happening last night, man. That was unacceptable. Fox scoring 3 points. If he's banged up, give him a day off. Monty, get back on the phones, man. I think Monty, that might be the trade for Pascal. Monty might just be sitting back trying to see counter, let everybody throw their offers out with the Clippers, Lakers, and the Warriors, and then he come back and counter off that. So I hope the phones are still open, though. But as far as like a team, that was unacceptable last night. Mike Brown getting up here talking about he apologized. That's all fine and dandy, man. But these dudes got to get up for these games, man. That's why they want to know why the Golden One was booing last night. Because we love y'all, bro. But when y'all coming out like this, man, y'all leaving us no choice but to boo y'all and talk smack and do all that. But as far as a trade, that has to happen no matter what. I don't care if we go on a 6-game winning streak. A trade still has to happen, bro. We need another punch.
All right. I'll tell y'all just to be careful with that line of thinking. We can, y'all can have your trade machines. You can have your Twitter conversations. You can have all that stuff. I'm not suggesting the Kings shouldn't make a deal. I'm suggesting you don't put all your eggs in that basket.
Well, I'll ask you this. Do you believe this group to all of a sudden be something they haven't shown for 35 games?
Do I think they could be something else?
Do you think they'll be consistent? This team that so
let me.
That's kind of what TC and others are saying. Like, you got to do something because this team is just going to be inconsistent. I'm not going to say they're going to be bad.
That's it.
But they'll just be inconsistent, and we'll deal with this all year.
You'll have unless something happens and it gets bad, and all of a sudden you're just playing terrible. But you'll have the same record you had last year. Maybe you'll win in the first round. Maybe you won't. But anything further than that would be surprising. And we us hyped ourselves up for improvement. And the fact is, this team isn't better. They're different. And I don't know when the records, because at this point, we've got it January 8th. We've got to be approaching the records being similar. There's 7 games over 500 now, you said a minute ago.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere they were like 2 games at this.
January 9th last year. The night of January 7th, we'll go with that. They were 20-18. So record-wise, they're better. Vibes-wise, way worse. The games feel different. The effort feels different. But a lot of that, I think, is because of us.
Absolutely.
It's not. It's
absolutely
them. It's them too. Mm-hmm. But a lot of it is because of us and how we feel and what we expected. Mm-hmm. And I don't think, hey, we got to make a trade. I just don't think that's as easy as we learned on Friday. Mm-hmm. Grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as some of us like to make it out to be. It's not as easy as the stupid ass who says no line.
Yeah.
There's a lot more that goes into it than just that. There's, especially when you got a player, and we'll use Siakam as the example because that's who we're going to be talking about, who has full control over everything. Mm-hmm. Not in terms of a no trade clause, just in terms of, yeah, you can rent me. I'm not signing. It doesn't mean I won't. It means I'm not. Mm-hmm. And I don't, maybe behind the scenes, there's a team that's not true for. Maybe there is a team behind the scenes that, if they trade for me, I'll re-sign with them after the season because financially that's what makes sense. But I'm not signing with anyone before the start of the new league year.
Yeah, I look at the where they're at right now, and like you said, I think last year's team was better, but this year's team, maybe their ceiling is a little higher or something like that. They still feel like they're trying to figure out what they want to be and how to get there. And I know we want that to happen out the gate. We want that to happen even after 30 games. Sometimes it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it takes 40, 50 games. Sometimes how many times have we seen in a number of different sports, teams in the last month before the playoffs, they feel like Watch out for this team. They got it clicking now. Like that happens. That may happen with this group. You know what I mean? We don't necessarily know, but we do know that right now is very, very frustrating to watch. You know what I mean? Very frustrating to watch. And once again, we said it maybe 6-7 times at this point this season. It's not losing, it's how you're losing. That is unacceptable to all of us. Like, you are just getting beat up in some of these games. And that's something that's uncalled for, to be honest with you.
Okay, let's come back. Let's talk a little bit about what happened Friday with Toronto, with Siakam, and with all of the rumors that are out there regarding what that deal might have looked like and what caused the two teams to end their talks. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines, and over 80 table games will be live for our next live show coming up February 2nd, Friday, February 2nd, live show watch party for the Kings and Pacers as well. We'll talk more about that in the weeks ahead. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
25 years ago today, or excuse me, 28 years ago today. You know what happened in wrestling?
28. That's 28. That's 1996. 7, 6.
6.
January.
You probably won't know this.
No.
Stone Cold run the Royal Rumble?
No, that's 96.
Close.
Shawn Michaels. What?
Steve Austin made his debut in the WWE as
the Ringmaster. All right.
28 years ago today.
All right. Good one.
The Ringmaster.
Ringmaster. It's such a trash name.
Oh, super
That's
trash.
horrible.
Austin with the buzz cut and no goatee is so wild.
That's the picture I'm looking at right now. Ted
green
DiBiase's
tights.
there.
Yeah.
He's wearing the $1 million belt.
He's got the money green tights on.
Brother Love is interviewing him in the ring.
What was the name of the dude, the WCW guy who had the Stormtrooper helmet that fell down?
The Shockmaster.
The Shockmaster. That's the same. That's it's the same family of names right there.
The Shockmaster.
There was a video.
He fell on his ass.
I meant to send it to you the other day of I forgot who this guy was. He's an old school guy, and he was doing an interview, and they asked him something about wrestling being fake or something like that. And then he just beats the guy's ass. Dave Schultz.
Yeah. Dave Schultz.
Dr.
That was
D.
that was 20. That was like 2020 or something.
That was yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
He just beats his ass.
You think it's fake? Is that fake?
It's still real to me, damn it.
He said he swears Vince
He beat
McMahon
his
told him to
ass.
do that, and Vince fired him afterwards. Vince a cold
I'm
dude.
watching it right now.
Is that fake?
Oh, snap. Oh, and he's like, again.
Different game back then, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Shockmaster, Tugboat, Typhoon, all of them. Did you ever hear the original WrestleMania 7 plan?
No.
That they were gonna, like, you know how Sergeant Slaughter was the Iraqi sympathizer?
Mhm.
They were gonna make that Tugboat. Tugboat was gonna be his name was gonna be
As
like
Tugboat?
It was gonna be Sheik Tugboat.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
Sheik Tugboat.
Did they completely flip what they were doing because of what they had planned to do because of the war?
No, they kept doing it.
No, because what I meant is like
The Iraqi stuff.
yeah.
Well, like it was there, and they weren't at war. Like America hadn't declared war yet, so they were just like, they were the thinking was worked with Iron Sheik. Let's just do it again. So they did it, and I think the night Sergeant Slaughter beat the Ultimate Warrior for the title, I think that was the night that America declared war. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever y'all at. We appreciate you for being with us. Make sure you're following, subscribing, liking, commenting, jumping in the chatty house. It's a fun group there in the chatty house. We welcome all the new chatters, all the old chatters, all the Hall of Fame chatters. We appreciate y'all being with us. Let's get that 33-point blowout out of our mind here for a minute and go back to Friday. Don't have to spend a ton of time on the Kings beating the Raptors. Great win for Sacramento. Vibes were immaculate, but that's not really the story. That it's the ebbs and flow of a season, right? Had a great win Friday, had a terrible loss Sunday. Now they're hitting the road. The story coming out of Friday was Pascal Siakam. And it was the reports at the end of our show that the Raptors and the Sacramento Kings were in serious discussions for a deal that would send Pascal Siakam to Sacramento. That conversation, I'm sure, was exceptionally loud because of the fact that the Toronto Raptors, Masai Ujiri, that front office contention, was in fact at the Golden One Center. It couldn't have been more than an hour after our show ended that a report from the same Shams Charania came out and said that the Kings and the Raptors have broken off talks. So I think it was this morning was the first time that Shams said that the Kings and the Raptors were working on a deal that would send Pascal Siakam to Sacramento in a deal that centered around Harrison Barnes. Now, there's a lot of things at play there. That's very liberal use of the term centered, meaning he is the focal point. Did it include Harrison? Almost certainly. Did it center around Harrison Barnes? I don't think so. In fact, no, it didn't. Because if the deal did, in fact, center around Harrison Barnes would be in Canada right now.
Or in Phoenix, wherever they're going.
Right. So the assumption was, well, Masai, what a jerk. He keeps asking for Keegan Murray. I don't think he asked for Keegan Murray. I think if you ask yourself, what's the one other untouchable player on this roster? That's who the deal centered around. That's who the deal truly centered around. And I think that's why talks between them ended. Now, I got some messages this morning that said Siakam won't sign here. But it's not that Siakam won't ever sign here. It's that Siakam won't agree to a long-term. Now, maybe this is one of those things where Siakam won't agree to a long-term extension, like wink, wink. Like, no. You got me. Maybe that's what they were trying to do and couldn't. I don't think so, but someone hit me this morning, was like, I don't think Siakam's going to re-sign there, and that's part of the hang-up. And so I think there's a combination of stories out there where each of them probably have some semblance of truth to them. The one that's not true is the Harrison Barnes story.
Centered around
the deal did not center on Harrison Barnes. Right. The Raptors didn't go, okay, in return, we'd like Harrison Barnes. No. That's outrageous. Guys, Wes, let's go. Come on, man. No. Like Harrison signed that extension knowing he could be traded a year later. Like, this is going to happen. If Harrison Barnes is a Sacramento
later.
Yeah, if Harrison Barnes is a Sacramento King in a month, he knows he's going to go through this in the offseason. If Harrison Barnes is a Sacramento King in next training camp, he's going to go through this again. He's going to go through this every single year. I would argue Harrison Barnes will probably go through this every single year the rest of his career. But the idea that Shams framed this as if Sacramento, it was too much for Sacramento, is absurd. Again, I believe Harrison was involved. Harrison was not the centerpiece of this deal or potential deal.
I agree. Good Kid Dad City said earlier, he said James Ham on the Insiders mentioned that Malik might have been the piece Toronto wanted alongside Barnes to close the deal. Asked us how we all feel about that. Well, I feel like there ain't no deal. Like we
I don't think there's any might have been either.
We talked about this privately off the air, but there's a part of me that if that happened, if I was Monty, I would feel insulted. Like, do you think I'm stupid that we got Siakam who won't guarantee to stay here? He'll just be like, hey, I'm not signing. I'm not saying I won't never sign, but there's no guarantee of me staying. That I would give you Malik Monk in that deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Masai. No, I treat him like the mobster. Like I said, do you think I'm an idiot? You think I'm stupid? Just smack him across the face.
No.
That's what I do. You think I'm stupid? You crazy? That if that report is true, that explains to me. That explains why it's like at 5:45. Yeah, deals are off. We are not negotiating no more because we don't have nothing to talk about. You think I'm an idiot, and you're asking for somebody that is off. He's off the table, especially for a guy like Siakam who may not be here in a couple months. Deal's off. Shams, it's off. There's not even ongoing talks. It's off. Don't worry about it. Don't just report that.
So
smack him up like I'm Joe Pesci. Just
You really love that movie.
It's a good movie.
You have particularly identified with Joe Pesci's character, which is super concerning, but it's fun.
Is Joe Pesci? Is he the one that? Yeah, he's the one that was like, "You think this is funny?"
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Joe Pesci. Like funny, ha, funny how. For whatever it's worth, I just had a second person text me that Siakam told the Sacramento Kings he would not resign. So that wasn't in Shams' report. Because Shams' report, I think, is coming directly from Toronto.
I think so.
Toronto, I think, is starting to sweat a little bit. Siakam's unwillingness, and and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's his right as a free agent. His unwillingness to commit to any organization he's traded to is causing them some issues. Somebody's going to take a chance on it because I don't think he's. Again, is there a wink behind the scenes thing? Maybe. I don't know who that would be, but maybe. But I ultimately think they're getting a little antsy that they're having trouble finding trade partners. Someone's going to take a risk. Question is, should Sacramento?
That's the question I was going to ask you. And I was trying to tease it, but we're in no man's land.
No, we're fine. We got 90 seconds.
Oh, I know. We're in no man's land.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Let's just go now because I messed up earlier. It was my fault. We talked for like 40 straight minutes, and I just completely lost track of time. Whatever you're thinking, hold the thought.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll dive further into this. And the question for the chatty house, for everybody listening,
would you? Because let's just say you're Monty, Masai's or you guys somehow talked to Siakam's people, and he says he's not going to resign.
Siakam has told Sacramento he will not resign here. Would you take the risk? Would you try to acquire him and win him over during the season, hopefully into the postseason? We'll have much more on this. We still got some text coming in regarding this situation from our friends in the league. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. No. Nope. Yeah, we can get rid of the Diggable Planets one. That's kind of trash. We'll eventually replace all of these. I just hadn't figured out how to do it yet on my end. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, guys. I'm working, believe it or not. I'm trying to follow up on this a little bit. So I guess we can say this on the air. Siakam absolutely told Sacramento he wouldn't re-sign here. Yeah, right. I sent a couple of follow-ups. I promise I'll pass these along as soon as I can.
Katrina, where does this notion come out here that I don't like Eminem? I don't understand it. I love Eminem. He's one of the best lyricists I've ever heard in my life. Matter of fact, I don't know if I can say somebody's better than Eminem at rhyming words. I don't care who you're talking about. I can't say, oh yeah, he's better than Eminem. He is unbelievable. An unbelievable wordsmith.
All right, so Pascal Siakam absolutely told Sacramento he wouldn't resign. We're up to like 3 people. The list just keeps growing of people who are reaching out to us to kind of give us a little background on what happened on Friday. So combine that. So I'm trying to get clarity. Don't mind me just reading the text that just came in. On if
he's saying never or
that's what I'm trying to figure out. All 3 people have reworked. So the way one of the texts is framed is he wasn't going to sign here. Period. Like not now, not ever. Like he wasn't going to sign in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only one of the texts is framed clear enough to where that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal Siakam was not going to sign in Sacramento. So that appears to be part of the reason the Kings walked away. The other appears to be that they asked for the wrong player.
Yeah,
and it wasn't Keegan.
So to me, that's the bigger deal for me if I'm Monty McNair. If he's sitting up here saying, I won't resign with you and all this other stuff, but the deal is good enough for the King. Let's just let's just say for argument's sake, the deal is Harrison, Davion. I won't even put Herter in there. Just say Harrison, Davion in a second rounder or something like that. And Siakam says, yeah, I'm not, you can trade for me. I'm not resigning in Sacramento. I'll be like, all right, well, enjoy these couple months here in Sacramento.
Yep. I'd absolutely
and try to
do
win. Without a doubt. Because number one, he could have his mind set that he's not staying here, and he probably wouldn't stay here. But Chris Webber didn't want to come here. Then he got here and things changed. So there's that. Worst case scenario, he leaves, and now you've got room to do stuff like we talked about last week. Accept a bad contract, do some other things with those contracts, because the reality of it all is if you're saying like, no, I want to keep those trade assets to be able to get somebody in the future, that you're probably not getting anybody better than Pascal Siakam with that. Probably not. So take him, see what you can do with the 2.5 months you'd have him. And if he leaves, all right, he leaves. And the positive spin on that one or outlook is, well, at least now we got some capabilities to do something cap wise, and we can fill up whatever shortcomings we have with the roster. Even like with me, I'm thinking too, if he leaves, yeah, that sucks, but I still can go get a shooting guard. Or actually, I didn't even put Herter in there, so Herter's still here, and you got your backup point guard that you can fill relatively easy. But I still got Trey Lyles that, between me and you,
who might have been why the Kings lost by 33 last night. He didn't play.
Hey, 2 times they got in their ass beat by the Pelicans. No Trey Lyles. Difference maker.
What about the other 2 times?
Well, now you're asking too many questions. But
my bad.
But I already have in my mind that I wouldn't mind starting him at the 4 anyway. I wouldn't mind start. So I want to say it's no loss, but I already said, me personally, I don't know if Monty and them feel that way, and Mike Brown. And I was like, worst case scenario, we put Lyles at the 4. We'll be good to go. So long roundabout way of saying,
do it.
Yeah, if
you got to do
it,
it,
and they're accepting the right players,
right? But that's why part of me wonders if there just wasn't more to it. Or it's not wondering. Part of me believes there were multiple things at play. The Pascal's unwillingness to re-sign here, and the fact that they asked for Malik Monk allegedly,
and that's something that would make me walk away. That would make me tell Shams we're done talking, not him saying that he wouldn't re-sign here. That would be like, yeah, that kind of sucks. But I'll bet on this team, this city, and I'll take my chances with that. Like that really wouldn't even faze me that much. So I think it's more so who they asked for. But I'm also not Monty McNair. Talked to Monty last night.
Oh, good for you.
Just nothing major. Just, hey, what's going on, Monty? How you doing? Told him Happy New Year.
Wow. What a turncoat.
I hadn't seen him. That's what we talked about last night. We said, in this week, if you hadn't seen him, you could say it.
Katrina said it, and I immediately rolled my eyes at her. Like, what are you doing? We established this. Katrina should know. Like, we said this. The rule was Friday. It was Sunday. Oh, and this is the first time I saw you. Stop it.
Well, I do agree. You got the week. The week was
the week is over.
Yeah, so I can't. If I see Monty tonight, I can't say Happy New Year.
Well, you already said it. How many times you got to say it?
Because the week wasn't over. What are you talking about?
It was over. It was the 8th.
Whatchamacallit was on New Year's Day was on Monday.
It was Sunday. Sunday's the start of a new week.
No, the 7 days, Monday to Monday.
While we're on this, should the lights and Christmas tree been taken down already?
The lights and the Christmas tree went down December 26th at like 9 a.m.
Now that is psycho behavior right there.
Yeah, that's too early.
No, it's not.
Way
Christmas is over.
What
do I need? What do I need the tree and the lights up for? It's over.
You got
holiday
under
season.
The tree still.
I don't.
I
did not. My dog got her presents. Everyone who got a present got a present.
Yeah, it stays right there
Put
under the tree.
Tree away. No, that's ridiculous.
What are we talking about?
That's
Who
ridiculous.
Who does that? Who takes down their tree the day after Christmas?
Me.
You run an efficient home, I gotta say.
I do. Keeping it till New Year's. That's nuts. I was walking around. I took Sprout for a walk late last week. Saw Christmas lights still up.
Well,
no, sir, ma'am, stop being lazy. Take your lights down. Look ridiculous.
Casey, are you still up, Casey?
I didn't have Christmas lights, so they're not
Imagine
up.
Casey on a ladder.
Actually, no, I take
trying
that
to
back.
untangle some icicles and hang them up.
I take that back. There are lights up. I got to take them down. They're really easy. It takes 2 minutes. I should have already done it, but I forgot they were up there. They're wrapped around the tree, so I got to take those down. But yeah, I wouldn't have been doing it on December 26th, regardless.
Yeah, December 26th, 9 a.m. Them things was gone. There was no remnants of Christmas in my house by lunchtime on the 26th. One final message I think I can share with everyone. Last text thread: Toronto's working everyone right now.
Toronto might come back around.
They might
come back around because, I mean, everybody sees the games that they're playing, and nobody's biting.
You think?
To be honest, real quick, to be honest enough, if the only two teams that I really feel, maybe this isn't accurate, but I'll say it anyway, that would be desperate enough to give them what they want are the Warriors and the Kings. And if they're not doing it,
so
they're going to have to come back around and accept less.
Beautiful lead-in. Chris Paul out 4 to 6 weeks. That runs you right up to the trade deadline, Does that give you any type of feeling at all? Because my feeling has been consistent. Regardless of how well it worked, Chris Paul was going to be traded because that's what Golden State does. They have a contract that it can essentially trade for anyone in the entire league with it. And that's just the one I'm watching. Siakam's weird because, as we talked about last week, the fit. Like, how do you make all of this fit? There have to be more players and probably more teams involved than just the Golden State Warriors and the Toronto Raptors. But Chris Paul is the one I've had my eye on for weeks, but now he's got the hand injury that has him out 4 to 6. You think that changes anything with? And I know you and I disagreed, by the way. I don't want to frame it as we had group thinking on the Chris Paul deal. You and I did not feel the same, but my feeling has always been Chris Paul was going to be moved.
So you asked me, is he going to be moved or
do you
Toronto?
think that? Do you think?
Because I don't
the
think Toronto
injury
would take him. I think Toronto wants a player
that
they can build with.
Do you think they're not going to get that?
I think, and that's why I think they might come back around. Now, I said I forgot Atlanta in this. They may get a DeJounte Murray type deal.
Okay,
I could throw Atlanta up in there, but and Atlanta may be, I don't know if desperate's the right word, but they may be open to moving DeJounte Murray. That's expiring contract for expiring contract.
Are they just trying to get off money? Like, what is Atlanta trying to do? They put out that report that everyone's available except for, and it's like, what are y'all even trying to do? I never understood what Atlanta was trying to do, period, when they constructed this team. And when they signed Bogey to a 10-year extension or whatever it was, I didn't understand that either. Might not quite have been 10 years, but it felt like it. I didn't understand that either. No, what I was asking is, like, do you think that the injury makes it more or less likely that Chris Paul will be traded?
It's a good question.
Thank you, broadcast journalist.
I would say it makes him more likely to be traded because just my thought would be it would allow the Warriors to work on a rotation and get a rhythm without him, where if it works out and they start playing better basketball, they could look at it as, well, we've got this figured out. Our real issue is the center spot or something like that. Like, we don't need the backup point guard. We figured out with Pods or with Kojo or whatever, we figured out how to maneuver with that. We could use that Chris Paul expiring contract to go get something that we don't have on the roster right now. So I'd say a little bit more.
I think I have to wonder. I'm looking at Soren's message here in the chat. Soren says Masai looking real bad right now. Should have traded both OG and Pascal last season, and now he's not nearly going to get the return he could have. I'd argue he got a really good return for OG, but part of that is because New York knows OG's not going anywhere.
Right.
Is there a team that Siakam wants to go to? And I didn't ask that like I expect you to answer. That's what this all boils down to. Is there a team that gets Siakam in a room or gets his representation in a room and they go, you know what? He's extremely open to re-signing here. Obviously, I can't tell you he's going to re-sign here. I can tell you he won't sign before free agency starts, but I can tell you he really likes it here. He likes what his fit will be here, and you have a better chance than anyone in the entire league to sign him.
So,
and that's probably too elaborate because these guys probably do tell each other, yeah, no, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
we got you. It was good.
Yeah,
we ain't going nowhere.
So there's a couple things that go into play with that though. He could get traded to Phoenix and love it there and say, yeah, I'll resign. They'd be like, we have $2 million to give you.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah.
So you got to find a place that not only has the assets to trade for you, but then also has the money to give you that you're looking for. And I don't know who those teams will be. But then you don't know what's important to him. He may just want the money. He's won a championship. He may just want the money. He could be another Kyle Kuzma. Like Atlanta, you go to Atlanta, they might have money for him. He could sign there. Everything will be great. So there's not a lot of teams with the cap room to sign a max guy this upcoming summer, and he wants to be a max guy.
You know who does? The Pacers. And Detroit. Detroit's got buddy.
He can go to Detroit and have a good time out there.
I think Detroit's terribly far from Toronto.
Bro. Yeah, he could go there. So, there's places he could go.
Kind of.
That's not far at all. No. I remember they had that series in the playoffs that time.
Yeah. East. All right. So that's what happened Friday. So
I was sitting there at practice.
I just love Sham's video is so great. On a deal that's centered around Harrison Barnes, and I'm just picturing Monty McNair. Okay, we really want to get this done. You know, we could get Siakam in a Kings uniform tonight. Like, which one? What do you want to do? Well, obviously, we want Davion. Yeah, I understand. And we need a draft pick. Okay, but the centerpiece of this whole thing, Harrison Barnes. All right, come on, Wes, Matina, come on, Vivek, let's go. This is ridiculous. Hey, someone call Shams and tell him we're out. Okay. With all due respect to my man Harrison Barnes, I don't think that's what happened.
Friday, I had basketball practice with the kids, and I'm like kind of checking the phone a little bit. Like every time I get a little notification, I'm like, what's going on? Then I get the notification. It's like, I don't know, 6:00. Got the notification. Shams, Raptors and Kings. I said, oh, snap, it happened. I open it up. Are done with talks. It's over. I said, what the hell is what? Just 2 hours ago, I was like, yeah, I think this is going to go down. And it's over.
It, in fact, did not go down. It did not.
You know who I think they should turn their attention to? Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
I think leave the Raptors alone.
It's a different deal.
They're unserious. Yeah.
It's a different deal.
And
more draft capital probably involved in that one. Less, uncertainty. Which goes back to our the question, the conversation we had with James on Friday. Like, what's you put together the same offer, which one's more appealing? Siakam, because you think he fits better, but comes with great risk, or Kyle Kuzma, who from a long-term standpoint, comes with none.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
People over the weekend when Kyle Kuzma's name was brought up was like, nah, I don't want nothing to do with Kuz. He's unserious. He could have signed here, whatever. Then we'll deal with all that when he get here.
Mhm.
Kyle Kuzma is not going to torpedo this team or this franchise, regardless of what you think about him. He's not going to come in here and just end the season because he wore a long sweater and he likes to shoot. He's not. He'll be fine. At the very least, he'll be fine. He may enhance everything. He'll be fine. I'd go get Kuzma in a heartbeat, or attempt to.
It just looks different though. The deal is going to be different than, because you don't have, if you're Monty, you know, and this is what Masai is just going to have to deal with at some point, or that Raptors contingent is just going to have to deal with at some point, is like, it's a couple month rental unless it's not right. And if there's one person you're going to tell who it's not, it's probably the Raptors. Like, you're going to tell Masai Ujiri. And maybe he doesn't make that public, but he certainly goes about with the working knowledge of, hey, Pascal would resign in Indiana, or he'd resign, you know, wherever.
Mm-hmm.
I can work with that. I don't have to say that. I don't have to tell Shams that. I'm telling Shams everything else. I don't have to tell him that.
Right.
Okay, that's going to work in my favor. But unless you have that, like, you're going to deal with, bro, I can't send you 2 firsts.
Right.
I can't send you a first.
Right.
I can't send you a first round pick for a dude who's not going to be here, who might not be here in 3 months.
Once again, do you think I'm stupid?
Thank you.
Do you think I'm stupid?
I love that you do that's my favorite part about it. Kuzma doesn't do that though. So Kuzma's the thing where it's like, all of the people who wanted Pascal Siakam but feel like they have to turn their attention now to Kyle Kuzma. Oh, we could get 2 picks from them, maybe a second rounder. Maybe we can get this young kid that they gave up on. Maybe we get this 2. You know, there's a Washington may have come out the biggest winner of the Pascal Siakam situation.
Yeah, for sure.
For a couple of teams who have played themselves out of the conversation. Plus, you know, when you mentioned this a minute ago, knowing the money Siakam wants, knowing the money Kyle Kuzma's already been paid, it's a lot easier to make that math work for different teams, especially with a declining scale contract that Kyle Kuzma has.
Part of me, and I hate to say this about the brother, you know, I love to see the success he's had in his career, but part of me wants Masai to be stuck with Siakam. I don't like the way he's moving.
You mean stuck for the regular season?
Yeah. I don't like the way he's moving. It's nasty behavior. But that's just the competitive aspect of me. That's all that is. Because I like Masai.
Well, you got to. Can I just throw this out there?
Sure.
Kings might not get Kyle Kuzma either.
No, they definitely might not. That's the whole thing about the Kings. I don't know if what they have to offer is going to be enough to get anybody of that stature.
That's right.
So, yeah,
in comparison to other teams that like, and that's where I keep going back to. Shavano's going to stick it to the Kings one more time.
Oh man,
his deal's expiring.
Yeah, and
it's $20 million of expiring money.
It was reported he is on the trade block.
Didn't he ask for a trade? I love that. The Pacers are exploring trade for Buddy Hield. Like, bro, didn't he ask for a trade like 4 months ago? All right, cool. I guess it's news. Let's rock with it.
Yeah.
Let's rock with it.
Yeah, they might not get a guy like that. You know, I also look at a guy, and we haven't talked about him enough, but you know, maybe a Keldon Johnson type guy. I think he could help here in Sacramento. You know, I like the idea of him coming to Sacramento for sure. I don't know the availability of this guy, but I wouldn't be against PJ. You know, we always looking to save PJ Washington coming here to Sacramento. So there are guys outside of Pascal and Kuzma who I think could help out a lot.
Yeah, I like both of the guys. Why would Keldon that's not realistic though, is it?
He's on the trading block.
Is he?
Yeah, like people have talked about him moving. I'd be surprised too, but
Why would they do? All right.
Mm.
What do I'm just
I couldn't tell
dumbass
you.
radio host. What do I know? Goodness gracious.
I couldn't tell you on
I
that
don't know
one.
why they. Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
But that's what the streets are saying.
Okay. Well, that also might not be anyone.
It's true too. Very,
Also
very
might not
true.
be anyone. Or it could be someone we haven't heard about, or who knows. I just think what this fan base would really appreciate is not losing by 33.
That's what we're asking for.
Don't be down by 50.
That's
And maybe they're asking, hey, just maybe don't lose to Detroit. You got Detroit and I heard this conversation last night. Oh, you got Detroit and Charlotte coming up. Those are 2 winnable games. Charlotte just beat them. Charlotte's not a winnable game until the Kings beat Charlotte. It's not a winnable game until then.
Yeah.
Kings haven't played Detroit yet, so hey, it's a fresh opponent. Brand new.
They should handle business. Should handle business.
Should.
But
Should. Might be
We'll
the only
see.
team in the league
The-
who's lost by 20 or more times than. I tried to look. I thought I was going to make some grand point. Kings have lost by 20 points or more 5 times this year. How many has Detroit lost by? Okay, this doesn't work. This analogy doesn't work. Never mind. We'll leave them out of this.
Yeah, they're doing what they do. The
Yeah, they
Detroit
get their
Pistons
ass
are
beat a lot.
doing what they do. But I mean, the whole uneasiness, like I said earlier about this Kings team, is you just don't know what you're getting from game to game. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Mhm.
They literally are like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get.
That's why I don't eat that chocolate. I don't like that.
I don't
I don't like being surprised.
Well, you just take a little bite. If there's jelly
turns
in there,
into
you
a
throw
cherry or something.
Yeah,
Like
you,
I
you
don't
throw
want
that.
this.
You throw that crap out of there. But if you get one,
Then you
with-
gotta bite like 7 of them to find the right one. You want the one with the caramel in it. You essentially go through all that chocolate to get the one that tastes like the Snickers when you could have just gotten a Snickers bar.
Well, there's that. But they don't sell Snickers at C's. Although I would have gotten something
Go to
else. anyway.
Walgreens.
Well, yeah, but you're at the reason why you got a box of chocolate is because you're at C's. You're not getting a box of chocolate at Walgreens. Like you said,
Well, you
would've just
can
got
get
the
a box of
Snickers.
chocolate at Walgreens.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you're
not
ever in a
doing that.
pinch on Valentine's Day, run by CVS though. Get
I
y'all
need
set
to,
up.
I need to go this weekend for Valentine's Day. I don't want to be one of the last.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's facts.
Box of chocolates is pretty overrated.
Oh yeah, it's not the look.
It's like the
no
box.
one, no
it's like
one
the
wants
box.
that.
The box is what's cool, I guess. But
No
no
one-
one eats the chocolate.
No one wants that.
But I go to C's and I give me they got the peanut clusters and then they got the white chocolate peanut clusters that are bomb. Anybody wants to know what they can get me for Valentine's Day? Just give me a bag of those, white chocolate preferably. I'm a big fan of white chocolate. I like the Kit Kats, white chocolate. I got the Hershey's. Well, that's not necessarily white chocolate. That's cookies and cream is what that's called. But yeah, big fan.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Just getting the word. out
Flowers
there.
are a must. Which you might as well order those now because you might be able to get them cheaper now. Just schedule them for delivery on the 14th. We're trying to take care of you. We got you. Just want everybody to get set up. I don't know what else to offer on the Siakam stuff. We heard Malik was part of the deal. We heard that Siakam wouldn't resign here. He said specifically, I will not resign here with the Sacramento Kings. So that's what we have. That's what happened Friday. If you want to weigh in, you can. 916-909-1320. You got any ideas on what this team should do? We'd love to hear those. 916-909-1320. TCG, let's grab him right after the break. TCG, hang on. We'll get to you right after the break again. 916-909-1320. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll dive into football as well. A really entertaining week ahead with Super Wild Card Weekend.
I'm hyped for the playoffs.
We'll talk about it. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good to know the Odyssey app is working today.
Yay.
Well, that was just to us. D-Lo is there. They're not capri pants, man. They're joggers. And no, I don't have them on today. My second favorite look is essential sweats. Been rocking those hard this winter. But no. Ankles stay out. I have these pair of LeBrons I want to wear. Yo, they're dope. They're just really. They're not as high as those Kobe's, but they're higher than a high top.
What year are the LeBrons?
They're not Nikes. They're the Kiss that dropped a few years ago.
Bron.
I had the opportunity to get one of two pairs, and I regret the pair that I bought. They're gorgeous, but I should have bought the other one. Oh, man.
Well, Tyler Jennings, you're not wrong. Stephen Brown, 5'8", 144.
TCG is a big dude.
Yeah, him
TCG
and John
is a
Pauls
big
would
dude.
be in a match.
Oh, nah, it'd be a tag team. It'd be the what they used to be, the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Was that Boss Man and Akeem?
Akeem.
Or what was the Undertaker's tag? The Skyscrapers?
What was him and Kane again? The Brothers
of Destruction? Yeah, that could be John Pauls and TCG. The Brothers of Destruction. Do the TCG was at one of our watch parties, man. He stood up. I was like, hey, easy.
Hey, brother.
Easy. You and John Pauls went around here like. I think that was the same watch party I met John Pauls at. Big motherfuckers who listen to this show.
I want to show you off.
I think I'm going to wind up watching this Draymond thing in its entirety. I do not believe Adam.
How
Silver
long is
cried.
it?
I'm sure it's 45 minutes.
I've never.
Oh, he said
listened to
Steve
his
Kerr cried.
podcast. Never one line, one time. He always lies to the people.
I can
more
actually
than one
see Steve
time.
Kerr crying.
Is that what he said
I
happened?
can't believe they re-signed you. No, that's terrible. I'm sorry. Draymond might really be down. Let me not punch that man while he's down. It's not okay. All right, let's get back to hearing from you. 916-909-1320. Our man TCG with us. TCG, what's going on, baby?
Hey, fellas, thank you for taking my call. I shared these numbers earlier with the insiders and feel that they give a clear picture of what this team's identity actually is, and that we may just need to accept and embrace who they are. The first thing is they played 35 games. Of those 35 games, they've trailed by 15 or more in 15 games. That's about 42%. However, out of the 35 games, they've actually led by 15 or more in 18, which is just over half of the games. And they're 17-1 in those games that they lead by 15 or more, and they're 3-12 in the games that they trail by 15 or more. There's only 3 games total where neither team led by more than 15 points.
Wow. Wow. That last one, that's a hell of a line.
Yeah, that's a trip. I mean, it's like I wouldn't say embrace, but recognize. I mean, they're just kind of a feast or famine team. You know, when they're good, they're good. When they're not, they are not.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means, because that doesn't. I know a lot of people say that'll get you bounced in the first round. Like, it might, but it might not. What if they're on their good wave at that point? All you gotta do is win 4 games. So you just don't know. And I wouldn't bet on that. I wouldn't say, oh, it's okay, because they might turn it on. Like, I would assume they'd struggle in the playoffs as well. But you just don't know who this team is. We don't know who this team is. It's frustrating.
This is the similar. I know it doesn't feel like it, but the similarities to last year are really there. You know, they've only lost 3 in a row once.
Yeah.
It was the Klay Thompson Warriors game into the 2 Rockets games. Then they won 6. But from there, it's exactly what you laid out now for almost a week. Couple wins, couple losses. Win, loss, couple wins, couple losses. It's been like that since that lone 3-game losing streak earlier this season.
And that's why I look
very early in the season.
Yeah, that's why I look at this team, and I don't want to put them in a box just yet. I know who they are right now, and it's very inconsistent. But don't know when or if they'll kick out of it. They could kick out of it and turn up, and turn all the way up. I used the example earlier. We see teams all the time. Oh, man, this team's hot going into the playoffs. So they're hot at the end of the season, getting hot at the right time and all this other stuff. Maybe they find themselves, in March. You know what I mean? Maybe they don't. Right? There's no rule saying they have to. Maybe they don't. But, there's still a lot yet to be determined with this team and who they are. The way they play, who's on the team, what that does for the team if a move is made. There's a lot still up in the air.
Not as extensive as TCG stats a minute ago, but as we mentioned, this is their 2nd loss by 30 or more, both of them to the Pelicans. This is their 5th loss by 20 or more. 10 of their 14 losses have been by double digits. Just for a little bit of context, the Warriors, who are 2 games below 500, they have 5 double-digit losses. The Lakers have 12. 4 of the Lakers' losses have been by 20 or more points. So there's just a little whatever. Do with that whatever you will. I don't know. A lot has been made about the way that this team has been losing. They are the only team in the top 17 teams in the NBA with a negative point differential.
It's crazy. That's crazy. That's
you knew that point differential was going to hell last night, and man, it sure did. It's just green, 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 red, green, 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 green. Everyone is plus.
What does that say to you?
It's what TCG just laid out, or what you just said. They're feast or famine.
Yeah.
They're going to win by a lot, or they're going to lose by a lot.
A lot of people will look at just that, probably like the national guys, and they'll be like, they're not that good. But
glad you said that.
But what it really tells me, because we watch all the games all the time, is they've gotten beat down quite a few times, which isn't a good thing. But because of that, that's why the point differential is in the negative. They're really, like we just laid out, they're really just a team that they can give you either side of the spectrum on any given night. It's really what it comes down to.
I'm gonna you mentioned national guys. I had the chance to catch Deuce and Mo for a little bit, and had the chuckle when I saw your boy Kevin O'Conman, weigh in with his 2 cents in the chat, and I was like, man, known Deuce and Mo for a long time, supported the show for a long time, watch a lot. Never seen this hoe in here before. I remember the night chat after the 24-point comeback.
Oh, he was in there last night.
He was in there last night. Yeah, he was in there last night. And I thought, isn't that cute? He popped in, and I know, like, they're friends. I don't need that explained to me. But again, I've never seen him in there before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he popped in when they get their ass kicked by the Pelicans. All right.
I mean, that's
I
his,
see y'all.
That's his bag, man.
I see you.
Like I said,
okay.
Kevin O'Connell, he
That's
just does
the
what he
Vikings
does.
head coach.
Well, I wasn't familiar with his game, with his name.
What did Antonio call him again?
I don't know.
Okay.
Man, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna
Kevin
say that
O'Con,
one.
man. That's what he
But
is. He's
yeah,
con
man.
people into believe he knows what he's talking about with basketball.
Once again, he's gonna do what he does, and he's having a good time with it. It's fun to him. All right. Like I said,
Do you, big dog.
at a lot of
Do
times,
you, big dog.
just for me personally, you kind of sell your soul for some likes and for some attention. And I don't look at him as somebody that is serious about what he's doing. You know what I mean? Some would say, why be serious? We're just talking about sports. Cool. There's a lot of people that go to him for information. I'm just not going to be one of those guys.
And
I
that's
don't really,
it. That's it.
I don't trust his eye. I don't trust his eye.
I'm with you. Stop going to people who know nothing about basketball for their thoughts on basketball, much less their thoughts on the Sacramento Kings. Stop doing that.
Once again,
I just thought it was funny. I ain't never heard his name called in the chat before. Never. I'm working, minding my own business.
Do you know?
It was in one of the super chats. I'm sure I could find it because I think he sarcastically like donated $10 or something. If I remember how this stuff works, I should be able to read it. But it was something like about how now is the time to make a trade or something like that. But I'll find it.
Yeah.
But again, just stop taking these dudes seriously.
And like I said, look, I listen to Bill Simmons a lot. I don't really. I just find his conversations entertaining.
Oh, there it is. I just left it there.
Yeah, that's when you walked away.
Probably. Sorry, guys. I might have just turned the pot off. In fact, I did. There's an hour 23 of an hour 4. I just turned it off. I was like, all right, guys.
They did. You seen that gif of like when people hear like a bad song and it's that old man taking the headphones
Yeah.
off? He heard Kevin O'Connell. He's like, oh, that's enough. I'm off of this.
Kevin O'Con, man, says, loving the trade talk. Winky face emoji. This is the year to go for it. The title window is open. Next year, it may not be. Kings should feel urgency.
All right, man. I don't even know what this guy's talking about. I really don't. Now all of a sudden, in year 2 of their build as a franchise, this is the year you have to win a title.
And their window's going to close quicker than anyone in history. Can I block Kevin O'Con, man, from their stream? I don't think I can.
I ain't never heard nothing like that. Second year of trying to, build your franchise. It's now or never.
I'm gonna see if I can click on Kevin O'Con man's page. He just created it yesterday, just to show up in the night chat.
Hey man, like I said, I don't know. But like I was mentioning, like Bill Simmons, like I listen to Bill Simmons. I find his conversations entertaining. I don't know if I like take to the bank what he says about basketball.
He's right about Jordan.
Huh?
He was right about Jordan.
Well,
remember he said Jordan was going to sell the Hornets. We're like, what?
He did say that.
where did that come from? Like 4 months later, yeah, Michael Jordan's selling the New Orleans or the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, he's running up. But it's like I mean, yeah, the conversation is entertaining, but I'm not like, yo, I need to listen to what this guy's saying because I need to know more about the league. I don't feel that way. That's how I feel about O'Connell.
Is the bloom off the rose with the all in stuff? Wasn't that the catchphrase? Wasn't it the Mike Brown phrase? Isn't it all in?
I think so. Yeah, well, maybe because I don't know if everybody's all in.
Well, that's what I mean. Isn't the bloom off the rose? It's like
all in works, but you need everybody to be all in. Right? Like, so to that degree.
That's what I'm asking. Is that over? Because last year there was no question. Everyone was all in. We talked about it. We outlined it on numerous different occasions with minutes, playing time, all of these different things. Everyone is in. That doesn't feel like it's the case this year.
Go get some people that are going to be all in.
Do you think? Well, before I ask,
because regardless of if I believe if it, this version, if it's not in or not, like if it's not working this year, then go get some people that are going to be all in. Like you can't win and people not be all in. You can't. Like I think to a certain degree, well, maybe not. I was going to say people romanticized it last year, like that's exclusive to the Kings, like that everybody was bought in. Like it's not. Like if you want to win something, you got to be everybody got to be bought in. Everybody has to. That's the way you win. You know what I'm saying? It's not exclusive to the Kings. Who won the championship last year? Drawing a blank.
The NBA championship?
Yeah.
Denver.
Everybody in Denver was all in.
Mm-hmm.
You like if you have people in your locker room that aren't all in, you got to get them out, and then get people in that are going to be all in. So the concept isn't wrong. They just might not have everybody there this year.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter as well. Wherever you are listening or watching, we greatly appreciate you. If you're watching on one of the video platforms, hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons, please. At what point does the trade talk start to take effect? You see it sometimes. It doesn't happen a lot given how prevalent trade talk is in the NBA, but we have seen it. The most glaring example probably ever is the Chicago Bulls, Kobe Bryant that year, where you had a really good Chicago team. Then these trade rumors started and they died. How much do you think that might weigh into HB, Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell, guys who might be on the trading block over the so-called trading block over the course of the next couple of weeks? How much of that affects them on a game-to-game basis?
I mean, as human beings, I'm sure it can affect them. I know people try to be professional about it, but they're humans. So, they could get caught up in it. It could affect their play, their emotions, their level of commitment, all this other stuff. That's where, maybe Mike Brown's got to come in and say, hey, I know there's a lot of trade talk swirling. I need you guys to be professionals and to make sure you stay locked in on the task at hand. And I also need you to be real and say, if I can't do that, let me know so I won't play you. I won't have you out there, or we'll talk to Monty about what should we do. Like, because I know maybe if they believe it or not, maybe the showcasing thing is right. We got to showcase them, all this other stuff. The guy told me he's not committed to playing right now. So I can't, can we work something out where I don't have to have him out there? But it can't just be, I'm not 100% bought into this thing because I'm in trade rumors and I'm playing 30 minutes a night, or I'm playing 25 minutes a night. Like, no, like I need guys out there that are bought into everything that's going on right here and trying to win for this team for each other every single time. And if you're not in the right mental space to do that, which I completely understand, you got to let me know so I can do my job and put the people who are in that mental space to do that. Now, after I say all that, I'm not accusing anybody of being in that type of space where they're not giving their all, they're not committed. I'm just saying if that is what's going on, there needs to be some real discussions.
You think some of them get used to it at this point, but it's probably something you never get used to, especially if you're Harrison Barnes. You just signed a new contract last year. But like I said earlier, Harrison probably knew this is going to be the situation with him. It's not the best. I'm not trying to frame this as a positive, but like it's also like Harrison's just that type of player. Yeah. He's that type of guy. Like certainty, a contending team would want Harrison Barnes right now. A rebuilding team, like probably not so much. But if you need a veteran, like Harrison Barnes is the perfect veteran. He doesn't want that role. Like Harrison wants to win. Like every player, every athlete wants to win. But that's a tough component. My biggest concern is this January 8th. Trade deadline's a month away. If we're at the point where it's weighing on these guys now, we're in big, big trouble. Like I get it as the days get closer, gets a little tense. I get that. We got a month. Y'all got a lot of games ahead. You got a lot of road games ahead. I think you got the Pacers game in here this month, which I guess forever is going to be a big game at the Golden One Center. Yeah. So like there's a lot of basketball ahead for you to be like concerned. And with Kevin, and I'm sorry to my man Kevin Herter, bro. If you just get back in your flow, the conversation, it's probably not a conversation to be had. I mean, I was talking to my man Io on the way home from the game last night. We were talking about that 2-guard spot, and he asked what position would you want to upgrade the most, the 2 or the 4? I was like the 4, easily, because I know I always got Malik. As frustrating as it is with Duarte and Herter, I know I got Malik. The 4 position's different, or 3, depending on what you decide you want to do with Keegan Murray long term. Yeah. But the wing spot, essentially.
I agree, man. That's what I would be looking to upgrade from that 4 position, and I can make it work with the 2 position for sure. Because of Malik, being there, the 4 would be the spot. That would absolutely be the spot. So part of it is it's going to start now because it's real now. Like you could be traded any day. In December, you couldn't be traded any day. Literally you couldn't. You had to wait for a certain day. Now it's real. And because of that, you're checking your phone every day. I wake up, I don't know where I'm going to, be. I don't know what Shams is going to report or anything like that. But it also comes with the territory, man. I'm not saying I've been through it and that should just make it easier, but that's the reality of it. Like Harrison, you probably could have signed a 1-year deal with somebody that wouldn't trade you, with Utah. You might not have been traded. You know what I mean? You decided to sign here in Sacramento knowing like this may not be a long-term solution for either party. So I'm usually the type of person where if I know what it is and I know what I'm getting myself into, I can accept whatever comes of it a little better. So if I know I'm signing this contract, I'm taking this money, I might be gone in January. What is there to be stressed out about?
Yeah.
It's what I signed up for.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. But I agree. You mentioned this earlier. Warriors lost now. Again, a big reason there hasn't been a lot of movement in the Western Conference. One, as we outlined this, looking at the Kings schedule earlier, just win a couple, lose, win a couple, lose, win a couple, lose. No sustained losing streak. You got, teams like kind of Dallas and New Orleans. They're just kind of all over the place. I don't know how New Orleans isn't 35-0, 37-0 after watching this team 4 times already.
No
but
Zion last night either.
You had no. Well, we didn't have Trey Lyles, so
yeah,
balances out.
Good point.
Balances out. But you have the Sacramento Kings sitting at 21-14. Phoenix lost last night. Golden State lost last night. A couple of days after LeBron saying the Lakers suck, they got a win against the Los Angeles Clippers last night.
That LeBron, did you see the LeBron interview or clips from it on Friday night?
So I know, yeah. So I know something happened at the end of it.
He was asked about Ricky Rubio retiring.
That's right.
And he said something to the effect of like, this isn't the best time to ask me that, but Ricky Rubio, congratulations on a great career. I'm sorry it may not sound as sincere right now, but I really mean it. If I don't sound as sincere, I mean, blame the person who asked the question because it's not really a good time to ask the question.
And I think my man said, sorry, LeBron.
Was this the same night? I think the reporters weren't talking to him, but they hear him in the background. Also, he was asking him, like, "Oh, is Bronny starting or whatever?" And LeBron's like, "Well, I know damn sure he could play on this team."
He said, "He can play with us right now, easy. He can play with us."
that was all time LeBron right there.
Oh yeah, that was
good stuff.
That was peak. Peak LeBron.
What about last night though? Did you catch the Ty Lue? It was either before the game or after. I'm assuming after.
I saw Ty Lue was partying with LeBron.
Darvin Ham nowhere to be found. I'm just saying there was 4 pictures from that party. Didn't see Darvin Ham in one.
He said something to the effect of like they asked him about the Clippers turnaround, and I think he said the guy might have said James Harden's Clippers or whatever, and LeBron was like, "What the Clippers did? They turned anything around? What'd you say? James Harden Clippers? No, that's Ty Lue Clippers. Ty Lue." It don't take him long. It take what they struggle about 5 games. Yeah, that's about it. That's all it takes for him to get his team still out.
Yeah, I see you.
Hey, Darvin was at the party.
Come on, King James.
Darvin was at the party, but he's the one who took the pictures of Ty Lue and them there.
Oh, that's cold. That's hilarious.
LeBron working right now.
Ty Lue is, for those that don't get it, Ty Lue is very much a free agent at the end of the season. That is no CJ's like LeBron to the Clippers confirmed. Wrong. Ty Lue to the Lakers confirmed.
LeBron working right now.
Bro, that dunk he had last night.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
He's still doing stuff that just makes you shake your head. Including that Ty Lue Clippers.
Wait a minute, there's more LeBron news. Did you guys see the clip of after D'Angelo Russell hit the 3? He hit like a 3 to put him up by 10 or something like that. And they call a timeout. And D'Lo is like, he's got the 3 going up and he's celebrating with everybody. And LeBron's on the bench just like.
LeBron's fed up.
LeBron didn't get up out of his seat, didn't celebrate, just looked straight ahead. It's over. It is over for deloading.
Do you think the players in that locker room know, like, oh yeah, LeBron's pissed, guys. We're not gonna be here like in a couple months.
Yep.
They gotta know.
Yeah, they know.
They gotta know.
They know.
Yeah.
Get ready for Washington and all of these other places they're gonna send us.
Yeah.
That Ty Lue clip is the king, though. That's funny.
He said, yeah, they're playing what? What would you say? James Harden Clippers? No, it's Ty Lue Clippers. When Ty Lue, that's just who he is. How long it take him? About 5 games? Yeah, that's all it takes for Ty Lue to get things right. About 5 games. Yeah.
This is generational stuff.
Man,
from LeBron.
that's cold.
At 39 years old, doing all this still.
Coming off the heels of, we playing lineups that we hadn't played all year. So, yeah. Dead man walking.
Goodness gracious.
Let me see. I'm curious now. When might it happen? Let me see this Lakers schedule.
Oh, you had that man fired yesterday. Stop it. You had that man fired yesterday.
I did. Let's see. They got what they got. What is this? Oh, yeah, they got Toronto coming up. Phoenix, Utah, OKC. He might stay for a while.
I don't think they have anyone on their bench that could take over for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
and you can't hire Ty Lue now. So
usually the Lakers prepare they'll throw like a J Kidd or someone like that on the bench just in case. But
James Ham coming up at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll talk much more Kings basketball with him. You want to weigh in on any of this? You can 916-909-1320. Super Wild Card Weekend is set up. Not everybody feeling the vibes here today.
Yeah, dude, we'll talk about it next, bro. Like, what do you want me to say? I drove home in silence yesterday.
Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The boys walking in the stadium. Let's go. We'll get a 13th round in real quick. 13th. Oh, let me change the thing. Hold on. Brand awareness. There we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan brand. You already know my people over there. Shout out to the dope ones. My guy, Don is dope. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. You already know where to get that. ColaSeaMoss.com. Go get you some. And it was an eventful weekend in boxing. There was a lot going on. Number one, Ryan Garcia, who a couple weeks ago said he was going to fight Devin Haney. He wanted his team to focus on that. He came out and said, yeah, I pivoted off of that. I'm not fighting Devin Haney. He doesn't understand what the deal should be. He wanted it to be Haney Garcia. It should be Garcia Haney. Hence, he probably wanted more money. And Garcia said, I'm walking away from that. I'm going to fight Rolly Romero. Oh, wow. Okay, didn't see that coming. That was crazy. So, yeah, whatever. The build-up for that fight is going to be crazy too, by the way. And I wonder how people feel about that. I mean, Haney's the champ. I think it should be Haney Garcia, but Garcia is the moneymaker. That is the truth. I probably wouldn't have let that affect whether or not I would have fought him, but that was the hang up there. Then a Golden Boy had a card. I can't lie to you. I don't have DAZN, so I didn't watch it. I think Virgil Ortiz was fighting, and there was another young guy fighting who was running his mouth who got knocked out in the first round. And then Bernard Hopkins gets into it with Bill Haney. It ends up shoulder checking him and walking by him, told him he wants to, hey, let's go into the bathroom real quick. I want to talk to you in the bathroom or whatever. It's like, yo, chill. Bernard Hopkins is such a clown figure with Golden Boy boxing. I hate to say that about Bernard because I expect more out of him. But him with Golden Boy, a lot of clown behavior. And it was on full display this weekend. That's coming off the heels of what he did before Ryan Garcia's fight. A lot of clown behavior going on for Bernard Hopkins. Once again, he and Oscar need to get the hell out of the game. They need to get the hell out of the game. And that's the 13th round.
You see, they're saying this is Floyd's master plan, though, for Ryan Garcia.
Floyd should get Ryan. I think he'd do a great job with Ryan Garcia. I think that's where Ryan needs to go. He doesn't really have too many other places to go. He's not going to go back to Eddie Hearn. He needs to leave Golden Boy. I don't think he goes to Top Rank. I think he should go with Floyd in Mayweather Promotions. What's my opinion of Jameis Winston? He's a funny dude.
I just wanted to get my man a touchdown.
Jameis is a funny dude, man.
If I'm James, I get it too, because like I'm in the huddle, like guys, Dennis isn't gonna be here next season. Let's just do what we want. Like, what's he gonna do? Yell at us? He's not even gonna be here tomorrow.
He wasn't fired, was
Not
he?
yet.
Not yet. Sure. Warner Brothers is turning every Sopranos episode into 25 seconds long and posting it on TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing. I just read this tweet that said to celebrate the Sopranos 25th anniversary, Warner Brothers is turning every Sopranos episode into 25 seconds and posting it on TikTok.
That's funny. That is funny.
That's amazing.
Oh, by the way, before we get to Ramsey, can I give a big shout out to Coach Prime, Deion Sanders. I don't know if you saw him over the weekend. but he said he jogged for the first time in years. He was a little emotional about it, as should be. He ended up showing his leg because he was dealing with blood clots in his leg, in both legs, lost a couple of
He's
toes
missing, yeah.
and things of that nature. And he jogged this weekend, had it documented, and it was some powerful stuff. Showed the leg. I don't want to see the leg again, but yeah.
I remember watching that Alex Smith doc. Jeez. Did you see that?
Do you think I saw it?
No, I don't think you did. Yeah, when they showed his leg,
You
it
think
was
I watched that?
rough. Like, yo, they should have hit pause. Like, okay, warning.
Yes.
For those who don't want to see this, turn away for the next 7 seconds. Yeah, that was tough.
I watched something over the weekend.
Shout out to Alex Smith and Randy Moss, College Football Hall of Fame.
I didn't know that. Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, they told him live on TV.
Yeah, congratulations to that. That's dope, man. And I like ESPN's countdown show.
I thought the way they did it was cool because they bigged up Randy Moss and what's the girl's name? Samantha Ponder, I think. She was like, yeah, I like Alex Smith had a hell of a career too. Like, that's Alex, it's 22-1, and here comes Brewski with the Randy Moss isn't the only one. They give him the football, and
nice.
It was dope.
I gotta check that out. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure. I'm positive the clip is on social somewhere.
That's really cool.
All right. The random moment with Ramsey, 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. Don't want to call it random, but I call it kind of a bittersweet day.
It's random, bro. It is random, and it's not bittersweet. But go ahead.
Tiger Woods, after 27 years, parted with Nike. I mean, it had slightly been in the works only for the fact that Nike has been out the equipment game for quite some time.
Yeah.
He hadn't been wearing the shoes. But at the same time, I look at it as probably the third or fourth biggest endorsement deal we've ever seen. I mean, the only
third or fourth to
two
who?
that I could definitely equate are Jordan and LeBron. You could throw Steph Curry.
Tiger's bigger than LeBron.
He definitely bigger.
It's Jordan and Tiger. Yeah, it's Jordan and Tiger. Appreciate you, Ramsey. It was a little dramatic for what it was, but appreciate you. I think he threw Steph in there. It's bigger than LeBron. It's bigger than Steph.
Yeah.
Nike golf exists solely because of Tiger Woods. So I was even with the.
I'm surprised. I didn't know he was still under contract with Nike. I felt like it had ended a couple years ago.
I knew the equipment stuff had ended because Nike equipment ended, but I didn't think it was ever going to end. But I don't know much about that. I didn't know he had stopped wearing Nike shoes. Yeah, like there's a lot of guys like when you're of that stature, when you're with Nike or Jordan, you're pretty much like you can pretty much like Charles is still with Nike. Charles Barkley ain't played basketball in 30 years. He's still with Nike. Like there's a lot of guys like that who still, their old Nike contract, they just stick around. I never thought Tiger would not be with Nike, but maybe Nike's shutting the whole. They started with equipment, and now maybe the polos, the khaki, all of that stuff is.
Which I wonder why. I wonder why they're not doing that anymore. It feels like that would still be profitable.
It just might not appeal to people outside of Tiger. Like I don't know. Like I mean, does Rory have a Nike deal? Does Dustin Johnson? Like who has Nike deals? Because that could tell us the story.
Yeah. That's like it's almost like people talked about the rumor, or at least was that Kobe was about to leave Nike before his unfortunate passing. That he didn't like the way things were going. And he was going to start his own shoe line and things of that nature. But he's one of those guys that I would look at like LeBron, like Tiger, where Kobe and Nike, like, nah, he would be there forever. But I guess the rumor was he was getting ready to leave.
Did he start with Nike, then go to Adidas, or did he start with Adidas?
He was always with Adidas. Well, sorry, he started with Adidas, then went to Nike.
Okay.
He was with Adidas in high school, I think.
Because I thought he was with Nike. So who? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's a rabbit hole. We don't really need to go down.
Well, you started it. Now I want to know.
Did Adidas kind of fall back after Colorado? Because for some reason I feel like it was Nike that fell back.
It was Nike. He had ended the Adidas stuff a little before that. I think.
Okay. All right. Super wild card weekend is set. As you heard before the break, not everybody is thrilled with how Week 17 went. I am for a variety of reasons, namely the Texans. I was thrilled to see your man D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud get that win against Indianapolis, get into the playoffs. Like, just a tremendous turnaround for D'Amico, that organization. Like, CJ's next. Love that. My boy Baker, the Baker boy, the Baker Bros, winning the NFC South. I love that. Loved all of it.
Baker getting that bonus,
$1 million.
Yeah, him and Chris Jones, man.
Chris Jones,
big
yeah.
day for those guys, man.
Yeah. Chris Jones.
That was great video. Chris Jones,
I love that. Yeah, that was an awesome video. I don't know if Baker had one because Baker, they had to win. Like, they had to, like, his bonus was predicated on them getting to the playoffs.
With the Panthers too.
Yeah, that was a weird game. I actually saw quite a bit of that one before heading to the arena. That was a weird one.
Yeah, so I think super wild card weekend or whatever is great. They could do without the super and having the Monday
You got to know that
game.
it's more than the regular wild card weekend.
Well, putting it out over the 3 days. Like, you can give me 3 games in 2 days, and we'd be perfectly fine.
It's super wild card. This absolutely sounds like a Vince McMahon creation. What's bigger than wild card weekend, sir? Super wild card weekend.
Well, the only thing that kills it is the Monday night game. Like, put
What do you
3
mean kills
it could be. Need to wait around for that game. Put 3 games on Saturday, 3 games on Sunday. 10, 1, and 5.
Well,
Boom. Ready to go.
That's a lot.
It's like Christmas.
Yeah, but it's 2 days. That's a lot.
It's fine.
People need to get outside, get some fresh air, go to the store.
That'll be fine. Well, look, they can get outside.
Go buy chocolate at C's.
Well, that would be a good thing. But they wouldn't. The only time they wouldn't be getting outside is the first game, because the other games are 1 and 5 anyway.
That's right. Get it all done in the morning.
They'll get up a little earlier.
Browns at Texans, Dolphins at Chiefs.
Ooh, did you see? I shouldn't be like this. I really shouldn't be like this, because not everybody's able to do it. But did you see the stupid outrage from people in the media, namely older people in the media, yesterday about this game?
About the Dolphins Chiefs game?
Yeah, because it's exclusively on Peacock.
Oh, I didn't.
And they were like, "Oh, this is an outrage. They're making you pay for this. Nobody has Peacock in the world. This is." I said, "Are they really gonna complain about this for the whole week?"
Peacock is like free for everyone who has Verizon.
It's free for everybody that has Xfinity.
So, like, the Xfinity, that's what it was, not Verizon, Xfinity. So to say like no one has Peacock is pretty wild.
And once again, I still have cable, so I didn't think twice. It was like, okay, well, it'll just be on the Peacock app.
You got like a premium Peacock?
Wait a minute, hold on. What
That's
the hell?
crazy.
I
the hell?
thought so too. I thought so too.
Damn, that's gonna be a good game though.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna be a good game.
Do you want to?
Dude, football's stupid. Who cares? Football's stupid. Gosh.
Rough night for our boy.
No, literally, like we have our jokes. Like, if our team loses, we'll come into work all bummed out or whatever. No, like yesterday was bad. I was literally in the car driving home yesterday. Like, oh, do I put on music? No, I don't want to listen to music. There's no time to listen to Tupac at all.
Wow, Tupac catching strays.
I called it literally early in the week. I said in December they fold. The team is fine, but they fold, and boy did they fold yesterday.
I mean, they are.
Ugh.
I hate to say it, Jesse, but
You
they
can see
are.
it's not quite over.
I'm not. No, I'm
Hey,
hurt.
it shouldn't be. It shouldn't
Well,
be. It
hey,
won't-
you got to
it
be
won't
like
till
the
about
Aaron.
Wednesday.
You got to be like the Aaron. You got to leave it in yesterday and
Can't do
get
that.
ready for the Chiefs.
We have to wear this till 5:15 on Saturday. I'll be like, oh yeah, we'll beat the Chiefs, no worries. But that was bad.
They are kind of who I think I said they were. You put them up against a good team, and all that 70 points and the high octane offense, like, it just goes away. They had 14 points yesterday.
The offense was bad, but the thing is that kills me about yesterday's game was like they were better than Buffalo majority of the game. And it's just
Yeah.
once the fourth quarter got there, they just poo-pooed all over themselves.
How you feel about Tua?
I'm paying Tua in the offseason. That's like easy. Like, what's the option otherwise? Like, he's like as bad as it is or whatever it is. Like, he was a top 6 MVP candidate or whatever. They're gonna make the playoffs again. They've been near playoff contention pretty much anytime he started.
Top 6. That was a wild.
He played all year.
Yeah, I had to
right?
fit that one in, but it's top. Like Sabonis was top 6. We fit that in.
Fair enough.
You gotta fit it in.
He played all year, right?
Yeah, played every game this season. You hope they win the games in December going forward, but you're not gonna
games against a good team.
Huh?
Well, they lost.
beat Dallas, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing.
They lost
play
to
that way.
they lost to Buffalo. They lost to Philadelphia. They lost to Kansas City. One that really stands out is they lost to Tennessee.
Yeah, they
was
choked that one.
bizarre.
That was just a choke job.
They lost to Baltimore and they lost to Buffalo. Those two back to back are tough.
Sometimes in these situations, like you got to do what you have to do, but paying Tua and being like he's the franchise guy. Is that the commitment I wouldn't want to make?
I'm not paying him Lamar Jackson money. He's not getting that.
Jesse, did I get this right? Did they beat one team?
Over
Did they beat
500?
one team over 500?
Yeah,
And it was Dallas?
Yeah, Dallas.
Because they beat the Jets, the Commanders, the Jets.
I think Denver finished over
the
500.
Raiders. No, they were 8-9. I think that's the
Oof.
only other one I had questions about. Denver's 8-9.
I-
Yeah, it's just Dallas. They
Yeah,
won.
the Dallas one is doing a lot of work for them.
What if
Ooh,
Like, what's the alternative though to not paying Tua?
Kirk Cousins?
Disgusting. No, I'll take Tua easily over Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins' resume is vastly more impressive than Tua's.
Well, yeah, because he's played longer. They're about the same right now as far as ability and stuff like that. And Tua's younger.
He's won big games in the regular season when he was young. He's won a playoff game or two.
How old is
Like
Kirk?
I don't know if I would like do it, but to dismiss it, like hell no.
Easily, I'm taking Tua over Kirk. Kirk's coming off
Do
with torn Achilles and stuff
Kirk
like that.
Cousins
He's
is gonna be
old.
36 years
Yeah,
old
he's
when
old.
the season starts.
Tua's already as good as Kirk now.
Who does he think he is? Joe Flacco?
Tua, we'll see what happens on Saturday. Tua has never done anything in a moment to make me think like
That's the
gonna
only thing that's
change.
holding him back. Like with that, I still
What's
pay
he
him,
like,
but
a
like he's got to
third-
figure it out.
Was he third-year quarterback?
This is his fourth year. Like he's done
Fourth
enough.
year.
He's just got to
And he-
figure it out. The December games.
You're willing to give up on him after 4 years? Like he's been that bad?
I was really worried this year when
Tua this year,
they could
4,600
never do anything against a good team.
4,600 yards, 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
The problems against good teams though go beyond Tua. It's not a Tua, just mainly Tua problem. Like Mike McDaniel has just not been. He's been good, but there's been food left on the
First-year head
table and stuff
coach?
like that.
Second year.
Second year, yeah.
Mike McDaniel was. Oh, that's right.
Tyreek
Second year.
Hill
He was
also.
Nick
you don't-
Ryan for that shit.
Tyreek
You
Hill
don't-
also this season feels
you
the
don't
need to
s-
drop any big time ball thrown his way in big games.
Tua don't see it. I just gotta feel he don't see it. He don't see it when in the big games. He don't see it. Like he don't see it. He just don't see it. That's all I can say. Is I don't think the plays change that much. I don't think they're that more covered than what they are when they play the Giants.
You think he freezes up?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Wow.
He don't see it. Like I don't think Tua has it to lead a franchise.
Mm. Well, I ain't gonna find out for Kirk Cousins.
I'm gonna say
Kirk Cousins is almost a situation where though, like you don't have to like Tua, you got to commit to him. You don't have to commit to Kirk Cousins.
I think you commit to Tua.
Yeah, I think you do easy. The alternative is like you can end up with a bad quarterback. Like you're still like we're talking as bad as it is, whatever. They can be bad, good teams or whatever. All the injuries still made the playoffs and all that. We're the choke job away from being the 2 seed still. Like just figure it out next season.
He was healthy all year, and y'all were still the 6th seed. Like what's next? Because before it was if he could stay healthy. He stayed healthy and it didn't even get you the division title.
Well, yeah, because they blew it though. That's not a Tua thing though. It's not just the Tua thing. Like that's a Mike McDaniel thing. That's a Tyreek Hill. Like that's that whole offense. It's not just Tua.
They couldn't score when they needed to. I understand you said it's Mike McDaniels too. They couldn't score. I guess where we
Because
differ
Tyreek
is-
Hill, like perfect
I
example
don't-
yesterday in the last drive of the game or whatever, Tyreek Hill, they called DPI or whatever on the guy that was guarding him, but he drops a ball, he catches it, he's taking it to the house, and it's tie game.
True, the pass that Tyreek got hurt on though was high, like most of Tua's passes are when they play these good teams.
Yeah, he's got to. I'll acknowledge that he's got to step up in December, but I think you still pay him either way because you're still a playoff team. He's got to get better though, and I think you give him that room to develop.
You wouldn't do it. You're out on tour right now. You'd be out. You wouldn't sign him.
Not for what he's looking for. I try to give him a short deal. I wouldn't be locked up long term with Tua. I wouldn't.
I kind of yesterday I was talking.
There really are no long-term deals.
True.
Whatever, because Trevor Lawrence, has he gotten paid?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Probably.
If Trevor Lawrence has gotten paid. That's kind of like the bar of it.
I think this
Trevor Lawrence is the bar?
Yeah, because he's better than Trevor Lawrence.
This offseason, I think, is the year of Trevor.
For that quarterback? Okay.
I believe. Were they the same draft, Jesse?
I think Lawrence might have been the year before, maybe after.
Yeah.
Because he's the same year as Burrow and those guys.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence got about $5 million on the books next year.
Oh, well, that's kind of like the bar of the whatever those guys are getting paid. Because
But-
Tua's a top 10 quarterback, but he's like 10-9-8.
Tua's a what?
Top 10 quarterback.
I don't know.
Okay.
I ain't gonna talk about Tua no more.
He's got the numbers. He's got to win in December. That's all it comes down to. He's got the numbers. Win in December. He wins
There's a
in
lot
December,
of
it's
quarterbacks
all-
that didn't win in December.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know that. That's
Like the knock against Lamar has been. He hasn't been able to win the big games either.
Nah, he wins some big games.
He hasn't gone past the divisional round.
Yeah, but he wins some big
Well,
games.
his thing was he's got to win a playoff game. Then he win a playoff game. Then the bar moved. Now he's got to win a bunch of playoff games. And unfortunately for Lamar, he is kind of entering that category where if you're going to win your second MVP, like you do have to start winning some playoff games. But this Ravens team is really good. So we got the Dolphins and the Chiefs coming up exclusively on Peacock.
You got like a premium Peacock.
Shout out to
There we
Mike
go. That
Tomlin.
again.
Shout out to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the playoffs. They'll take on the Buffalo Bills as a result of yesterday's game. Of course, that'll be in Buffalo. Packers at the Cowboys. Feel like I've heard that before. Shout out to Matt LaFleur. He gets that team to the playoffs. What happens next? Well, that's a different story. Probably the one I'm looking forward to the most. Matt Stafford back in Detroit.
Yeah, it's a good one.
The Rams at the Lions. The Rams, what was the number 7-1 since the bye? Man, that's incredible work by that team.
Yeah, that's a great job by Sean McVay. That is a great job because this was a team that everybody thought. Well, I won't put it on everybody. I thought it was going to be, bottom of the league. I thought they were awful, and it wasn't going to happen for them at all this year. Not only were they competent, but they made the playoffs. Man, that was a great job by Sean McVay. Great job.
And then it'll close out with the Monday game that Kenny doesn't want. The Eagles take on my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Eagles, who lost again, this time to the juggernaut that is the New York Giants.
That feels like a team that's ready for the offseason.
They're ready for offseason, new coaching staff, new personnel. They're ready for it all. They're finished. They're finished.
They're
not. Hot take. I told this to Damian last night. Hot take. No lower seeds will win in the NFC in wild card weekend.
So you've got the Bucks over the Eagles. You've got the Lions over the Rams. You got the Cowboys over the Packers, the Texans over the Browns. You've got the Chiefs over the Dolphins.
Well, I said in the NFC. In the AFC, I only got one potential.
The Browns over the Texans.
Yes. But I'm thinking about the Dolphins, though. I'm thinking about the Dolphins. I haven't ruled
Dolphins
out
beating the Chiefs.
You got Tua winning a big game, huh?
That's the part that gives me reservation. That he's the quarterback.
I don't even know what.
I love the Texans, and I love that story. I got the Browns in that one. I got the Rams in Detroit. I don't know what to tell you. I'm riding the Rams in Detroit.
It's not a bad thought. I think I'll probably be in the minority. I think a lot of people will choose the Rams to beat the Lions. I just don't see the Lions losing to the Rams in that scenario on Ford Field. First playoff game in Detroit on a Saturday night, 30 years or something, 30 plus years. I think that place is going to be rocking.
Well, they're used to the silent count, as Matt Stafford's wife will tell us. They're used to the silent count from their games against the 49ers at their home stadium. So that'll be anyone taking the Packers over the boys?
No, definitely not taking that. I think the Cowboys are going to win, but I think there's going to be I think the Packers might actually play a little better than I'm even giving them credit for right now.
I think Dallas might get them by 2 scores.
Speaking of getting a team by 2 scores, you can listen to Michigan beat Washington by probably 4 scores.
Relax.
Immediately following today's show, the national championship, Michigan's coronation.
Well, I mean, look,
on Sacramento Sports.
I know what
Is
you're
that a
trying to
lock
do.
for you? Is Michigan just handling Washington today?
I mean, I know what you're trying to do, but
What do you mean?
Here's the crazy thing
What am
about
I
it.
trying to do?
It's not even going to work.
What am I trying
They
to do?
probably will beat their ass by 3 scores.
That's what I said. How long have I said Michigan is the best team in football? How long?
You've been saying it all season,
How long?
to be honest.
Thank you.
And I want to give a shout out.
Thank
I want to
you.
give a shout out to all those people in the chat, all those people on Twitter. They told me and everybody that will listen, oh, Michigan's scared because they got Alabama. I said that next
Why are you
day,
bringing up old stuff?
I
You
came
got
up here.
Washington
I came on here and I said, man, they gonna beat Alabama. Ain't nobody worried about that.
You said they
Ain't
was
nobody
going to
worried
handle
about that.
Alabama. They didn't do that.
Yeah,
But why are you
Alabama showed
talking
up
about
to play.
Alabama? They got Washington
Because
today.
I got an opportunity to address that. They
Why didn't
handled
you
that
address
business
it a week ago?
They handled. I forgot. We was busy. We was doing stuff. Everybody came in
Bring
here.
up
Oh,
old
KC
stuff.
don't want to see Michigan. Don't want to see Bama. They handled them boys, man. They handled them boys. Yeah, light work.
This
Light
show's
work.
not
All
on
work is
tape
easy
delay.
work.
You are listening on January 8th. I
All
don't know
work
why
is
you're
easy
talking about
work.
Alabama when you're going to win the national championship
They
against
are going to win
Washington
the national
today.
Hey,
I
first
know
time-
that.
First time since
I said it before you did.
1997. First time since
Get Will in here.
1997. Michigan Wolverines national championship. It's happening.
You can
tonight.
listen here on ESPN 1320. What's going on, Will?
Hey, gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I wanted to get your guys' take on this Jimmy G situation. Obviously, now the Raiders season finishing up here, and my opinion is that Jimmy will be back with the team next year. And frankly, it is because of his contract. Where you look around the league right now, and frankly, let's say that 80% of the NFL has their quarterback for the future, and the teams that don't are, tell me if I'm wrong here, it's the Denver Broncos, it's the Tennessee Titans, it's the Atlanta Falcons, the New England Patriots, and maybe another team that I'm forgetting. But Chicago seems to have their man. We see that New Orleans has Derek Carr. The Giants, as bad as their quarterback situation is, have it with Daniel Jones. But that with the Raiders organization, the Jimmy Garoppolo contract makes it difficult to trade that to another team. And thus, in the offseason, you'll likely see a quarterback battle between Garoppolo and Aiden O'Connell. You look at Garoppolo's contract right now, it's a hefty one. And if you look around the league right now, Russell Wilson teams would be willing to trade for, but not Jimmy Garoppolo.
I understand what he's saying with the appreciate the call. Man.
I didn't. Was he just
Well-
concerned about Jimmy Garoppolo in Las Vegas? Like he's just concerned that they're
Well, he
stuck with
thinks he's
Jimmy
going to
Garoppolo?
be back. He thinks he's going to be back. I
don't
can
think the
understand
contract
why he would say that.
is as bad as Will thinks.
But I would say this about Jimmy Garoppolo, because we talked about this last night, me and Sarah on Sports Sunday. If Antonio Pierce is the coach, there'd be no reason to bring back Jimmy Garoppolo. Because the first thing he did when he took over
Yeah.
was get Jimmy Garoppolo out of there. So what are we competing for?
Hey, and shout out to the Raiders for getting the win yesterday.
Yeah,
Celebrating with cigars. Got to, they get to 8 and 9.
Yeah,
Yeah,
8 and
good
9.
for them.
So if he's the coach, I don't see any reason why Jimmy Garoppolo would come back as the Raiders quarterback and even be in any type of competition.
Yeah, I don't. I disagree a lot with Will. I also don't think this. I don't think the contract's nearly as bad as he thinks.
None of those teams that he named as their quarterback.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you, Will, but I disagree.
Yeah, I don't think the Giants are locked in. What the Bears do, obviously, is going to be a big conversation over the course of the next couple of months. But I don't know where they're at with Justin Fields. That was a conversation last night. I'd keep Justin, but I'm a Justin Fields guy, so whatever.
Yeah, I'd keep him, although they'll never beat the Packers, it seems like.
No.
Hell, even the Rams won a meaningless game against the
Yeah, it ended.
Niners.
What was it? 12 straight. Ended the streak of 12 regular season games in a row.
The Bears just never going to beat the Packers. The Jets ended their streak against the Patriots. It was 15 straight games.
I saw that on my way to the arena and thought, boy, that is a hell of a way for Bill Belichick to go out if he is in fact going out.
Did you listen to that press conference?
I did.
Was it just me or did he sound like he was emotional? Like he was ready to tear up a little bit?
No, it was you.
You sure?
Yeah, no, that's just how Bill
I have to
Belichick
listen to it.
sounds.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it now.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not
I
broken
go-
up, but like it sounded like he was hiding some things.
Derek,
No, that's how Bill talks.
Derrick Henry said he gone. He gave a Yeah, he told the people in Tennessee.
Oh,
"Thank
Derrick
you."
Henry. I thought you said Derrick Henry said Bill Belichick
Oh,
was
no,
gone.
no.
I was like, really? Boy, that Titans press conference got a little loose.
And he said he was gone. And I also got to get this in too before we get to the break. The Philadelphia Eagles, the first team in the history of the NFL to start 10-1 and fail to get 12 wins. What an abomination.
We ain't even talk about the Jaguars.
Oof.
Jaguars
Oof.
playoff tickets went on
How
sale a
did
month
that-
ago.
Oh, man.
And
Oh, man.
them dudes missed the playoffs yesterday, man. Oh, tough. James Ham joins us. We'll talk much more Kings basketball. We'll touch on a couple of other notes. Is that Bill Belichick may not have been let go, or we haven't gotten any statement on his future yet. But we have on a couple of other coaches. One of them threw a temper tantrum on the football field yesterday. It's coming up here. Plus James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Playoff tickets on sale tomorrow. Okay. I hope Washington beats the dog shit out of Michigan. They won't. Where is this? NRG? Man, they've been doing coverage all day long. This is a terrible tailgate. What is y'all life? The hell is that? Well, whatever, Brandon. I didn't want to hear what you had to say anyways. Man, losing 5 of 6 is brutal. Brutal. Yep. Sure is. That's absolutely what it is. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny too. Now, Ramsey's boy. That's right. Ramsey's boy. There ain't even no trap game with this team anymore. Ain't even trap games. They either get it done or they don't.
The Kings are their own trap.
Yeah. What a mess. Back to back for the Kings. What other football stuff? Oh, there we go. We'll probably do more football stuff tomorrow. Yeah, Dr. David, you guys called it. Short Pistons by 27.
Manny, do Fields and the coach work well together, though? Because I see a lot of Bears fans say, like, bring Fields back, but don't bring back the coach. But I don't think that's happening.
What's his name? Eberflus?
Yeah, Eberflus, Matt Eberflus.
Chicago, yeah. What the hell is this?
I have no idea. Y'all been
Life.
doing this shit all day.
You never heard of Y'all Life?
Like, there's a reason they ain't showing the crowd. Ain't nobody out there.
Where's the national championship game next year? Is it in Vegas yet? I think one of the years. I think it's going to be in Vegas.
I'm realizing I'm starting to like Vegas a little more than I thought. I just like it for different reasons. I like our little spot that we stay. I like going to shows out there. I like hitting the different restaurants at the different hotels.
Summer League 2024?
Yeah, right. Well, we probably haven't given our sales team enough time
It's too late.
to sell it.
It's too late. Vegas or Damien likes Vegas now because it's too expensive to go. It's now in his range, in his wheelhouse. When it was cheaper to go to Vegas, he would treat it like Triple H, like Hunter or something. Like, oh.
Why do you act like this? I do like it, as I realized I was booking some stuff this weekend. I was like, man, someone who's really loudly said, I don't like Las Vegas. I'm making my second trip, third trip.
I'm going to start calling you Vegas Damien?
No. But I will be off March 22nd to go to Vegas. Yeah. Next Monday, whatever day in February, and that's kind of it.
That'll be when I take down my Christmas tree.
Monday?
Yeah. Monday we'll do it.
Celebrate MLK by taking the Christmas tree down.
They closed the Taco Bell around the corner from my house. And I'm the only one not upset in my house.
They need to close every Taco Bell in the United
Bell's
States.
Needs to just.
Was it one of those
It's
Taco
awful.
Bell? What is it? Taco Bell KFC or Taco Bell Pizza? What is it?
I think it is Pizza Hut. No, maybe no.
They got the Taco Bell KFCs though.
Yeah,
Oh, they do?
Maybe it's KFC. Taco Bell's awful. It used to be good in the 90s.
It's disgusting now.
It's awful.
Trey Lyles questionable for Tuesday's game in Detroit.
Pizza Hut's also probably the worst pizza place too.
Well,
like it's
settle
not
down.
bad.
We don't have
There's
to
no
do
such thing as like bad pizza, but it's not the best.
We don't have to do that.
It's the lowest on like the ranking.
When done right, it's really, really good. But
Well, that's an issue if I gotta have that disclaimer for
true,
Pizza
true,
Hut.
true. I understand.
My grandma used to get Pizza Hut. Could not argue against her, so we just dated.
Shout out my man Kevin Nagandi. Getting the bag over at the Worldwide Leader. Love to see it.
Slick Rick doing Papa John's. Papa John's is bad. I've had it once, never again. That might be the worst.
Scooter, watch your damn mouth.
Now we're arguing over pizza chains.
Yeah, don't
When
ever
you
act like
take
you're
the
too good
Christmas
for
tree
Little
down.
Caesars
That's what
people.
I'm
People.
saying. Don't disrespect Little Caesars in that respect.
That's good taste to price ratio right there.
Although Little Caesars, I mean, they didn't got rich on us.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what I'm saying?
$9.99
like
for hot and ready
$9.99.
now.
Like,
Yeah,
yo,
that's
what are
an
we
issue.
doing? What happened to the $5 cheese or pepperoni joint?
Next thing you know, I ordered some crazy bread and a little 20-ounce soda, and it's $15.
Because you gotta get the crazy bread.
Yeah.
Or
why do you
get the Italian cheese bread?
I've never tried that.
Oh no, that's when I just got paid. When I'm in between paydays, I get the cheesy bread or the cheesy bread, but I get that Italian cheese bread if I just got paid.
Picking up a Little Caesars when you're between paychecks and young is like, oh, we're eating good for the next couple of days, boys.
Just a quick question from a guy who doesn't do that. Like, why do you need pizza and the bread?
Because it tastes good.
Yeah, Little Caesars breadsticks is different from like other breadsticks and stuff. I don't get like breadsticks from Round Table.
Those are still good too, but no, they fired it. The Italian cheese bread is bomb.
Do you dip it in the sauce?
I don't.
You got to
Some
get the
people do.
marinara.
I
The
don't.
marinara they
Which
bring
is
on the side.
essentially just pizza sauce.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but it's not like you make it.
So it's
sound
just
all
like an
simple.
extra piece of pizza with no topping on it.
I don't like how you're. No,
No,
it's
I
different.
I don't get
No,
the
you're being very
bread.
disrespectful to the crazy bread.
Breadsticks are fascinating to me. Crazy bread at pizza places is fascinating to me because you have the dough, you have the crust, you have the marinara on the pizza, you have all of that, and it's like no, just give it to me. Just give me more bread.
It's a little bit of a different texture of bread, I think.
It's got some oil on it or whatever. Some mozzarella, like little
Now,
sprinkles
like
of
I said,
mozzarella on it.
Once again, with that Italian cheese bread, it is different. It's cooked different.
It'll change your life.
Yeah. That's bomb.
You can honestly go to Little Caesars. I've never done it, but pick up a little bag of crazy bread and just munch on that. If you want to. I've never done that. I've never done that, but
Never
it's
done
that
that
good.
Shout out. And we're not even saying it like Little Caesars is the best, but we won't disrespect them. That's what we won't do. Slim and Husky.
Who was talking about you?
With that said,
there was something else I was gonna say real quick, football wise.
there's a lot we could do with football.
Oh,
well, James is going to join us in a few minutes, so
yeah,
maybe not.
The Raiders.
Shout out to
there
the
are
Raiders. Shout out
reports
to
out there right now. Scott Gobranson was one of the guys who talked about
Be
it
with
as
us
well.
tomorrow.
That it seems to be early on, at least, the head coaching search is really between Harbaugh and Antonio Pierce. Jim Harbaugh and Antonio Pierce. If both said they would like to be your head coach, who would you go with?
Ooh, man. man. I'd go Harbaugh with a lot of reservations. However, is Harbaugh your general manager or your player personnel guy that Bill Belichick is?
Guys, get them on the same page.
So I just want to be clear where we're at with the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
We have allegedly reports 2 coaching candidates, no general manager.
No. Now the only way, the thing that I will say about that, which you're right. Like you want to get that in place first. But I will say this: Kyle Shanahan picked John Lynch.
He did.
I believe the Raiders are going to interview the Niners assistant GM too.
Well, they requested to. Did they
Everybody did. I
Adam
think the
Peters,
entire league. I think Odyssey might have requested to interview the assistant. Everybody asked to
Adam
interview
Peters,
him.
who the Niners have been holding on to for a couple of years. I think they might lose him this year. He does a really good job behind the scenes with those guys. But yeah, so my heart says Antonio Pierce. My mind says Harbaugh.
I think you go Harbaugh because you have to think beyond this current Raiders team too. Like Devontae Adams is 31 years old. You're only here for a couple more years. Like, what am I going to hire Antonio Pierce just because like this one team here likes him? Like Jim Harbaugh's already a great coach. They'll fall in line with him and stuff like that. It'll work out.
Everything says that Harbaugh would turn your franchise around
and then leave in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but the heights, where you're going to go in that 4 or 5 years, is where the Raiders franchise hasn't been in decades.
We'll put what Super Bowl?
How about start with winning a playoff game? Sorry, Jesse, but we rag on the Raiders a lot because they haven't won a playoff game since like 2002. I saw that the Dolphins hadn't won a playoff game since 2000.
Shout out Lamar Smith.
Wow, I did not know that. Wow.
The Dolphins
They've
are
been there, about 2 or 3 times, though?
Yeah, 2008, they got blown out by the Ravens. 2016, they got blown out by the Steelers. 2024, what happens on Saturday? Well, they lost last year, too, I guess.
Yeah, last year.
Let's get Rico in here. James Ham going to join us here in just a heartbeat. 916-909-1320. What's up, Rico?
All right, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing, man?
We good, man. How you doing?
Good. Real quick, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Kings, but it's a totally just different feeling from last year. But even though we're still doing good, I do think we do need to make a trade. But I wasn't really feeling the whole giving Siakam everything he wanted thing, so I'm kind of glad we pulled out of that. Who I really like, and his name been out there for a minute already, but I just think John Collins would be a big upgrade over Harrison Barnes. And we don't have to get rid of Herter. I know everyone's jumping off the Herter bandwagon, but he's just having some struggles right now. But last year, that dude was, hot as hell. That's that. But real quick, I just want to get on real quick when you guys was talking about Cat Williams last week.
Yeah.
So I got a quick story real quick, man. So I was at Joe's Crab Shack, and it was me, my 2 kids, and then my kid's mom. We weren't even together, but make a long story short, my kids had something to do, so I told my kid's mom, like, "What's up, man? I'm gonna go order some tickets to the Cat Williams show, right?" And she's like, "All right, whatever." So I go out there, and then I go to the Last Unlimited across the street. While I'm on hold, order me a beer. I order a Corona. Yeah, I'm not paying attention or nothing. And then when I order the Corona, the bartender's all right. And then next thing you know, some dude just turns around. He's like, "You want some salt with that, player?" And it was Cat Williams, right? And I was like, "Man, that's crazy." I'm like, "Bro, I'm on the line trying to get tickets for your show tonight." And he was like, "Man, get off the phone." He said, "You're going backstage, right?" I'm like, "For real?" He's like, "Yeah." So I'm like, "All right." So I go back to Joe's Crab Shack, tell the story. Ain't no one believing me. My kids ain't believing me. My kids' mom ain't believing me, right? I'm like, "All right, it's good. Just wait till tonight. Go get you an outfit." Woo. I called him. It was his cousin. It was a guy cousin and his girl cousin. It was just him. But what I was getting at though was, so he was at because I remember D-Lo saying that he said he don't mess with the punchline and stuff like that. Well, he was in Laughs Unlimited. He was trying to get him a little spot in before he went to Arco. So, because this was like man, this is like 15 years ago. This is when Arco was still up. So the dude's like, I can hear him back there. He's like, Cat, like, you have a show at Arco like at 9 o'clock. And he's like, the motherfucking show don't start till
bro, you did all of that to get there.
It was cool until it wasn't. Gosh, we were gonna get kicked off the air one day. Oh man.
My man said, to make a long story short, and then just kept going. And I was invested. I was like, all right, how's this gonna go?
That's how we paid it off.
And then it's like, wait, what? And then the payoff is Jesse's got to hit the damn dump button.
I threw my headphones off, chair flew back.
What are we doing?
We need to have a players only meeting. We need a team meeting.
You know what it is, though?
Yo, they really think we a podcast out here.
Well, the thing is, and it's the gift and the curse. I salute us, but this is, the gift and the curse. We just make people feel too comfortable on here.
Nothing
man.
will ever beat that man last week. Jesse with the all-time, probably the greatest dump button moment in show history. When you're in charge of the dump button and you have to use it on yourself. Oh,
we even made the producer feel too comfortable around here.
That's a fact.
I don't remember what we were talking about, but
we were talking about the end
joke
joke or whatever.
Yeah.
All
right.
Now we'll never
know how.
I wanted to know how.
Now we'll never know how the story ends. Did he hang out with Cat Williams? Did Cat what Cat do? Like we never got the end of it. Did they read a book together?
This is like Vince McMahon blowing up in the limo. We'll put that to the side. What's next?
Yeah, Cat. There's a lot of stories. Maybe not like that. Well, yeah, like that. Like a lot of people who come across Cat say he's a good dude.
I said last week. Been around him a handful of times. Yeah, a handful of times, and he was fantastic every time. And he was a star. Like he was a star at the time. He was fantastic. It's just there's a 3 hours. That's a lot of deciphering, like truths, realities.
Yeah,
the crazy, ludicrous stuff, like and just like fables. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Shout out to the FCC.
Shout out to who was that? Rico.
Yeah,
Shout
Rico.
out to Rico.
Rico,
tweet the end of the story. Tag us in it so we know what the hell happened. And that's not even a negotiable dump button word.
No, that's one of like the five. Like definitely cannot say that.
Yeah, that is. Ain't no.
You know what's great
there
is
no
when
getting
you're
through that one.
When you're listening on the Odyssey app, the dump button doesn't matter.
Yeah, no.
Nah, you shout out to those on the Odyssey app who get the full
You get in trouble for
uncensored
that?
version. No, because it's not FCC regulated.
I got you.
Radio 3 years in, not in tune to the bit. What do you guys have been laughing about all this time? Just 'cause
Right.
that 8 seconds of dump time they've never heard.
Right.
Shout out to you guys.
Poor radio just gets neglected a lot. Of the
Hey, but we
time.
love y'all.
We love the radio.
y'all so much, man.
We fight for y'all every
we-
time. We be like, yo, no, we're a radio show. We're a radio show.
Our bosses love you guys as well, so thank you.
They do. Yeah, they definitely do. In fact, our bosses might not know anyone other than the radio exists. We're working on that. We're trying to get them a little sharper in that component, but
Working.
baby
getting
step.
there.
We're only 4 years into this.
Hey
so-
guys, so here's these numbers. Oh yeah, nice,
No,
D'Lo.
that's nice.
Thanks, great.
Yeah, no. 18 million impressions in 2023. Oh, thanks, guys.
This is
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You show me something else in this building that had 18 million impressions. No, it's fine. It's
Those were
fine.
this is neat that you did this energy right there.
Cute little D'Lo and Casey. Look what they did.
Boy, oh boy. Did real quick, did you see somebody tagged us on Twitter, but I saw this as well. Your boy, he's a hooper too.
My boy's a hooper?
Your boy going to West Virginia.
Oh, he a hooper too?
Yeah, a hooper.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't listen to the Pat McAfee interview that we found
I didn't
after our
didn't
show.
listen to it either. Yeah.
I didn't go listen to it. No, I didn't know.
And I don't even know. I also when that came out that he's a hooper, your boy RG3 had a tweet. I don't even know how I feel about it.
Why is RG3 my boy?
It's your boy.
How did that happen?
You brought him up the most on this show, probably.
I have?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just your boy.
Okay.
Just
What
the
RG3 say?
I'm not gonna say it.
Already
You can't read it?
No.
Oh.
We're still building up this dump time, so
All right.
Let's get in a half
Well,
hour.
that
Let's
sounded
go.
strange.
Jesse, I'll find it. I'll send it in the group chat. This guy's a wild boy.
Let's bring in James Ham here. Hammer, what's happening, man?
Not a
I feel
lot.
like it's been a long time since we've talked to you on the stream.
Yeah, it's been a little while. Yeah, we'll see
Yeah.
how many times I freeze before I get angry and like
fine.
switch
No.
emails. I
It's
switch Wi-Fi. Yeah. What's going on?
Man, let's
Real quick, I think he took it down.
Oh, was
a
that
little-
bad?
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
he was trying to
man.
make a joke, and it's like, bro, I don't know how I felt about you with all this, man. Settle down.
RG3 is not the one I really.
You could tell on those shows he's like really trying for the pause moments too.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live and unedited on the free Odyssey app. Same true for 1320 TV here on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. James, let's do the opposite of how we started the show. Let's go back to Friday before we dive into the debacle of last night. Going back to the Siakam stuff. By the way, Kings got a great win against Toronto that was all but completely erased from everything but the record book last night. Got a great win against Toronto, but the conversation certainly was how Shams Charania said as we were wrapping things up on Friday, hey, it looks like the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors are fully engaged in talks surrounding Pascal Siakam. And then about an hour later, the Kings and the Raptors have ended conversations. And then Shams Charania talking this morning about, I shouldn't have laughed. I apologize. The deal centering around Harrison Barnes. And so we've got all that, James. And as we've learned here during the show, we've passed along to the audience, I'm sure you're aware of this as well. At least part of the reason this all fell apart was Siakam told Sacramento he would not sign here. And that is a big reason why this all fell apart. In addition to, while Shams used the term centered around Harrison Barnes, we learned that like maybe Harrison was involved, but he wasn't actually the centerpiece of the deal.
Yeah, that's a lot. So I haven't been up to speed on everything as far as like what's in the deal, what's not. But I mean, there were some murmurs last night while I was at the arena that it's possible that Malik Monk's name had come up in conversations in this potential trade. But I haven't heard that specifically myself. It's something that had been brought up as someone else had heard that, and it's not my source, so I'm not, going to run with that as much as I would say, that's very possible. It's plausible because, the package that includes Kevin Huerter and, Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell, that's not that enticing right now for a lot of teams, especially for a team that's trying to reset their roster at like 21, 22, 23. That's just not something that like jumps at you and says, okay, I got to make this deal. And that's not to disrespect Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes or Davion. It's just their market value isn't high enough to go get a 2-time All-Star, even if he is on expiring contract. And so, that's where draft capital comes in. That's where, all the other negotiations that come in at this point, like, what are the Kings trading for? How long can they keep him? A player like Siakam, how much does he want as an extension? These are all questions that have to be answered before you really want to jump into a massive deal like this, because I think I explained to you guys last week, if you do make this deal, there's no way to recover if he leaves via free agency. You don't have the cap space to go do something to even replace players like Barnes or Huerter or Davion. You don't. You might be able to replace one or two of them, but certainly not the group, and it would really put you in a weird cap space. So yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it's better the Kings do just move on. If he's not interested in signing here, the conversation's over. That's just the way it goes.
James, we had talked about that hypothetical earlier, and I said I wouldn't hesitate to do it even if he said I'm not interested to sign. And one of the reasons and we could just have a conversation about it. I think those pieces that you'd be giving up, I think they are replaceable. Worst case scenario, I've already mentioned Trey Lyles should be starting at the 4. So you're not losing a starting 4. He'd still be here. I'm saying if Siakam was gone, and I think I said Barnes and Davion. I didn't put Herter in there. But Barnes is already being replaced and moved to the bench. So you're not missing a whole lot there, in my opinion. Davion is a guy that a lot of people feel shouldn't be in the rotation right now because say Siakam left, what are you really losing?
Well, I get what you're saying, but there's a difference between having Harrison Barnes and Kevin Herter and Davion Mitchell on your roster and not having them. Because no matter what, you do have to replace them. You have to replace them with something. And, we're talking about, 15 to 18, $19 million players, 2 of them. Like those guys are valuable pieces, whether they're playing well right now in the Kings rotation or not. That's a whole nother discussion. And whether Trey Lyles is good enough to displace Harrison Barnes in the starting lineup. I mean, that's your opinion. I'm not sure that that's an opinion shared by Mike Brown. And so, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I do think that there are different ways to fill those voids, but just salary cap wise, it's very, very difficult. Remember we got to, was it last? It was leading up to free agency, right? The Kings didn't have anyone they could actually trade leading up to free agency. They had there literally was outside of Malik Monk and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. They didn't and of course Kevin Herter. They didn't really have people under contract to go actually trade for somebody, and that was a huge issue. If you were to give away these players, you kind of be in the same spot where you don't have any cap space with them gone, and then you don't actually have any trade chips to actually move, whether, again, they're viewed as expiring contracts or only a year and a half left on their deal type contracts. You get to next year's trade deadline and you filled up your roster with a bunch of league minimum players and maybe one mid-level exception player. And if you can get Malik Monk to come back on the early bird, then you've got him. But that's a big risk to take, even if it's just looking them at these players as like salary to use in a trade. So again, I get what you're saying.
Do me a favor, James, because you have a better understanding of how this works than me. Why wouldn't you have cap space? Because you freed up the Barnes contract and the Davion contract. You brought back Siakam. He didn't sign. So where does that money now go? Like, shouldn't you have those contracts that are no longer on your books available for some type of cap space, whether you're taking back contract or getting, I don't know, mid-level guy or something like that? Like, why wouldn't they have cap space in that situation?
Yeah, so the way the cap works is the Kings have the cap is going to rise to like 144, maybe 145 million next year, right? And if you take away the players we're talking about and the players who are free agents on the Kings roster right now, the Alex Lenz or JaVale McGee's, the guys who've signed 1-year deals, all those guys. If you just look at the core without Davion, without Harrison Barnes, and without Kevin Herter, the Kings would drop down to like 115 million. So on paper, it looks like you have 30 million bucks roughly to spend, but automatically you have a cap hold for Malik Monk. So, and that's at like $12.8 million. So there goes, you got to back that money out of your cap space. And then the mid-level exception is at about 12 million bucks. That also is a cap hold that you have to back out. So now that's 24 of the 30 million. And then on top of that, for every open roster spot you have, which in this scenario would be like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 or 7, you have to put a league minimum cap hold of 1.1 million bucks. So if you have 7 open roster spots, that's like 7.7 million bucks. So now your 30 million is zero, but you're actually in the negative already. And that's just with being able to retain Malik Monk, sign a mid-level exception player, and then fill the rest of your roster out. So that's why, I mean, when you have a player like Domantas Sabonis and you have a player like De'Aaron Fox who make, both of them are going to make upwards of, 35, 40 million next year. And then you have rising contracts like Keegan Murray and some of the other contracts that the Kings have on their roster. It eats up that cap space pretty quick. Even, a guy like Chris Duarte, I think, is on the hook for $6 million next year. Now, that's not to say that the Kings couldn't start trading other pieces and clear up some more cap space, or rescind their mid-level exception and pick up that $12 million, and all of a sudden you might be able to get up to 18 to 20 million bucks in cap space. But it's not that simple. And we're talking about, realistically, we're talking about two rotational players. Whether they're playing that well right now or not, I mean, those guys combined for over 60 minutes a game last season. And even this season, they're still well over 50 minutes a game. That's a lot to replace. And then Davion on top of that. So, yeah, there are ways to build out a roster in this scenario, but you also are running the risk of taking a tremendous step back and not even having pieces that you can go out and make trades with. And that's tough.
Monty needs to call the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Figure out how they work that out.
Yeah. It's a little different in baseball.
Maybe Siakam can take $1 million, defer it.
Defer all of his payments until 2030. James, fans understandably have reactions to games like last night where, man, I hope this wakes Monty up. I hope Monty knows he has to do something after a performance like this at the Golden One Center. I'm pretty sure Monty is of the belief he needs to do something, or should do something for this team to, get into that category of being a contender. But until that's done, this is what we have. What is this team, James?
I would like to tell you that I know. I've covered a lot of teams over the years, most of them bad. And I don't even remember really, really bad teams having this type of erratic play. And not only that, not just erratic play. I've covered a team that, lost back-to-back games that were just holy cow, they got smoked. And I've covered teams that have lost 7 or 8 or 9 in a row multiple times in the season. But this team, there's no way to put your finger on what's happening. How do you go behind? How do you drop down 50 points behind your opponent on your home floor? I mean, I felt so bad for people who paid money to watch that yesterday. I don't even know how, I have a buddy who I mentioned this on the Insiders earlier, who texted me that he spent $700 on tickets for him and his family to sit, I assume, lower bowl. Maybe they brought a couple of friends, whatever, but $700 just in tickets, and no Zion Williamson, which that was one big thing that wasn't one big player who didn't play. But then for the Kings to just not show up at all, it's embarrassing. And this is a trend that has happened so many times this season. We're looking at 10 losses by double figures and a whole lot more than that by 15, 20 points. That's just, again, I don't know how to put a finger on the erratic play that are the Kings. And here's a weird fact. They're still considerably ahead of where they were last year. I don't know considerably anymore, but they didn't get to 5 games over 500 until January 15th last year. And so right now they're at 7. If they take care of business against 2 really bad teams that are coming up, that puts them 9 games over 500, and we're still not to January 15th yet.
Don't start projecting.
I agree. It's just bizarre that you can't, there is no way to know who's going to show up from one night to the next.
They got a back-to-back with Detroit and Charlotte.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Orlando game was was the Orlando game the second night of a back-to-back? Yeah, because they got blown out by Charlotte or beat up by Charlotte in the first one. I don't know.
I mean, so because of, and here's what we've tried to figure out throughout the whole day. Because they're erratic doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, right? It means probably aren't like a contender or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we get frustrated because we don't know what team's going to show up, and that is frustrating.
Yeah.
Like you can't hang your hat on something. But would you agree, James? This isn't a bad team. It's just an inconsistent team. There's a difference, in my opinion.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. And the other thing I keep bringing up is it's not like they take like one step forward, two steps back. It's always like two steps forward, one step back. Like, again, the wins over Orlando and who's the other team they beat last
Toronto.
week? Oh, and Toronto. Those are really good wins. Like
Mhm.
they are. I mean, they're not like the cream of the crop, but those are long, athletic, young teams that play hard, are physical. Those were good wins. But for as much as those were good wins, a loss to Charlotte, missing one of the worst teams in the league, missing 4 starters, is just you can't do that, especially at home. I mean, that's again, that's inexcusable. And then, to lose to New Orleans, okay, they've got your number. I get that, but at least make it competitive. And I don't know. I haven't seen something like this at all. Like again, a team that loses, 9 in a row is just flat out bad. We can all agree, and I covered so many of those teams that they're just not talented enough. This team has plenty of talent. They show up against really good teams, and then other games there's nothing there. They're a shell of themselves, and everything looks out of sorts. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to like piece it together because it doesn't make sense to me as someone who's watched a tremendous amount of basketball over the last, 14, 15 years.
Ham's analogy of 2 steps forward, 1 step back is how they inch their way to 7 games over 500.
Yeah.
Like that's how you get to 7 games over. Like if it was 1 step forward, 1 step back, they'd be like 2 or 3 games. But they'll do it for like 2 games and then have Charlotte lost. And they do that enough. And instead of being 3 games over, you're 7 games over.
Yeah, I'd like to tell you there's some rhyme or reason to what's happening here, but there just isn't. And until they figure out sort of that identity crisis that they're under, then it's hard to say how good this team can be or, what their ceiling is or anything else, because clearly they can beat anybody outside of like Boston. I don't think they can beat Boston. And we'll see Philly and Milwaukee on this trip, and you may say the same thing, but
Yeah, I'm going to need to see it to believe it.
yeah, this season they've beat Denver, they've beat Dallas,
They
they've
beat
beat
Minnesota at home.
Minnesota.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
At their home.
Oklahoma City they beat a couple of times. Phoenix they beat a couple of times. The Lakers they've beat a lot of playoff teams. So it's not just this, and it can't just be matchups. But I don't know. It's definitely alarming at this point. And I honestly, at this point, there's a lot of guys in that locker room that are just, you can sense that they know that there is trade talk going on, that they may be part of it. They also know that like the Kings are looking to make a move now. They're not looking to wait around. Even like the deadline being February 8th. Like if they could make a move tomorrow, they probably would. Like this is a group that wants to not only make a move, but make a move that gets them, that solidifies who they are right now and helps them move forward for the final 40 plus games of the season, 50 games of the season. They're not waiting around. And so that also, it puts a different stress in the locker room because a lot of guys in there are looking around wondering, how many more games they have left with that group. And it's not I covered Marcus Thornton he's the example that I always give, but like, I swear that Marcus Thornton, like his hair would start to fall out during trade deadline time. He couldn't play at all. He was so it was anxiety and just stress. And he wasn't even mentioned most of the time in trades. It's just that whole season, it can get to some of these players and other people just handle it like, all right, well, this is the way it is. Like, I know it's a business. And if I'm here, I'm here. And if I'm not, I'm not. But I think we're seeing that it's affecting some of these players in different ways.
Will it continue to? Particularly with guys like Kevin Huerter, who you just desperately want to get going again. For guys like Harrison Barnes, whose name from now until eternity will be referenced in trade talks. Like for the rest of his career, his name is going to be referenced in trade talks just because, and I know that doesn't feel like a compliment, but he's a guy who can fit on so many teams. He's a guy who can help contenders. He's a vet who can help young guys. Like he's a player who can do so many different things, particularly at this stage of his career. But, you know, Casey and I were talking about, like, it feels like that all in thing, boy, it was prevalent last year. And now it feels like maybe we got a foot in. Maybe we're dipping our toe in the water. February 9th, we're all in. But right now, we're just going to dip a little toe in the water. And it's just the vibes are off. And can guys like Herter, Barnes, guys who have kind of been up and down already this season, can they recover? Because there's James, the trade deadline's a freaking month away. It's not like it's next Thursday. Like there are a ton of games, long road trips, tough games at home, tough teams. There's a lot still here in front of them before this deadline gets here.
Yeah, you can't take your foot off the gas. And I mean, like we always hear, like 82 games is a marathon. It's very true. It's such a long, brutal stretch. And things like this, things like trade deadlines, things like rumors, it really does unsettle what's happening inside a locker room, you know? And so it's their job to be pros and to push the outside noise out and to move forward as a group. I think a 5-game road trip is probably what this team needed right now. It's one of those things where you go out on the road and you try to get yourself like back together as a team. Try to have, dinners together and go do things together as a group, and hopefully that leads to some camaraderie on the court, and just kind of holding together while this thing, like sometimes it feels like it's falling apart. But I'd even say, like, look, this team is still 7 games over 500. Like any other year outside of last year, Kings fans would beg for this to be the problem. To be in this situation that you're in right now, where you're a legitimate playoff team. Everyone in the league knows you're a legitimate playoff team. Now, can you add another piece or two to get yourself over the hump? And that's why I hate using, like, we get into these conversations all the time about like the transactions that could happen, the trade rumors, all these things. And there are human lives on the other end of all of these things. And it doesn't feel good to these guys. Like right now, if anyone out there thinks Kevin Herter wants to miss shots, you're just wrong. Like the guy wants to succeed. He would love to be part of this team for a long time. And he would love to figure out why he's he can't find the bottom of the basket. But, this stuff like this, like all these rumors and stuff, they impact that. And, it doesn't help that you're already feeling a little off. Now you're off and you're looking over your shoulder the whole time and not wondering whether the coach is going to pull you, but you're wondering whether you're getting pulled into the GM's office at any time. And again, it's just it's an awkward thing that I don't think there aren't many businesses like this in the world where, your boss can just walk in the door and say, "Hey, sorry, but you're not even going to a different city. You're going to a different country. We've sent you to Canada. Good luck up there playing for the Raptors." And it's just a reality of the NBA and the difficulty of what these guys go through.
Stacy tried to trade me to Kansas City earlier, and they demanded I'd come with Bennett's fries. Yeah.
That's right.
That was the kicker. They really wanted the fries. Let's come back. I could see a thought in you. Hold that thought for 1 second, because I know you and James like to cook. So we'll come back. We'll talk much more with James Ham about Kings basketball. We'll talk, about that game yesterday, and more importantly, the road trip ahead and what these next couple of weeks look like for Sacramento.
While we're here, go blue.
Yeah, the Michigan Wolverines. If you'd like to hear the Michigan Wolverines win their first national championship since 1997, tune in here to ESPN 1320, as I fully expect them to beat Washington by a minimum of 3.5 scores.
Sure.
That's coming up here at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We're back with more with James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's going to be like 70% Michigan. Jesus. Poor Washington. Road game. James, you ever been a fan of college football?
No.
No.
When I was young, I was, but it's only so many times that you can. I think I was more of a casual fan that liked to bet college football, and like, how do you bet a 45-point spread?
We take
Like,
the team that's favored by 45
yeah,
because it's up
but
there for a reason.
but I think the point though is, like, who wants to watch that? Who wants to be part of that? Who wants to go to that? I mean, that's not fun. That means that, that'd be the equivalent of like the Kings playing a G League team every third week or something, where you're just going to crush somebody. So I like the NFL. The college game is, I don't know. I like the speed and the quickness of it, and like how, the running clock and how you can, I
Well,
don't know.
the killer about the college game that I just do not like, and I don't know why they don't fix it. They act like the NFL is not right in front of them, like there isn't a way to fix it. The games are entirely too long. Entirely too long. They've tried to work on that a little bit because they used to stop the clock on every first down, I think it was. Every first down in the goddamn game, they'd stop the clock. And I don't think they do it as they had some time change.
Yeah.
They don't do it as much. But the two semifinal games, they started at 2 o'clock. They didn't end until 9:30. It was just two games. It was like 7.5 hours for two games. That's entirely too much. Where you look at the NFL, they get two games done in 6 hours. That hour means something. That means something. So that's the one thing I don't like about college football. But you never like, aside from like betting and stuff like that, just growing up, you never like, oh, I like Cal or
No, I like Notre Dame when I was young because Notre Dame was on TV all the time because NBC had the television rights to Holt's era. So I watched a lot of Notre Dame, and I enjoyed watching it, but it was more of like just to whet your appetite for Sunday for watching the NFL. So yeah, I don't know. It's college basketball I love too, but I like to watch later in the year where it's a little better refined.
poor college. But I had a conversation with myself about this last night. I said, I'm going to spend this week watching some college basketball because I have not paid much attention to it at all. And I love college basketball, but it's suffering the most with all this realignment, transfer portal stuff, in my opinion. It's tough to keep up with who's supposed to be good, who's not good, all this other stuff.
Well, that, and I mean, when we've seen the same things years and years and years, I mean, you start to know exactly where. Sorry, my brain went sideways there.
If you got to tweet something, tweet it, James. What we got? What we got?
No.
Kyle Kuzma.
No. Yeah. Oh, the transfer portal thing is just wild, and it just like there's so many teams that are system teams that the players will never be good in the pros. Like they just aren't gonna. It like doesn't matter how good they are. They're not gonna. The game's not gonna translate.
For as much as I complain about college basketball, you can probably even say the same thing about college football. You can say the same thing about college basketball. The national championship is still pretty fucking dope. Like, I love national championship Monday on both sides, football and basketball. And the semifinal, the bowl season was garbage. The semifinals for this national championship still top of the line. So maybe the playoff will be a little better than I'm thinking it might be.
Yeah, I had a great time going to the Final Four. Was it last year or year before?
New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah, that was super fun to be there for like their festivities. Watching the lower bowl broken up into 4, different schools and switching out the student section after every game. That was a lot of fun.
What's the last one, right? Or we're gonna have to get out early. Okay. And we're going right at the top of the hour. Cade Cunningham has avoided serious injury to his left knee.
But won't play.
Oh, yeah, he's out for a few games.
Yeah.
I didn't see the injury.
Oh boy, they will be in Las Vegas next year. We're doing
National
the show
championship.
live. Yeah, we're doing the show live from Vegas. D-Lo and KC, let's go. We've broken them down, guys. We worn them down. Let's go.
Before he used to say, "Yeah, without me."
Oh, I like.
We just got to see whose residency is there at that time.
That's it.
Tell him he's Vegas Barling now, man.
That's it.
Vegas Barling. Put it
That's
on a
it.
shirt. Vegas Barling.
Got this little table that is like when you sit in this table, like the fountains are right behind you, the Bellagio fountains. Hype.
Sounds rich.
You did have to pay extra for the table. Oh, shut up!
I wish I was like, damn.
You guys are
I
jerks.
do too, man. It's a different lifestyle, man. It really is.
We're
I
coming
don't
back.
care where I stay in Vegas.
James, you need a third guy on the insiders because
Hey,
I've
look,
about had it with these two.
I don't even know if I'm rich enough to make enough money to be in this room right now. To be
It's
honest,
fact. That's why I sit in the producer's room.
I'm still doing the show in there.
You guys are ridiculous.
We got another mic for you, Casey.
Thank you.
The producer's room.
Oh boy,
guys,
big
we're
money.
close to getting Kyle in the main room. That's what I keep hearing. It's like we're almost there where Kyle is going to join me in studio. What is it? Studio 2? Studio
Yeah,
B?
who's sitting in Studio 1?
It's just running itself.
No, they're making it so he can run the show from the board right in front of you.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Yeah, that's the
I like
plan.
it. I like
So
it.
I'll switch over and I'll be there in Casey's seat.
Okay.
And he'll be in, and then we won't have all those adjustments to make at the
You guys
in the
have
That's good
crossover.
stuff. That's good
Yeah,
stuff.
we'll see though.
Yeah. Oh man, the evolution of the insiders. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. James, I've a lot of Kings talk here today. Trade deadline a month away. We have the Siakam rumors from last week. Like, let's say hypothetically that is just a call that Monty McNair's not willing to answer anymore. Like, we've been down this road with Toronto. I think we've got enough intel to believe they've been down this road with Toronto a couple of times. Let's just move on from dealing with Masai Ujiri. Where do you, James Ham, the general manager, turn your attention to next?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be deals out there that we don't know, right? There are
I
going to be
hope so.
players. There are going to be players that we aren't looking at, that we haven't like centered on, that that could become available, right? I think that the Kings are probably going to go back to the Kyle Kuzma discussion and see if there's any way to get him out of Washington. You know, we've heard that there's potential for him to be available, although the asking price of 2 first-round picks seems a little high. But he's still a player who makes sense. And the way that if I'm the Kings and I'm looking at that as a potential move, I don't think he's as good as Pascal Siakam, but I do think he's a year and a half younger. He's under contract for another 3 years after this year on a declining scale deal that pays him like 23.5, 21.5, and 19.5 million. So basically, he's half the price of any deal that you would have to pay Siakam. And so all of these things, like, I think there's also an added bonus that if you were to somehow make that trade, that you could potentially make it without Harrison Barnes being attached. And next thing you know, you've got Harrison Barnes as like your third or fourth forward, in a mixture with Keegan Murray and Trey Lyles, and so all of these things to me make a lot of sense. Now, whether the Kings can get that done or not, I don't know. Again, they had a deal for him once before where they're trading Buddy Hield to the Lakers for him and Montrezl Harrell. They talked to his people during the offseason, for what I know, and like had worked on a potential deal for him to come to Sacramento before he chose to go back to Washington. But he's a type of long, athletic 3-4 that can rebound, that can score, that can play some defense, can shoot the ball a little bit, and he would make a lot of sense as like a long-term pairing with what you already have without disrupting everything. And he's also a player that if it wasn't working out a year in or 2 years in, it's not like you couldn't go move him. His contract, a declining scale contract for a guy who can average between like 18 and 23 points a game, is really, really solid. He basically has the Buddy Hield or Harrison Barnes contracts that the Kings signed during the Ken Catanella era, where it's declining each year by $2 million.
What do you think what do you think the percentages are that nothing gets done?
I think they're pretty high that something gets done. I don't know what that something is. I mean, I hope that they don't do something silly like in a
trade
panic.
for a second round pick.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see like the Kessler Edwards thing, right? Like
That's it. That's it. There it is. There it is. The Kessler Edwards deal. That's
Yeah.
that's what I'm feeling.
I don't even think we're gonna see like what was the year before where they traded for DeLon Wright and Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis. Maybe that was 3 years ago. I don't see that like small of a deal. I think that they're actually going to try to add like a rotational piece, and preferably a starter, someone who makes your team much better. And I think that there are options to do that at both the shooting guard position and one of your forward spots, especially with Keegan Murray's ability to play the 3 or the 4.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards minimal. Not because unless, and this is the important part.
Starter.
No. Well,
No.
at the rate that 2 position is going, maybe I don't know. I don't know, but for me, nah, I don't think a starter. I don't think the Kings are acquiring a starter. But to what James just said, there's something out there we're not talking about. Like, it's always the loud deals that I'm like, I don't know. But there's something out there that we're not talking about, something that's maybe off our radar. Maybe it's on a wish list, but we feel like it's far-fetched. Maybe that's out there, but I have no clue who it is.
Yeah, it's tough too because you're always looking for the other partner. Like, right? It's not just what do you have to offer. It's, do your thoughts align with another team? And that's not usually easy to do. You really have to mine the entire NBA for a team that might need a starting shooting guard or might need shooting more than they need a defensive player. And so you've got this and this to offer, and they have this and this. You got to find a team that's, in the case of like, if you're going to move Harrison Barnes, it'd have to be a team that is already good and needs a 5th starter to help maybe get them over the hump. And, and they're willing to move player X and Y because they don't fit in the rotation or something. Like there's always like motivations and contracts and play styles and all that stuff. And you got to find just the right partner. And so I don't think it's as easy as people think. And it's certainly not as easy as just throwing a bunch of names into a trade machine and seeing if it works financially. It's usually a lot more complex. Yeah. Yeah, it is a lot of who says no. Like it's complex. And you also have to remember that part of that calculus is who the player is on and off the court. It's what they mean to the team already. It's some of the players that you have on your roster might go to management and say, hey, we would prefer this player doesn't get traded, And so these are all things that, I don't think the Kings will entertain trading Malik Monk. I don't think that that's even a possibility. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'd make him as quote unquote untouchable because he is on a contract that's expiring at the end of the year, and you could lose him without the ability to go out there and retain and re-sign him. But those are things where you got to look around and say, hey, how do we keep this thing together? How do we build on what we already have? What Monty said, maintain and I can't remember what is maintain it
improve, right?
and
Maintain and
improve.
improve.
Yeah. Yeah. So they've got to find, I think right now they're maintaining. It doesn't feel good, but maintaining nonetheless. They need to find a way to improve. And that's not always easy.
You want to talk about yesterday?
I don't know if you want to talk about yesterday.
Not really, but
It's okay if you don't want to talk about yesterday.
I'll ask you a broader question. De'Aaron Fox hit the first three. He hit the first points for the Sacramento Kings yesterday.
Mhm.
And that was it. That was it. It wasn't De'Aaron didn't make another field goal. De'Aaron didn't score again.
Yeah.
He didn't even get to the foul line. What, we just had I'm sorry, what game was he? Orlando? The game where he was really bad and Malik
Orlando
took it home.
Mhm.
Yeah, because he hit at all that, De'Aaron hit the game winner, or what turned out to be the game winner. So you just kind of had that game where it's like, De'Aaron ain't gonna have another one of those. He had, but not only the worst game of the season, this had to be his worst game as a pro
Since his rookie season. Yeah.
This was bad. What the hell? That's the question, James. What the hell? What is this? Is when stuff like this happens, there's speculation De'Aaron's hurt. Is he tired? He didn't get to the foul line. Is it the Pelicans? Was it the flow of the game? Like, what was less about Sacramento and more about De'Aaron? What was De'Aaron yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw it all 3 games here of the 3 games in 4 nights. He didn't look like himself on Tuesday. Wednesday, he really didn't look like himself. Well, let me think. My days are all messed
Yeah,
up.
Charlotte,
Wednesday,
Orlando.
Wednesday's Orlando.
Yeah. So like there were those
Toronto
games
on
where
Friday.
yeah, he didn't look like himself at all. And he is beat up. Like he came to the podium one night and it took him, an extra 2 seconds to get up the stairs. So you can tell right now he's walking a little straight-legged, which he tends to do when he's hurting. I don't know, like just overall, he's beat up, and that's to be expected. I mean, the guy's been basically averaging 30 points a game until, early this week. And now he's down to like 28.3 because he's had a couple of stinkers. But like he's been carrying the weight of this team for the entire season. And it's while they've been waiting for guys like Harrison Barnes or, Kevin Herter or Davion or name that player, Trey Lyles missing the first 13 games of the season didn't help. Like while he doesn't play De'Aaron Fox's position, he can take the pressure off of a player like Fox, because if that second unit can stay out there a little bit longer and can carry a little bit further, that allows Mike Brown to not go back to De'Aaron Fox all the time. And so, look, I think we all know that there's going to come a point where he was going to have to take a few games off, or where he was going to slow down a little bit, but then he'll surge again and he'll be right back up to where he was. I just think that this is a stretch where he's taken some hits, and it's really tough to maintain your body for 82 games when you're the guy who has to take on so much of everything that's happening. It's also why I think Mike Brown has been using Malik Monk a lot more to try to shoulder some of that weight, while they've been playing together more, and why he's been taking over as like a lead guard. And I also think it's why De'Aaron Fox has sat back and shot more threes, especially recently, because I think he's just like, it's been probably 2 weeks of him being a little sore, a little beat up, and not really wanting to run inside and get knocked to the ground again and again. So you hope that it's just a momentary thing where he bounces right back and gets his legs under him. But a 5-game road trip that starts off with a back-to-back, it's really not an easy way to do it. And again, they play tomorrow, right? They played yesterday. They play tomorrow. They play the next day. They play on Wednesday. That means that he's in the middle of 3 games in 4 nights again. And sometimes you get caught in the middle of the schedule and these little groups of 3 games in 4 nights that kind of hide and they don't go away. So you can have a game on Sunday, a game on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then a game on Friday. And that means that you had, again, 2 sets of 3 games in 4 nights hidden inside of that. And so it takes its toll. It takes its toll on everybody. And, you hope that he busts through the wall here and his body just kind of finds a way to heal up. But you never know. I mean, this could be a thing where he does need to sit for a game or 2 and catch his breath and let his body heal.
That's what I was going to ask you, James. I mean, do you think he should sit a game? Do you think he will sit a game? I don't think he will. I'm not exactly sure he should either. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking at the long schedule of the season, right? Like sometimes you do have to err on the side of caution with a player like this who again carries so much of the weight. If he thinks he can go, I usually let him go. But I've talked to you guys about this before. The Kings track everything, right? They'll pull players in and they've got like a meter that can check the flexibility of their knees and of their ankles. Like they do tests to make sure that there isn't weird swelling going on that the people aren't seeing, or that they do the jump tests before and after they warm up before every game. And so they're tracking to see what his body looks like, just the mechanics of it. But there is no like true predictor for injuries. You have no idea when a player is going to just like accidentally roll his ankle, like what happened to Trey Lyles the other day, where he missed last game because he rolled an ankle on wasn't he just backpedaling down the court? Yeah, and just like took a bad step and rolled his ankle. Like there's no way to predict those things. Or like Alex Len, where a player rolled up on him and he had a high ankle sprain. So what you're hoping for is that you can see when a body is starting to like need more rest, it's going to be in decline, and you need to figure out a way to help him. So whether it's like more stretching, whether it's taking a day or 2 off of practice and having him just sort of watch, whether it's more ice tub or whatever it is, you got to figure out a way to like bandage these guys up and hold them together with glue at some point and hopefully get them through a tough stretch until their body just magically finds a way to heal up, which does happen. And so it's tough, but this is part of basketball.
Is this team soft?
I would like to say yes right away, but then there are some nights where they're just not at all.
Right. Yeah.
And so I would I don't think so. I mean, like, if anyone ever wants to call Domantas Sabonis soft, like, no. I mean, that's a lunch pail dude who gets hit more than any player I've ever seen on an NBA court. So I'm going to say they have some players who that are playing soft, or that might be mentally soft, or who are showing that they might be soft, but they also have some guys that are just flat out ballers, that will go in there and mix it up amongst the trees, whether that's De'Aaron, whether that's, Malik Monk. Like these guys are out there playing really hard. And again, like Chris Duarte, you can't call Chris Duarte soft.
Yeah,
like
and
he'll foul you for calling him soft. Like
it's why games like yesterday stand out a little bit more than others. Not just the 30-point loss and the 50-point deficit, but the fact that like it didn't feel like De'Aaron was doing the stuff he normally did. Like you talk about getting in there, mixing it in with the trees. Didn't feel like De'Aaron was doing that. Didn't feel like Malik was doing that. Like I can remember distinctively a couple of times guys, Davion Mitchell specifically, Kevin Huerter specifically, tried to get to the rack. They just kind of like lost the ball. They kind of go fumbling around with it. And I didn't know if that was just the day was off. It was just a bad day for everybody, Or if that's the Pelicans had them shook up and they saw something, and it's just nothing worked for them yesterday, and they were trying to shoot themselves back into a game that went from a 20-point deficit to a 40-point deficit in a span of 2 minutes.
Yeah, and that's their default setting is to try to shoot their way back into it from the perimeter. And when you don't have your legs, that's the worst thing you can do. So, yeah, I don't think they are. Like, again, you go toe-to-toe against Toronto and find a way to get through that team. That team's not soft at all. And you could say the same thing about a lot of the teams that they're playing. Like, the Pelicans are just a bad matchup. And I don't know why they're such a bad matchup. But like even the Valanciunas Sabonis matchup, like they're really close because they both play for the Lithuanian national team, and like Jonas Valanciunas, like he's excited to play against Sabonis. He wants to go in there and battle Sabonis, and he'll have a big game against Sabonis. So, are the Kings as tough as the Pelicans? No. But like there's a lot of like varying degrees of toughness that is in the NBA, and I think they just have to find consistency more than anything else and not worry about that.
Well, we're headed out to Houston. The Michigan Wolverines will win their first national championship since 1997 against the lowly Washington Huskies. You can hear the coronation of the Michigan Wolverines.
Let's go, baby.
Next.
Let's go.
Right here. Sacramento sports leader. By the way, we're going over to 102.5.
Vamos, Michigan, go blue.
I hate that we always have like it feels like once a week we have a downer day where you can't avoid it because this team does this.
Yep.
So I mean, to me, it's such a bummer because you want to have the good vibes rolling and this whole thing going the right way, but there are so many steps where so many times where they take a step back. So
that's what it feels like, man. The vibes are off.
Yeah.
Are off with this squad.
Hey, you
No,
want to
I-
know what's
I
funny
agree.
about the "Hail to the Victor" song? I don't know the words. I just know the beat and the cadence.
Does anyone know the words?
Yeah, there's words
they
to
be-
it.
Yeah, they.
But I just know because you always hear the band playing it. I don't ever hear people saying the words. Don't know the
Probably
words.
stupid and it's probably racist, and you're just out here going dun 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 dun. Jackass.
That's amazing.
Where
Yeah.
does Michigan fall like the college football like hierarchy? Like Duke,
they're up
North
there.
Carolina and stuff. It's like basketball and stuff. Like,
Oh,
where's
they're up
Michigan
there.
at?
Yeah, they're up there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they're up.
think like the most storied is going to be Notre Dame, but then after Notre Dame, you have your USCs, you have your Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska.
I think if there's rankings, Notre Dame's falling off of number
Like, is
Oh, yeah,
Alabama
yeah.
part of that now?
Yeah, Bama's probably a part of that now.
Yeah, Alabama. But we're talking historically, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I'd
that's
probably
what your
drop
question is.
USC a little lower down.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like all of the schools, like you're right. Like, but yeah,
It's not
to
a lot,
answer,
though.
Jesse, to answer your question, Michigan and Ohio State are very.
It's not
high
a
on
lot.
the
It's like
list.
Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame,
and
Texas,
yeah,
SC,
and no matter what,
probably Bama.
Michigan and
probably it.
Ohio State will be right next to each other.
Yeah.
Like if they were to rank them,
Mhm.
Ohio State would be first, Michigan would be second, or Michigan would be first, Ohio State would be second.
mean,
but
that's-
they'll always be right next.
That's arguably the greatest rivalry in sports.
Yeah, LSU. Someone's throwing LSU in there. That makes sense.
That was probably Rich. Is that Rich?
LSU not where those teams are or those schools are.
Yeah. No, you're
LSU's
probably
like
right.
where Florida State is and Miami.
No, I think
and those
you hit them though. USC, Texas.
There's like 6 of them.
James was at Notre Dame, Michigan,
Yeah.
Ohio State, and Bama's fought their way into that group.
Yeah, I mean, like even in the 80s, it was OU, and 80s and
Homer
90s.
Sooner.
You probably on there too. That's a good call. They probably on that list.
Homer Sooner.
Basketball probably got even less. You got
My grandma was married to a guy who was friends with Barry Switzer, like in the 80s.
Kentucky and
So-
Kansas in basketball.
Kentucky, Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kentucky, Kansas,
Syracuse,
North
yeah.
Carolina, Duke,
Yeah.
UCLA.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, I think you guys have to go do other stuff,
Yeah,
right?
we got to go. So we're gonna hit in broadcast or in stream. We'll see you guys tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. James and Kyle.